Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Lie With Me by Max Walker. Narrated by Greg Boudreau. Synopsis. Oliver.
Okay, so imagine this. I'm halfway across the world, in a bar in London, celebrating my last year of vet school, when I spot the sexiest silver fox I've ever seen. We flirt, we kiss, and I have one of the best nights of my life. I'm sure I'll never see him again, which is why I don't give him my real name, even though I'm down to give him my address, phone number, and throw in my social security number just to be sure. Weeks later, I walk into Stonewall Investigations in Miami looking for help, and who do I find? A certain silver-haired fox with a cocksure grin and an accent that makes my knees melt. So, about that help.
BECKHAM. I went back to London so I could bury my father and put our rocky past to rest. I wasn't expecting to get handed a letter by a woman I'd never seen before, addressed to me in my father's handwriting. Opening it on the spot would be the emotionally mature thing to do. Drinking the evening away at a pub would be the emotionally therapeutic thing to do. I chose the latter. That's where I met one of the most interesting and attractive guys I'd ever chatted with, one I wanted to get to know from his head to his toes, one I was sure I would never see again. Cut to 3 weeks later, when the object of my intense desire walks into my office, looking for help with a murder that had been haunting him for years. This was going to be an interesting case. 1. BECKHAM Noble. The city was charcoal grey. Rain clattered down the window as I looked out at the passing buildings. The regal Croydon clock tower whizzed by in a raindrop-streaked blur. The Ashcroft Theatre looked different than the last time I'd seen it, with an entirely new modern facade, all white edges and square boxes. It all felt like home, and yet nothing could seem stranger to me. Of course, things had changed. I hadn't been back in London since I'd moved to the States. After my father and I threw fists at each other, after he kicked me out of the house and I never looked back. I moved to America, and, 17 years ago? I'd been 23, a young man just figuring himself out when I felt like my past in London was too much for me to bear. I packed up my shit and made a life for myself across the world. Now I had just turned 40, and no longer needed to figure myself out or explain myself to anyone, least of all my father. And even if I wanted to talk to him, that wasn't a possibility. The reason I had come back to London was to put our past to rest with him, once and for all. It was my mother who'd talked me into it. When I was kicked out, she did everything she could to get me back into the house. She was ready to divorce my father and sleep on the streets with me until we found a place to stay. I didn't want that, and I knew my relationship with my father was irreparable, so I cut all ties with both of my parents. I made it solely on my own, surviving day by day until I started working at a pub. That was where I met a private eye, who would talk to me every day about his job, his cases. They weren't all riveting cases, but he talked about each one with a contagious excitement. Years later, I spoke to my mum again. We had a tear-filled reunion, my heart feeling like it had been mended from an age-old wound, scabbed over with time. She told me that she'd divorced my father. Losing everything she loved in life, she had thrown herself into her sewing and dressmaking. Her passion bled into her pieces, and she soon found huge success, changing her life around. Sometime in the last couple of years, my parents had a rekindling of sorts. They spoke over tea and found some common ground. Over those years, things slowly got better, until my mum was telling me that my father was a changed man. She said there was something different about him, a happiness that changed even the way he smiled. She wanted me to speak to him, to try and build a bridge of the white water of trauma we had rushing underneath us. But I felt like there would be no way. I couldn't speak to him. I couldn't face him. And then I got a call about his death. It was my mother, and she had sounded pretty shaken up. She asked me to promise that I'd be at the funeral, at least to provide some strength to her. I didn't want her going through that day alone. I imagined her dressed in black, holding herself and surrounded by no one she could reach out for. I couldn't have that. I booked my flight and made it to London in time for the burial. The funeral went by in a blur. I didn't speak, but my mother did. She gave a beautiful eulogy for the man she had known before the alcohol took over. She talked about how, in those last few years, he had seemed to have turned his life around. Positivity had bred in a place where negativity held dominance for his entire life. Too little too late for me, but as my mother wiped away tears, I could see it was just enough for her. She looked frail in her older age, but her shoulders never slumped no matter how much pain she was enduring. Even at the burial, she stayed strong, holding my hand in hers, her bones poking at my palm, her body giving me small shudders. It was at the end of the burial, when I thought all was done, when a sense of permanence had fallen on the five of us standing there. It was then that a woman walked over to me and caught me by the elbow. She looked to be my mother's age, with soft brown eyes moist at the corners from fresh tears.
"You're his son, right?"
she asked. "Excuse me?"
"Robert's son, you're BECKHAM."
I nodded. She opened a black jacket and pulled something out from an inside pocket.
"This is for you. He wanted you to have it."
I narrowed my eyes. The envelope had my name written across the front. It was big and bent at the edges, and I could already tell I wanted nothing to do with it. I had come to this funeral because my mother asked me to. This wasn't about closure for myself. I'd already got my closure when I was homeless on the grimy London streets. That was when my father died to me, back when I was a 16-year-old kid, lost in this world and just looking for a little guidance. Surprise, surprise. Closure was a damn fucking lie. Because that envelope held a letter from my father, and as I took it into my hand, I could feel the weight of it like a 50-pound dumbbell. "Who are you?" I asked the woman, not recognizing her.
Well, I shall let you read the letter. It'll explain it all."
She took my hands in hers and shook them.
"I'm so sorry."
In her eyes was a deep sorrow, the same kind of sadness reflected in the few people that had attended the funeral. Somehow, though, hers seemed to run deeper. She left, getting into a dark town car and driving off down the shaded road of the cemetery, leaving me behind with 100 different questions. I got into the back of the cab. I held the envelope in my hand, wondering what would happen if I just slid the window down and tossed the damn thing out into the grungy street. That's what I wanted to do. I should have never come. I let my mother convince me this was a good idea. I should have stuck to my gut. This was a mistake. And the burning envelope in my hand proved that. I told the driver the address to the flat I was staying in. He tapped it into the navigation system and we were off. I'd asked my mum if she wanted to spend some time together, but she said she felt like sleep was the only thing she wanted. I wondered if she knew who that woman was. I didn't even get a name. But the way she was looking into my eyes, the way the sadness washed over her, I felt like she had to have some kind of strong connection with my father. The driver turned onto a faintly familiar street. A lot of this part of South London was coming back to me. I had left Kingston when I was 19, so there were plenty of memories built up in the narrow streets and brown-bricked buildings, the windowsills painted white, their walls practically touching their neighbours. Not all memories were good, but most were. Most were really good. "Turn here, please." "Sure thing, mate." We drove down a less residential street, homes being replaced by newsstands and boutique shops. There were more people out on the streets around here, shopping and going out to eat, walking hand in hand with their dates. A movie theatre blurred past, the marquee lit up like a spotlight, a long line stretching out past the ticket booth. "You can stop here," I said, realizing we were getting close. "I can walk the rest of the way." "You sure?" "Yeah, it's a nice night out." "It is, isn't it?" The driver pulled to the side of the road. I thanked him again and opted out, making sure I had the letter in my hand, although I briefly considered leaving it in the back seat and being done with it for good. Down the street I went, the letter weighing me down like an anchor. I had a remedy for that kind of trouble, though, and it involved downing a few shots. I almost walked past it at first. Time doesn't stop for anyone or anything, that was certain. A lot had changed since I left, my favourite pub being one of those things. I remembered coming to this place when it was a hole in the wall, serving questionable food but excellent liquor. The crowd was always the same and always entertaining, and the bartenders had turned into good friends of mine. I met my first drag queens in Hopkins Mug, and taken my first body shots there too. It had felt a little like family after a while. Unfortunately, time wasn't kind on friendships either, and I had lost touch with them years ago. Part of me hoped they would still be in there, like a time capsule just waiting to be split apart. The second I walked in, I half expected to be greeted by cheers and familiar faces, while having been preserved in amber and waiting for my return. Of course, that would never happen. Shit changed, and that was apparent by just looking at the building. It was a different time 17 years ago. Bloody hell. 17 years ago? I looked at the updated facade. The pub looked nothing like it did all those years ago. For one, it had a new name, The Sword and the Sword. There were two swords crossing on the shield above the door, a rainbow behind the shield. Clever. The old brick wall that marked the entrance had been replaced by a sleek white wood, freshly painted and well taken care of. After the bouncer let me in, I was glad to see that the inside was at least similar to what I remembered. The tables were different, and the pub looked bigger, but overall this was the same pub I had come to as a kid and found a home in. I remembered the buses, Alfredo and Kia, two people who had taken me under their big gay wings and taught me how to dance on our downtime. Then there had been Chris and Pradeep, the bartenders who had spent hours teaching me how to make every drink under the sun, along with how to make the most tips under the sun, too. Those two had been tip monsters, their pockets always full to bursting by the end of the night. I went over to the bar, pulling out a stool and taking a seat by the far-end corner where the light had some trouble reaching. The place was pretty empty, which didn't surprise me, considering it was just now turning 5 o'clock in the evening.
Cheers, mate. Drinking anything today?
The bartender was a bubbly brunette with a stunning red rose tattoo on her forearm. I'll take a vodka tonic, thanks. She must have judged by my all-black attire that the day wasn't exactly going well, because the drink she handed me was 90% vodka and 10% tonic. I drank half of it in one gulp. On my lap was the thick envelope. I grabbed it, half expecting the thing to light on fire, and placed it on the bar, making sure there weren't any wet spots. As much as I didn't want to read the damn thing, I knew I wanted to keep it safe. It wasn't long before the pub started to fill up. At first the music was playing a good mix of oldies and recent hits, low enough that I could hear myself think. I'd been doing a lot of that, and after 3 vodka tonics my thoughts were all over the place.
"You're gonna need a refill,"
said a voice from my left. I turned my head, meeting eyes with a young guy, blonde hair cut short and light blue eyes reflecting the light off the multicolored disco ball that swung overhead.
"What are you drinking?"
He was a good-looking guy. I could entertain this for a moment. "I've got it." I turned to the bartender and ordered 2 shots, red-headed sluts. She brought back the shot glasses swirling with Jägermeister and cranberry juice. The blue-eyed cutie looked at me, a devilish smirk playing on his face. I placed the letter back on my lap, keeping it away from the increasingly dirty bar top.
"Okay, you like control. I like that."
I smiled at him and grabbed my shot glass. He followed suit, lifting his and clinking the glass with mine before we both tilted our heads back and dropped it down the hatch, the liquor burning its way down my throat. He shook his shoulders and rolled his head.
"That was intense. What was in that shite? Bull bollocks and cinnamon?"
Ah, Londoners. Oh, I miss these bold, brash, beautiful fucking people. I hadn't been back in a long, long time. Almost enough time for me to have forgotten the difference between a stonker and a todger. Not that they're much difference at all.
"Whatever, Daddy. You can order a shot of pure rubbish and I'll still go on with you."
I winced a little at the casual toss of Daddy my way. It was fine. I got it. I embraced it. For the most part, my hair had been going grey since I got in my early 20s, and the smile lines that crinkled at the corners of my eyes and on my forehead didn't exactly scream that I was sipping from the fountain of youth either. I was built broad, with strong shoulders and a sturdy frame, and carried myself with confidence. I could see how I fit the description of a daddy, and I didn't mind it. What I didn't enjoy was what came after. The inevitable realization that we had nothing in common besides sex. That was getting very old very fast. I was tired, exhausted of relationships that were set to expire from the second they began. No more, I told myself. Stop being such a blundering oaf, focus on yourself and your job, and just be happy. Be content. That's what I've been telling myself. Now, my hardening cock, spurred by the Jaeger and the attractive pair of blue eyes staring me down, was telling me an entirely different story.
Come, let's dance.
The music was pumping loud, a song I didn't recognize. People were shouting about a twerking contest or some of a crazy dance move I didn't know how to do. Oh, no, that's okay. I don't dance.
What? Come on, you can dance. Just get behind me and rub up on me. I want to feel that big thing of yours rubbing up against me.
He leaned in, a hand on my thigh. Why couldn't he just sit at the pub and chat before I took him back to my flat for the fuck of his life? All these kids wanted to dance and move and swing their arms around, all while they simulated standing sex on a tuna-packed dance floor. It didn't sound like fun. Currently, the dance floor was only being used by a group of free guys who looked like they snuck in with fake IDs, which really only made things worse. At least in a tuna can situation, you were relatively hidden from the masses. In this case, this guy, who I still had no idea what his name was, wanted me to go and move my uncoordinated body as people stood around with drinks in their hands, judging the bloody hell out of us. Yeah. No. You can dance, I'll save your seat. The guy leaned back in the stool, his eyes narrowed to slits.
Really?
Yes?
I should have listened to Theo. Older guys really are fucking boring.
He slid off the bar stool and left, walking past the trio of high schoolers waving their hands in the air, throwing them all a judgmental glare as he passed. Wow. Well, that really fucking sucks. The bartender, like a guardian alcohol angel, came over with another shot before I even asked. The Jaeger went down smoother this time. I wondered if I should ask to take the entire bottle back to my flat. No, that young twat didn't deserve second-hand killing me through alcohol poisoning. Fuck him. If I didn't want to dance, I didn't have to, and I could watch him dance away from the best damn lay of his life. His loss. The lights were practically out now. The only reason I could see my hands in front of me was from the rainbow-colored lasers flashing all over the place. The music pounding in my head. I grabbed the envelope in my lap, my fingers still surprisingly not catching fire. I moved to get up, done with today. A good bath and a good night's sleep was what I needed. Hell, maybe I'd treat myself and leave Love Island on the TV as I went to sleep. That'd be nice. This had been a mistake. Why had I thought this was a good idea in the first place? Why did I even come back to London? I should have listened to my gut and left the past in the past. Instead, I was holding the past in my damn hands. I turned to leave, surprised at how big the crowd was and how desperate they were to try and snag the bar stool I had vacated. It was like I'd left behind a $100 bill. This is exactly why I hate going out anymore. Swimming through the crowd, I made it out unscathed. Envelope now safely tucked in my back pocket, legs beginning to feel the effects of the back-to-back shots. I could see the exit right in front of me, like the light at the end of the tunnel. I was sure my bed tonight would feel like a cloud, and I was glad I wouldn't be sharing it with a dumb chode too. Someone bumped into me. It was dark and I quickly apologized, but the lights had hit in just the right way and bounced off the young man's face, making his eyes glow like a prism against the sun. And the smile. God damn that smile on him. With the force I bumped into him with, he should have been pissed. Instead, he looked at me with a smile reserved for someone who had just won the lottery.
Are you heaving?
I arched a brow. Huh? The music was so loud I had to lean in to hear what he said.
Are you leaving?
Leaning in had two effects. One, I could now clearly make out his question and no longer thought he was into some weird puke fetish. And two, the stranger's cologne hit me like a bulldozer wrecking the bones of an abandoned building. It was a strong scent, flowery and fruity, and entirely intoxicating. His blonde hair, short and styled, illuminated with colours from the lasers. That smile still holding strong.
Did you have somewhere to be?
No, I grinned, wanting to match the expression on his face. I just didn't have a reason to be here.
Can I give you one?
He was smooth, and it was getting closer to me. This was like a bolt of lightning striking from nowhere and rooting me right to the spot. Sure. You can give me whatever you want. He cocked his head, like a game of cat and mouse, except we were two cats, lions, both turned toward their prey, hunger and heat starting to fill me.
Let's start with a drink,
he said, nodding toward the packed bar. Shit. If only you'd come sooner, I wouldn't have given up my damn spot. At least he hadn't asked me to dance. What's your name? I asked him as we shuffled back toward the hellhole that was the bar.
My name, it's a Jameson.
I gave him a look.
Jameson,
he shouted over the loud music, a little more sure of himself this time. Maybe I hadn't heard him right, although I wasn't a private eye for shits and giggles. I was a good observer, and right then I observed a whole lot of bullshit. That was fine. It wasn't the first time an American crossed oceans to make pretend they were someone completely new.
Yours?
He asked. Beckham.
Like Ben?
Don't even go there. I shot him a look with a smirk.
Gotcha.
We made it to the bar without losing a limb to the alcohol-ravaged zombie crowd. There wasn't enough room for both of us, though, so I had to stand behind Jameson as he leaned over the sticky bar top to try and get the bartender's attention. He may not have been getting their attention, but I was focused all in on him, and the way his ass was pushing back on me, rubbing over my crotch as he leaned. I had zero doubt the guy could feel my growing bulge against him. It drove me wild. An image of him flooded my brain. I pictured his jeans down to his ankles, arse up in the air, hands out on the bar, and me driving deep into him. The crowd none the wiser until our moans and thrusts became too primal, too loud. And then the crowd would give space, and I'd ravage this sexy little thing for the entire club to watch. What the hell? Why was this guy having such an effect on me? We just met literally minutes ago, and I was already fantasizing 10 different ways of fucking him silly? Wow. I really need to get laid.
You're good with vodka soda?
The object of my sex dreams asked, looking back at me with a devilish glint in his blue eyes. I hadn't even noticed the bartender had asked for our order. Perfect, I said. He turned back to the bar, and I turned back to imagining how good this guy would feel bouncing up and down on my lap. Fucking hell. 2. Oliver Brightly.
Oh, honey. Honey, 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 what a mess I'd gotten myself into. Here I was, thousands of miles away from home, flirting with a complete and total silver fox of a stranger who had managed to twist my briefs into a bunch with a single, smoldering stare. Now say that 69 times fast. I didn't even tell him my real name. That part was a little exciting, not gonna lie. It wasn't my idea, it was William's, the best friend who'd dragged me to the other side of the globe with him. And I say dragged in the most loving of ways. If it weren't for him, I would have been holed up in my apartment, binging on old seasons of Star Trek and Veronica Mars, while I counted down with increasing dread the days for my summer break to be over. So, thank you, Will. And thank you, random silver fox who sauntered right out of my wildest dreams. Because wow, this man was hot, like leagues above anything else I'd ever seen. He had a head of silver hair thick enough to run my hands through and styled impeccably. He owned a pair of eyes that held me prisoner, green and dusted with golden flecks. His face was strong, his shoulders held high and confident, but he wasn't intimidating, not to me at least. I could see the wrinkles that came from smiling often and laughing freely, and there was a warmth in his smile that made me feel all kinds of comfortable. Like I'd just stepped into a friend's cozy home and that friend happened to be a star baker who had ovens filled with rising dough. Yeah, that's how he made me feel.
Beckham,
he had said when he introduced himself, offering a hand that I wanted to grab and lick. Weird? Sure. But would it get the point across? Definitely. Instead of licking, I managed to shake, miraculously keeping my tongue from lolling out of my gaping mouth. Beckham was tall, and he had arms that looked like they could spin me around and around until I dug a hole down to the center of the earth. And I was currently rubbing my ass up on him like my grandma's 12-year-old terrier who's constantly in heat. I was in heat, that was for sure. I fully felt like I'd been placed in a scorching hot oven, the heat burning me from the outside in. Sweat started to bead on my forehead, which came from both the flickers of flame that were running through my body and the rising anxiety inside me, competing with the flames. I turned before I dropped my pants right then and there. Feeling this man against me turned my brain into a slushy. "Here you go, Beckham."
Thank you. Jameson.
Ugh, that's right. One future tip for faking a name when you're overseas. Have that name prepared ahead of time. Hell, have the entire backstory prepared before the plane even touches down. Then, you won't be caught looking like a fool when all you can think about is the name of a liquor bottle sitting on a nearby shelf. At least I didn't choose Merlot. We moved through the crowd toward an outdoor patio area. I threw a glance toward the dance floor, which was packed with sweaty bodies grinding up against each other like they were all trying to make fire on a deserted island. I spotted William, the tallest one in the crowd, dancing with one of the girls we had met at another bar before this one. She liked him so much, she decided to tag along with us. William seemed entertained by her, but with the way his gaze was staring out a window, as though he were picturing himself anywhere else, I realized the entertainment may have been waning. I waved over the heads of all the dancing people, grabbing his attention. I pointed out toward the patio. He said something to his date, but she didn't seem to like what he proposed. She shook her head, pouted, and started moving her hips in an even wilder fashion than before. For a second, I thought she was trying to suck William up into her hoo-ha and never let him go. He waved me off and went back to focusing on the girl. I shrugged and turned my attention back to Beckham, who was waiting for me by the door to the outside patio, holding it open for me like some kind of prince in a well-fitting black button-up. Speaking of black, he sure was wearing a lot of it. From head to toe, there was zero color. It looked good on him, almost like he was some kind of secret agent.
It's too stuffy in there, ain't it?
I nodded, thanking him as I walked past him and into a much less crowded outdoor area, with a large trellis covered in ivy and brightened by rows and rows of small white lights. There were a few raised tables that were already claimed by chatting groups of friends, but there was an open spot on the far end of the patio, next to an impressively realistic stone statue of a lion, its jaw gaping and a fountain running down from it into a vase underneath. "Cheers," I said, lifting my glass, looking up into the eyes owned by a man straight out of my gayest dreams.
Cheers.
I almost melted. What was it about the chill attitude and the slanted smile that was making me feel all kinds of fuzzy in the head? And of course, there was the fact that he was packing major heat down between those thick thighs. I had felt it firsthand against me at the bar, and let me just tell you, I was still shaking. I wasn't really expecting to get down and dirty tonight, but Beckham made me want to toss all care to the wind.
So, where are you from, Jameson?
Ugh, that name. I winced internally. I'm from America. I paused, wondering if he knew any states. I'd been in Europe for a week and a half, and I learned pretty quickly that saying I'm from America was a lot simpler than saying I was from Fort Lauderdale, Florida.
What part?
Florida. His eyes went wide for a moment.
What part of Florida?
Well, I'm going to school in Fort Lauderdale, but most of my family lives down in Miami.
You're taking the piss.
Taking the, huh? Beckham tilted his head. I wondered what his lips tasted like. Probably like heaven and sex and magical cotton candy.
You're joking. Miami. That's where I live.
No kidding. I shook my head, sipping more of the drink. What a small world. What are you doing out here?
I got some family things to handle.
I nodded, feeling like that was all I would get on the topic.
And you?
He asked. I wanted to impress him. I really, really did. The last thing I wanted to say was that I was still a student, this Euro trip of mine celebrating the fact that I only had 1 year of vet school left. Beckham was older. I could tell in the way he carried himself, in the sexy silver of his hair and the wisdom in his eyes. I felt myself suddenly becoming self-conscious of my age and inexperience. I'm an exotic animal vet, actually. Not that far off from the truth, right? The London Zoo asked me to come and treat one of their Bengals. Okay, that was way far off from the truth. Then again, he thought my real name was Jameson, so what damage was I really doing? As badly as I felt myself wanting to see Beckham for longer than one night, I knew that one night was the only thing in the cards for us. So what if we lived in the same state? So did 21 million other people. What were the chances I'd see this handsome European Prince Charming ever again? Bengal tigers, I clarified, as if he wouldn't know.
I know.
See, there you go. He looked me up and down, almost like he was scanning me. I narrowed my eyes when our gazes locked. What? I took a sip of my drink, sucking through the straw.
Nothing. I'm just impressed is all.
He grinned.
I didn't know I'd meet a tiger whisperer tonight.
What do? I didn't want to stay too long on my tiger-wrangling ways. It was already starting to gnaw at me, like a Bengal would on a big, juicy thigh bone. I began feeling guilty.
I don't save endangered species, unfortunately.
I'm sorry. I couldn't. Something about Beckham was making me feel bad about lying to him. Even if this was just a one-night thing, I didn't want to feel like some kind of pathological liar. I'm not actually a vet. Well, not yet. I wanted to impress you, and I went a tad too far. I'm actually about to start my last year of vet school. You just have this look, this stare. I don't know. It makes me want to simultaneously lie my ass off and also tell you my deepest, darkest, most juiciest secrets. To my intense relief, Beckham laughed.
I figured as much. I was actually at the zoo yesterday. Loved going there as a kid. Decided to visit again. Was reminded that they only have the Sumatran tigers there, commonly confused with Bengals. But, well, I didn't think you'd confuse them.
Wow. And you were going to let me go on digging my grave, huh?
You were the one shoveling, mate.
I smiled and leaned back on a wood railing.
I'm glad you came clean about that, Jameson.
Actually, I didn't get a chance to make myself look like even more of a crazy liar. William came up beside me, nudging me with a shoulder and nodding at Beckham. His white t-shirt was splotched with sweat, 2 big round marks on his chest that looked suspiciously like breasts. Hey, Will, you done getting down and jiggy in there?
Yeah. Were you getting down and jiggy out here?
He smiled at Beckham, who offered his hand and introduced himself quickly, before focusing on his drink, leaving me and Will to our conversation. Kind of, I said, suddenly feeling bashful. Will gave me a very obvious wink.
All right, I'll head to the hotel then.
What? No, you don't have to end your night. Go find whatever girl you were dancing with. Take her back to the room.
You planning on sleeping somewhere else tonight?
Thank God the patio area was as dark as the club because my cheeks had turned cherry red. Maybe, I answered, knowing Beckham was sipping on his drink and pretending not to hear, even though Will was speaking louder than the music.
All right, I'll see who I bring back then.
I went to give him a hug goodbye, but Will was already gone, most likely on the hunt for whatever girl he had been dancing with.
Was that your boyfriend?
Beckham asked when Will left. Maybe he hadn't been paying attention then. What? No, that's my best friend. We came together on this trip. It was his idea, actually.
Ah, got it. Didn't know if you were in an open relationship or not. Not too rare these days.
Nope. I'm just in a non-existent relationship with Ricky Martin. That's about it. And I guess he wants it to be open, so I'm just going with it. I mustered a smile and lifted my glass. Livin' the vida loca, eh? That got Beckham to crack up. When he was able to get his breath back, he looked at me kind of funny. He looked at me in a way that made the oxygen in my lungs instantly burn up.
You're a special one.
Oh, really? How so? Beckham just smiled and drank from his glass. I knew I wasn't getting an answer to my question, but that was all right. His smile was all the answer I needed.
3. Beckham Noble. Wow, this was new. Time was blurring by. I was laughing and smiling and having a grand fucking time, even with the envelope holding my father's letter burning a hole through my back pocket. I had watched his casket being lowered into the ground hours before, and even though I held zero emotions toward him, zero, I still half expected to go to sleep in a dark mood. I didn't expect to be chatting about my immensely strong dislike of Taco Bell after a particularly harrowing incident with someone who I was sure was lying to me about his name. But that was okay. Jameson or not, this guy was pulling me in. There was an air about him, like he didn't care, even though I could see through a couple of thin cracks in his facade. He was funny and smart, and he was fit with a capital F. So, no Taco Bell for me ever again, I said, finishing the story.
I mean, after that, I don't think I'd even look at a taco or ring a doorbell the same way ever again.
We both laughed, neither of us realizing the place was beginning to clear until we were the last two left on the patio, our empty drink cups sitting on the banister.
Oh, shoot, we're about to get kicked out.
My flat is only a short walk away, I said. Suddenly my heart pounded hard in my chest. I flashed back to earlier in the night when that young douchebag called me out for being older. It had left a mark. You don't have to go if...
Let's go,
Jameson, or Fred or Brad or Jason said. Okay, good. I could breathe properly again. We walked through the patio into the pub. The lights had been flicked on, throwing the scene into stark reality, making me wish I'd put on beer goggles just to walk through the filthy space. I was pretty sure I saw 5 different puddles that could be considered as hazardous waste by government officials. Outside, the London air was fresh. It was early October, so the temperature wasn't blistering cold yet. We could get by with light jackets, although I'd been underneath the Miami sun for so long that even 17 degrees Celsius started to feel like the dead of winter to me. So how are you liking London? I asked as we walked down a quiet street. Rows of homes on either side of us, blinds closed and residents fast asleep.
I love it. I really didn't think I would, just because I'm not a big industrial city kind of gal, you get me? I didn't much like New York when I visited, and I heard London was a similar. But it's not. It feels like a storybook over here.
That'll start wearing off after a few months and a couple rides on the tube.
Oh, I've gotten a taste of the subway over here.
He shrugged.
Still better than NYC. I once saw a woman on the subway back in New York, and no lie, she had a pet rat dressed in a pink tutu and wearing a top hat, and the rat would sit on her shoulder, nibbling on her hair.
Okay, yeah, that is a little weird. We laughed, the sound of his happiness lifting my mood. The street turned, the houses feeling more cramped as we got closer to the river. Ahead, the lampposts were all out, plunging our path into darkness. I was walking, still chuckling, and not realizing Jameson had stopped cold behind me. What's wrong? I turned to him, seeing his expression painfully twist before he forced his smile back on.
Mind if we take another road?
Sure, we can take the street over. We'll see the river better that way anyway. Something had affected him. It happened quickly and seemed to have been visceral. I felt a pang of sadness hit me. I wanted to wrap my arms around him and hold him until he felt safe again, and I didn't really know why. We turned and went down the street, with the lampposts lighting our way. It took a few minutes for the conversation to return and for the mood to lift again, but it did. Soon we were back to laughing and joking, walking alongside the River Thames, its gentle water spotlighted by the full moon that floated above us. There were anchored boats, most of them multi-tiered tourist boats that bobbed up and down, the sound of their docks creaking gently. Buildings lined the other side of the street, some of them modern apartment buildings with glass and red bricks, and other buildings holding on to their historic facades. Some of them I still even remembered. As we talked, I noticed both of us couldn't keep our hands off the other. Not in a groping about to snog you on the street kind of way, it was more of a flirting dance kind of way. He would laugh and put a hand on my forearm. I would occasionally reach over and touch his elbow, his lower back, even the nape of his neck. Every time our skin touched skin, I could feel the sparks fly, the same kind of sparks that happened the moment I met this guy. Jesus, Jameson, you are one of the funniest guys I've ever met, you know that. I had to say it after a particularly gut-busting joke.
Okay.
He closed his eyes and rubbed the bridge of his nose.
I'm not really named after a hard liquor, That was just a dumb moment. I wanted to be someone.
I kissed him. I couldn't hold myself back. His lips locked with mine, and I could feel the entire bloody planet rock underneath my feet. I'd never been so struck by a snog before. This was unexpected. I shut my eyes and potted his lips with my tongue, entering his mouth, gliding and probing and tasting. His hands moved to my hips, and he tugged me against him. I could practically feel the moan rise up through his small frame. I swallowed it hungrily, letting my hands roam up and down his back, slipping underneath his shirt, feeling his soft skin under my palms. Heat blasted through me like I'd just opened a furnace. There was no denying it, no running from it. The two of us had a raw chemistry that made my bones simmer with heat and my cock throb with need. Who gave a fuck about names?
"How far is your flat from here?"
Jameson asked, breathless, lips lit up by the orange light from the lamppost above us. "That building right there?"
"Why aren't we running? You aren't even wearing heels."
He was already speed-walking down the street toward the building I had pointed out. I laughed, following behind him, my hand in my pocket, holding down my stiffy so that I didn't look like I was offering a home for any displaced gnomes. We could barely climb the stairs up to my place. Our kisses and gropes and grinds made climbing stairs a difficult but quite enjoyable process. By the time we had entered the living room, our shirts were already off and pants were beginning to get unzipped. I left my father's letter on a table next to my door. I didn't even have time to flick on the light, which was fine since the blinds were wide open and let in plenty of streetlight melded with moonlight. The darkness also helped in keeping my affectionately dubbed dad bod a little more concealed. I wasn't going to lie, plus there was zero way I could lie, but I didn't really go to the gym that often. I was blessed with good genes and had stayed relatively fit throughout most of my life with minimum amount of effort. Age, though, had different plans. It was taking a little more work and a little more attention to what I ate so that I didn't balloon, but I also wasn't walking around with a washboard six-pack. Was Jameson used to that kind of body? Did he think he was getting that with me? And would the disappointment drive him away like the other guy?
"Fuck, you're so sexy."
His words struck as the truth. He wasn't saying it just to say it. He was a few steps away from me. He openly admired my chest, my stomach, the obvious bulge in my slacks. It burned away some of the self-consciousness. I grabbed my hard cock and stroked for him, seeing the embers light up in that expressive, stunning pair of eyes. He was a catch. In the dim light, I could see Jameson didn't have a six-pack either, and he certainly didn't need one in the slightest. His body was smooth and lithe, his small nipples already hard, his chest bare of any hair, plenty of space for me to mark with my teeth. Our lips collided together. Our bare chests finally pressed together. I had met this guy only hours earlier, and yet I felt like I'd been craving this skin-on-skin contact since I was born. We moved through the dark of the living room toward the couch. I guided us, moving while our tongues battled for space, for a taste. At the couch, I was pushed backward. I fell onto the couch with an exhale of air. The light from outside gleamed on Jameson's skin, making those sky-blue eyes pop even in the dark.
"So fucking sexy."
He had said it almost to himself, but I heard it. I spread my legs open wider. "Take those pants off, come over here and sit on my lap." He didn't waste much time. The zip of his jeans filled the room, followed by the rustle of pants falling down in a puddle at his ankles. The light pink briefs he had on were already darkened where the head of his cock pushed against the fabric. It was an absolutely tantalizing sight. Drove me wild, it did. And yet my gaze still drifted up, toward the sky-blue orbs that changed the entire course of the night for me. In a moment of equal clarity and insanity, I felt like those eyes had changed the course of more than this night alone. It was a thought I quickly set aside. I focused on the drool-worthy body I was set to devour. No need to complicate the night with rubbish thoughts of soulmate and destiny. Tonight was meant to be as least complicated as possible. I didn't even know this guy's real name. He was set to leave the country, and so was I, never to cross paths again. That was how tonight would go, and I was fine with that. Completely and utterly fine with it. I was fine with it, all right? But if we miraculously bumped into each other at the supermarket back in Florida, then I wouldn't exactly complain. 4. Oliver Brightly.
Oh, holy mother Cher, this man was beyond hot. This man was the type of man who made me think about every single insecurity I had and magnified it by 1,000. I simultaneously wanted to shrink from his steaming gaze and peacock for him. He made me that crazy. I didn't even know how I was getting words out, much less jokes, which he had seemed to be eating up from the second we left the bar. I didn't think I'd ever been with someone who laughed so hard at the smallest little things I said. And hey, I wasn't hating it, that was for sure. What I was hating, though? My freaking anxiety, which had reared its nasty head back on that dark street and which hadn't really let go since then. I was comfortable around BECKHAM, like really, really comfortable. And I felt really safe around him, too. It was one of the reasons why I felt okay going to his apartment once the lights had come on at the bar. Another reason was William having my location on that Find My Friends app. I told him that if he noticed any suspicious and sustained stops at any local ditches, then call the police, stat. But seeing that dark street, regardless of who knew our location, walking alongside someone I was having such an incredible time with, it brought me straight back to the darkest night of my life. BECKHAM had been great in handling my sudden bout of fear. He didn't even ask a question. He simply listened and readjusted our route, like the handsome British knight he was. Because this man had to be a gallant knight, saving princes and princesses from dragons and evil sorcerers. He had to be. Just had to. Well, actually, with the way he was sitting right now on the leather couch, legs spread so that his thighs strained the black slacks and bare-chested on the leather couch, he looked more like James Bond. And with how wet my briefs felt, I knew I could easily pretend to be a Bond guy, coming out of the ocean toward him in slow motion. I moved toward those open legs. My heart thumped hard. I was nervous. Not only because of the earlier scare, but because BECKHAM stared me down like a hungry lion, and I wanted to make sure he enjoyed his feast. But what if he didn't? He was clearly experienced in life. Was he the same with men? I certainly wasn't. This whole sex pot thing I was trying on was just that, a costume. As I sauntered over to him, I started to feel a little ridiculous, like he could see right through this facade I'd put on to impress him. He reached forward, and his hands closed on my hips. He pulled me closer and started to kiss my hip bones up over my belly, around my belly button. The nerves simmered down, another kind of heat beginning to take over. His kisses traveled downward. Over the thin fabric of my briefs, I could feel his warm breath on me. He palmed my ass as his lips wrapped around my bulge. This was intense, insane. It was so incredibly hot. "Lean back," I whispered, looking down at the most beautiful man I'd ever seen in my life. He listened, sitting back into the light brown cushions. It was dark, but I could still see everything I wanted to. From his juicy lips to his lickable chest, down to the thighs I wanted to crush me like a Coke can. I moved to straddle him, sitting down on his lap. I could feel his hard length pushing against me, throbbing upward. My entire body turned into bundles of live wire. All my nerves were frayed and sparking. Our lips met again in a breathless kiss. I couldn't get enough of his taste, of his feel, his scent, his everything. Why the hell does this have to be an overseas thing? Nope. See, there I was, getting carried away on a current of dumb and naive bliss. What did I expect? For this night to turn into something bigger, something better? All because of what? Our incredible and explosive chemistry and intense sexual attraction? Well, when you put it like that... BECKHAM's hand slipped under my briefs and time froze. The warmth of his fingers massaging my balls was heavenly. I gasped, his fingers closing and tugging as he looked up at me, overflowing with lust and admiration and... "Holy shit!" he shouted. "Fuck!" I shouted. "What the fuck?" Someone else shouted. A stranger had opened the apartment door. He was stumbling back, forearm over his eyes, a half-empty bottle of vodka in his hand. I was on the couch, a pillow covering my crotch, my pulse pounding hard in my head. I could practically hear it, like drum beats between my ears.
"Get the hell out of here, you drunken twit!"
BECKHAM sounded furious. He was up and storming toward the door, his frame an imposing 6-foot-something. The drunken intruder mumbled sorries and wrong flat before BECKHAM slammed the door shut. He locked it this time and turned back to me, his face clearly spelling out the apology before he even said a word.
"I'm so sorry."
I shook my head. "Don't even worry about it. I'm just like 4 seconds away from passing out. Don't even stress."
"I swear I locked that thing. Didn't think the neighbors here were all drunken bloody idiots."
He flicked on the light before sitting back down on the couch, the soft leather sinking with his added weight. The room was washed in a warm yellow light. It was empty of any personal things and really only held the couch we were sitting on and a television on a stand that was way too small for it.
"You sure you're okay? You look a little pale."
Yeah, I'm fine. Do you, have anything to drink, like water, lemonade, maybe a virgin pina colada, if I'm being really extra?" BECKHAM stared at me for a moment. "Totally joking about that. I don't expect you to make me a pina colada, and I'm certainly not a virgin. But I can be extra sometimes. Okay, now I'm just blabbing. I really think I need that water." He laughed, and I felt inexplicably a little better. But only a little. BECKHAM got up, the black slacks hanging dangerously off his hips. I watched him go to the kitchen. The way his back moved was mesmerizing. I would have been dying to dig my fingers into it if I wasn't on the verge of a panic attack. He returned with a cool glass of water, the ice clinking against each other as he walked. "Thank you." I grabbed the glass and gulped. It was something I had learned from therapy, to get an icy cold drink and focus on the path it takes. Focus on the sensations around the tip of the tongue, around the back of the mouth, down the throat. Follow it down into the belly. It helped center myself when my feet felt unmoored from the ground. "You know," I said, setting the glass down on a coaster, "if I knew we were putting on a show, I would have charged the guy." More laughs, each one settling over my chest like a blanket.
"Wouldn't be a bad gig,"
he said, his British accent making his words sound like a song. "Nope, especially not if you were my co-star." BECKHAM's smile tilted back into that smolder I had melted for moments earlier. The fear had effectively killed my boner, but I certainly wasn't opposed to getting things back up and running. I leaned into his neck, kissing him, my hand back on his chest. His hand closed around my wrist. It felt good. It felt as grounding as the water had. It wasn't enough. My breathing was out of control, and I could still feel my heart beating hard, too hard. It didn't help that I was nervous to be with such a stud of a man. That added to the nerves. It made things worse.
"You're so amazingly sexy."
BECKHAM's voice was like honey, and it dripped over my body as his hands trailed lines of electricity down my sides. His cock was already rock hard and pushing up against me. I wanted him. I wanted him bad. And yet, when his hand moved downward over my bulge, he wasn't met with the same. I was soft and nothing was happening. All the blood rushed everywhere in my body but to my dick. "Come on. Relax. I'm fine. Everything's fine." I put a hand on his face, feeling the soft stubble of a beard, and brought his lips to mine. I hoped he couldn't feel the thumping of my heart through my kiss. This was the absolute worst-case scenario. My head was all, yes, holy mother of gay balls, yes, put your dick on his and have the time of your life. And yet my dick was saying, nope, can't right now, check back in a few hours. It was a disconnect that lit a flame underneath my cheeks. I was beyond embarrassed. How could I let this happen right now? This man turned me on to no end, and yet I couldn't get it up. I couldn't stop my heart from ramming against my rib cage. I couldn't stop my thoughts from being pure venom, turning this situation into an even bigger deal in my head. "I'm sorry," I said, surprised that my voice cracked. Was I about to cry? A knot tangled in my throat. I felt dumb, pathetic. Logically, I knew none of this could be controlled. There was an expectation that guys could control their dicks as if it was another appendage, but there was no button to press or lever to turn to go from soft to hard. Dicks were as elusive and as misunderstood as the female orgasm was to a gaggle of hetero fraternity guys. If things weren't happening, they weren't happening. That still didn't ease the feeling of guilt and shame I had. Mix that with the anxiety and fear still percolating in my chest, and you've got a concoction similar to that of lava.
Not a worry,
he said. His eyes told me he meant it. I'm a little shaken. I just need a minute.
You take as much time as you need. More water?
No, that's okay. I'm okay. I was saying it more for myself than anyone else.
We don't have to.
I want to. My voice was steady, even though my hands were shaking. I took a deep breath. I leaned in, and once again I moved to kiss him. His taste was addictive, and the feel of his lips on mine was literally all I wanted for the rest of my entire life. It still wasn't enough to keep the worry and the darkness at bay. I tried to push the thoughts out of my head. I was safe, and I was comfortable. Beckham wanted me as bad as I wanted him, and the rest of the night was hours and hours alone. No more drunken intrusions, no more dark thoughts. I didn't have to think about Derek, about how I watched his life. I can't. My head felt like it was about to explode. Even my eyes hurt. I stood up, trying to control the breaths that were slamming into my lungs. I tried not to think about how far away I was from home, how oceans crossed the distance between my family and me, how I was currently having a breakdown in front of one of the hottest guys I'd ever crossed paths with.
Don't worry. We don't have to.
Beckham stood up. And what he did next was exactly what I needed without knowing it. He reached out and put a hand on my elbow, then without even thinking I moved forward and pressed my head onto his chest, feeling the soft hair against the side of my face. I could hear his heartbeat. Lub-dub, lub-dub, lub-dub. His arms came around me, and Beckham, who I had just met hours before, held me against him in his living room until my pounding pulse slowed and my whirlwind of thoughts subsided. And even when it all did calm down, I didn't move. I could have stayed in Beckham's arms for the rest of my life and been perfectly fine. Happy, even. How batshit crazy was that?
5. Beckham Noble. My heart hurt for this guy. Seeing his pain and his fear did something to me. A protective flare shot up through my chest. I wanted to find whatever twat face had hurt him, and then hurt them in return. That was impossible, so I settled for holding him in my arms, letting him know it would be okay, whatever the hell it was.
I'm good. I'm okay.
He separated from me, wiped at his eyes. I hadn't noticed him crying, but my chest did feel a little wet. Come, let's go, get some fresh air on the balcony.
Let's.
I led the way, heading toward the sliding glass door. I opened it and was greeted with the kiss of a fresh breeze. The balcony looked out to the River Thames, dark and dancing with the moonlight above it. There were a pair of midnight joggers running down the pavement. Want to talk about it? I asked as we sat down. I learned through my years of investigating that normally, if someone wasn't asked, then normally they'd stay quiet about whatever was bothering them. But if I was direct, then the chances were higher that I'd get them to open up.
Not really.
Well, there went that strategy.
My name's not Jameson,
it continued, stating the obvious. I know.
You do?
I nodded. Besides, you don't look like a Jameson.
Oh? Who do I look like, then?
I don't know, mate. Reginald? Maybe a Morgano? Not Jameson laughed at that, his face cracking into a big smile. It was refreshing, and much more preferred than the look of fear he wore moments earlier.
Are those even real names?
He asked. You tell me. More Garno. More laughing, more smiling. I leaned back in my chair, the red fabric scratching against my back. My legs stretched out in front of me, my bare feet feeling the night chill. Soon, though, the chill was replaced by more warmth when my feet were joined by another pair.
My name's Ollie.
Ollie. I like that. Suits you.
Thanks.
He let out a breath.
God, that feels good. I thought it'd be so fun and cute to be an entirely different person, but who would have guessed that even a different continent can't fundamentally change who you are?
Never would have guessed, I said, throwing him a smirk.
Have you ever wanted to be someone else?
The question caught me off guard. I think everyone has, but like you found out, it's very difficult to run from who you are. And why should you? There's only one of you. I looked into Ollie's eyes, deep, through the brightness that shielded him, and down into the tender soul underneath. Only one. And I'm glad to have met the one and only Jameson Ollie, the exotic Bengal tiger vet who's still a student, and who has one of the biggest and warmest smiles I've ever seen. He flashed me that smile of his. It was like a superpower, burning away any lingering worries and anxiety in the air. His smile was an antidote to whatever complete bollocks was going on in my life. It was almost enough to get me to stand up, walk over to the table I'd left a letter on, tear it open, and release whatever can of worms was inside. Almost.
Thank you for tonight, Beckham. Seriously, I don't know what happened.
He looked out to the river.
Well, I do know what happened. Thank you.
If only he knew I should be the one thanking him. He'd turned my night completely around. How much longer are you in London for?
I leave tomorrow.
The words settled in my chest like radioactive dust from a nuclear fallout. I wanted him to say, a couple more days. I wanted him to say he was leaving on the same day I was. Then I'd have someone here, someone to make this trip one to remember, not one to try and forget. That was wishful thinking. Verged on crazy as well. I was beginning to feel like I was 22 again, falling hard for the first guy who paid me attention. And back then there hadn't been any apps to help forget about the one who got away. There had been some not-so-pleasant cruising spots, but it hadn't been my scene. I would talk to someone who I had an idea was gay and then end up getting incredibly attached with no remedy when things went south. I thought I'd grown out of that. Once I hit my mid-30s, I let go of any dreams having to do with eternal love. Plus, I downloaded Grindr and found it much easier to forget about the ones that didn't work. It sucked, of course, but I wasn't letting myself fall too deeply too quickly. Tonight, though, was interesting. Very interesting. Ollie, a name that suited him much more than Jameson, had kept me engaged all night. It was a night that on paper was set to be a blur of nothing, but me in my bed going to sleep to trashy TV, and then Ollie stopped me in my tracks and turned the night completely around.
Maybe we can meet up over there, in Florida.
Ollie said the words I hadn't realized I wanted to hear so bad. Let's do that. We traded numbers and suddenly oceans didn't seem to separate us. Still, I wasn't letting myself drift too far from shore. We talked for what felt like a lifetime, but ended up being only another hour. Both of our yawns gave away the time.
I should get a cab back to my hotel.
I wasn't going to ask if he wanted to sleep over. I felt like that would be way too much pressure. And after the great time we'd had together, I didn't want to do anything to remotely ruin it. Instead, I stood with him and walked back into the living room, putting on our shirts and walking him down to the door of my flat. Thank you for tonight, I told him. He stood in the hallway, those captivating eyes tilted up to mine. His smile stretched from cheek to cheek.
Please, I should be thanking you, Beckham. I totally freaked out on the hottest hookup of my life. I completely ruined the night.
Ruined it? You're kidding. Ollie, you saved the night. I needed this. More than you'd ever know.
Well, hopefully we can meet up back in America.
I'm counting on it. Ollie's phone buzzed, meaning his cab must have arrived. Before he could turn and leave, before he could walk away into the unknown, I grabbed his head in my hands and held him for a kiss to seal the night. It did so much more than that. This kiss unraveled me. The tiny moan he gave me, the tickle of his tongue against mine, the taste of his lips. And then we parted, and my lips tasted nothing but air, my tongue no longer dancing with his.
"Have a good trip back," said Ollie.
He put a thumb to his lips, the smile on his face looking like he'd been hit by Cupid's arrow 10 times over. "Same to you." Another buzz from his phone. He took a few steps backward, still smiling, still looking at me. Then he turned and left down the stairwell, leaving me thinking I'd also been hit by the same arrows. Back inside the flat, I locked the door, double-checked this time, and walked to the table where the envelope from earlier tonight was lying. The edges were a tad crinkled and the middle section was bent, but the letter was still intact and readable, still not bursting into flames as I had expected it would. Why? What could he possibly have to tell me? After everything that man did to me, what in the bloody hell would he have written to me? My fingers traced the envelope. The handwriting was clearly his, my name written in the same bold way he'd always written since I was a kid. There was a shake to it, most likely from his old age, but it was him, I was sure of it. And then who was that woman? His new wife, secret lover? Not tonight. No, tonight had ended far too well for me to ruin it by opening whatever gate to hell was inside that letterbox-sized paper cage. Instead, I went to bed, the TV on and my thoughts still swirling around Ollie, and the way all my problems seemed to have disappeared when he entered my orbit. 6. Oliver Brightly. 3 weeks later.
"Mason, stop." I rolled over on the bed, trying to avoid the wet kisses being planted on my cheek by a sandpaper tongue. "Please stop." I groaned and rolled over, feeling very overwhelmed by the sudden morning onslaught. I was used to it by now, especially since Mason had been extra affectionate after I'd gotten back from my Euro trip, but it still didn't make it a pleasant experience. "Ow!" I screeched and threw the covers off me. Mason let out a surprised meow and leaped off the bed, sauntering over to the open door where his brother Jar was sitting, staring at me with big orange eyes that said, "Feed us or die." It was cute. What wasn't cute was the small red scratches on my forearm from where Mason had kneaded his claws into me. They were growing redder and larger by the second, my cat allergies not just contained to sneezing. I rolled off the bed and had a good stretch, scratching my already itching arm. Once my feet touched the ground, both Mason and Jar came over, purring and bumping into each other before winding through my feet. Mason, the larger of the two, with a big body of lush orange and white fur, tried to get the most leg action. Jar kind of gave up and stepped back, his black tail tipped in white, flicking back and forth. I stood, making sure not to trip over either of them, and went through my morning routine, trying not to think too much about the day ahead. I had to relax, take it easy, because the second I started to freak out, I knew I would back out. And I couldn't do that. Not this time. Today, I was going to hire someone to hunt down whoever killed my boyfriend. I was going to work toward closure, because after 6 long, exhausting, painful years, I still didn't feel whole. I went to sleep and woke up knowing each and every day that Derek's killers were still out there, living their life to the damned fullest, while my best friend, my other half, was now lying flat on his back under 6 feet of cold, hard dirt. It made me nauseous. I splashed my face with cold water in my bathroom. The pale yellow walls reflected in the mirror had a calming effect, and the cool water dripping down my face was refreshing. I finished getting ready, deciding to throw on a cute, light pink button-up shirt and short white shorts. It was getting hotter and hotter in Miami, and I wasn't about to turn into a puddle before I even made it to the detective agency. My phone buzzed loudly across the kitchen counter. My apartment was a small, one-bedroom place, so it took me only seconds to run and grab it. It was excitement that made me run, excitement mixed with hope. "We want to notify you your power bill—" Ugh. The phone found itself back on the counter. I headed back to my room, shoulders slumped. Mason and Jar watching me from their cat tree. I wondered if they could sense the disappointment rolling off me in waves, and it wasn't because I was strongly opposed to paying bills, which, who isn't? The disappointment came from the fact that I was a dumb klutz who couldn't get his life together if he tried. I was on the way to the airport when it happened. We were waiting for our cab when Will asked to see something on my phone, a photo I had taken the day before. I handed him my phone, and he checked out whatever photo he was looking for. When he handed it back, the phone slipped through my hands, falling down to the floor and bouncing across the pavement where a conveniently placed sewage grate was waiting for possibly eons to swallow my phone whole. With its sole mission in life accomplished, I'm sure the sewage grate was one happy clam. Me, on the other hand, I was a mess. That's where I had so many memories, not to mention all the photos and videos I had just taken on the trip, none of which were backed up to the cloud because I was honestly a little suspect. Weeks later, without any of my photos and, more importantly, contacts, I was ready to beam my own consciousness up to the cloud just to keep it safe. Take whatever damn thing you need so long as I could always access the things I needed to. One of those things? Beckham's phone number. When my phone fell and died a terribly disgusting death drowning in sewage, I too died a horrible and brutal death. The only way I knew how to contact my handsome British knight in shining armor was through that phone. Well, why couldn't he call on a replacement phone, I'm sure you're asking. Funny story. Being overseas, I had a different phone number, and I got that one confused with my actual number, therefore giving him a Frankenstein of a number by accident. He couldn't reach me. I couldn't reach him. It was tragic to the nth degree. Not even a storyline on the original seasons of The Real World would have this much drama. It royally sucked. Seeing as how I had never felt more comfortable with someone before, and I had never been so attracted to someone before either. Even with my dick going on temporary strike that night, I knew that the chemistry between us was unmatched. Ugh. I dragged my feet and finished getting ready. All I could do was focus on today and work on tomorrow. There was no point in dwelling on the past. I couldn't. If I did, then I'd be in much worse shape than I was. It wouldn't just be dark streets that scared me, but lingering glances from strangers, a stronger breeze than normal, a loud sound that could be anything. Thankfully, years of good therapy got me to a place where I wasn't an anxiety-riddled mess for 24 hours of every day. I had a couple of triggers, hence my freak-out overseas, but for the most part, I was able to keep things under control. I couldn't focus on the past, and that meant I couldn't think about the way my heart danced a full, choreographed routine at the mere thought of Beckham and those breathtaking hazel eyes of his. Florida was blazing hot, even with it being late into October. I expected it would be even hotter when I got into Miami. It was a short drive from where I lived in Fort Lauderdale, but I was ready to make it. I had a date with destiny today. All right, Mason, Jar, you two behave yourselves, okay? No ragers or cat orgies or whatever the hell you two furballs get up to while I'm gone. My two babies looked at me like I was a freak before both plopped onto the ground for some belly scratches. I knew it was a trap, though, so I scratched each with one finger, avoiding their sharp claws that were at the ready for the second my hand landed on a belly. I got my keys and locked up. There was a feeling settling over me like I was doing the right thing. After my freak out with Beckham, I realized I needed more than just therapy. I needed closure. And one of the ways I could get that was, well, figuring out who killed Derek. The police had spent a couple of months investigating but ultimately found nothing, and at times were even hostile toward me when I started asking questions. It put me off digging any further at the time. I was young and scared and so terribly hurt. Not today. There was a fire in me, and I was going to keep it burning for Derek. My car was a mess of receipts and textbooks, random binders of all different colors on the floor. I wasn't the most organized, that was for sure, and for some reason my car was ground zero for all my junk. Only one more year, I reminded myself, and then I could put all the notes and textbooks into a big box and sink it down to the middle of the ocean. On top of the mess, I set a well-kept binder holding all the documents I had from the assault and murder. On my way to Stonewall Investigations, my phone rang. For a split second, I let my hopes run ahead of the 70 miles per hour I was currently pulling down the highway. Of course, it wasn't BECKHAM somehow finding my number. "Hey, Will," I said as the call connected to my car. "Hey." My friend's voice came through the speakers. "You're coming today, right?" Shit, I can't, Will. I'm doing something down in Miami." Today was our usual lunch at a taco place near our apartment building. We'd go to the beach and jog our Pico de Gallo-fueled sins off. It was one of the only things that kept me level-headed when school got too stressful, especially at the start of vet school. "That's fine. You going to be down there for long?" "I'm staying at my brother's for a few, yeah. I think I want to find Derek's killer." "Oh, whoa." The surprise was obvious, even through the phone. "Shit, man. All right, yeah, go do that. I've got your back. But wait, you're not doing it yourself, right? Like going Batman or some shit?" I laughed at that. Outside, the open farmlands had transformed into communities filled with spacious two-floor homes. No, I'm getting help for that. Going to my brother's detective agency." "All right, well, drive safe then, and keep me updated." "Will do, Will." "Talk later." The call hung up and was replaced by a kick-ass Taylor Swift song. I lowered the windows and upped the volume, letting my inner Swiftie flag fly as I tapped on my steering wheel and sang out the song, adding words to whatever lyric I didn't know. By the time I pulled into a parking spot, I had belted out a song from each of the pop divas, further enhancing my gay superpowers in preparation for what was ahead. Stonewall Investigations was already an immediately inviting building. A shaded walkway, cobbled with stone, led up to the main entrance, the bubbling sound of a fountain surrounded by bright green plants adding a sense of calm. A rainbow flag waved in the soft, salty breeze that carried in from the ocean, only a few streets away. I knew my brother had found a job here after his time as a police officer, but he didn't talk much more about his job. It could be because he had fallen deeply and madly in love with a fellow detective at Stonewall and was, most likely, still shy about it, knowing my brother. So all I knew walking in was that the detective agency helped any person who walked in through those doors, but was an exceptionally safe space for LGBTQ+ folks like me. I'd spent time giving interviews in police stations, spent time under the stony and cold glare of a police captain as I cried about losing my boyfriend in my own arms, talking to detectives who could be overheard chatting nonchalantly about the pussy they were bagging later in the night. It was gross and demeaning, and a lot of times I didn't feel like many in that station had my back or the back of my murdered boyfriend. Some officers did, and some were overly kind with me, and those few left their marks. But some were openly hostile toward me during a time when I needed help the most. I didn't want to play Russian roulette with finding help. I knew everyone at Stonewall Investigations would be open and willing to help me, and so I felt quite assured and safe walking into the main waiting area, immediately being greeted by a curly-haired girl sitting behind a long desk, her smile as bright as all the natural sunlight that filled the warm space. Her white blouse, dotted with tiny flowers, made her teeth seem almost reflective with how white they were. "Hi, welcome to Stonewall Investigations. I'm Holly. How can we help you today?" Her positivity was nice. It helped relieve pressure from my shoulders. I was definitely feeling anxious about this entire thing, and second thoughts did occur on the drive over, but for some reason I couldn't quite place. Stepping into Stonewall felt like the exact right thing to do. "I'm actually looking to speak with a detective. I've got some questions that need answering." "Wow, does that sound like I'm a mob boss or what?" Holly laughed at that, snorting toward the end of her laugh fit. You kind of look like Jonah Brightly." "Yeah, he's my older brother." "I was actually going to say a younger Neil Patrick Harris, but yeah, now that you mention it, I can see you and Jonah have the same nose." Now it was my turn to laugh. "Well, I'll take the NPH compliment. I'm glad to meet you, Oliver. Ollie." "Good to meet you, Ollie. Let me check the schedules and see who can help you out. Just grab a seat and I'll get you all set up. I think Jonah's all booked up, but I've got a couple other detectives opening up." "That's okay. I'd prefer someone that wasn't my brother." I smiled, feeling a sense of surety. The comfortable couch dipped under my weight when I sat. I reached over and grabbed one of the magazines on the table. I could mindlessly scroll through my phone, but that only reminded me of the missed connection my heart was unreasonably yearning for, Seriously, I had to stop watching sappy rom-coms on my iPad before going to sleep. It was turning me into a fawning kid chasing after something they'd never get. I have to stop watching The Proposal and start watching Child's Play. Because nothing says anti-lovey-dovey than a possessed and uber-creepy doll intent on murdering people. All right, Ollie, if you'll just come with me, I can take you to Detective Noble's office. Holly led me past the desk and down a hallway to the left. I spotted an outdoor courtyard area and plenty of space to relax and think about cases or do whatever else detectives did on their free time. We stopped in front of a closed door. The glass was frosted over, and a name was written across it in a golden script, the letters bold. Ha! Funny trick, universe, but I'm not falling for it. BECKHAM Noble. There could be no way this was the same BECKHAM I had met 1,000 miles away from this exact spot. This was just a dumb coincidence, that's all it was. So why did my hands get clammy all of a sudden? And those butterflies in my stomach, where did they just come from? What the hell? Why was there basically an entire pride parade marching around in my gut right now? Then Holly opened the door and, holy shit, bloody hell. Holly, with her big brown eyes, looked between me and an equally shocked BECKHAM, who was standing behind his desk and staring at me with an ever-growing smile. You two, know each other? 7. BECKHAM Noble. Thank you, BECKHAM. Really, thank you.
Piper beamed at me, the sunlight from my office window shining through her cherry-red hair. She was holding her wife's hand, Huma, who was also grinning wide and crinkling her light brown eyes. Of course, I said, letting the relief of a closed case wash over me. This was my favorite part of the job. The end result, when the clients are smiling through happy tears. You won't be needing to look over your shoulders anymore.
Thank you.
Huma was wiping away tears. They both stood up and came around my desk for a hug. The two walked out of the office all smiles, both exuding positivity. It made me one happy bloke. Usually, at least. Today was not a usual day. No. Usually couldn't be used to describe my life for quite a while now, but especially so in the days after I got back from London. There was a subtle haze over everything in my life, and it all seemed to focus in on the letter that I still couldn't bring myself to open. The pale white envelope was still sealed tight with my name scrawled across the center in what could only be my father's handwriting. But here's the kicker. Even if I wanted to open it, that wasn't a possibility anymore. It hadn't been for the past week, ever since I lost the damn thing. I sat in my chair, feeling the weight of my mistake fall hard on my shoulders. Why was I such a twat? I should have just opened the letter as soon as it was handed to me. It could have been handled right there and then. Instead, I couldn't find it anywhere, even after turning my home and my office upside down and inside out. Funny how much I cared about the letter after it was gone. The afternoon sunlight broke through the open window behind me and flooded my office in light. It must have been half an hour that I sat there, racking my brain for any clues as to where I had put it. A knock on my door threw me out of my thoughts. "Come in," I said. Instantly, I felt like the floor underneath me had given way, like I started to free fall out of nowhere.
Holy shit!
Bloody hell, I said, my eyes wide, my heart suddenly picking up its pace.
You two, know each other?
Ollie's tone sounded as surprised as I felt. I nod. We've met before, back in London. This is so crazy.
Crazy,
he said, echoing me, his face reading the same astonishment I was feeling. It felt like I'd laid eyes on a ghost, which, if I'm being technical, he did ghost me. I had texted him, even called, and I felt like a fool when I realized the number was sending me to a pizza store that also doubled as an arcade from what the owner told me over the phone. It sucked. But it was just another dose of rejection to down. The bit of medicine life enjoyed to administer on occasion, just to keep you alive and on your toes. I wasn't going to hold it against the guy. I'd still help with whatever issue he had. Ollie clapped her hands. We both snapped too, neither of us realizing it had fallen very quiet inside my office.
All right, well, Beck, you can take Ollie's case, right? I think Angel might have an opening if you're busy.
I can take it. Thank you, Ollie. She gave a tiny bow and left the office. I could have sworn I heard a couple of giggles trail behind her as she left.
This is, quite a surprise.
Ollie scanned the office as if he were doing anything to avoid my gaze. Good. It gave me time to look him over, admire the sight I'd been missing. Even though he'd rejected me, I still couldn't deny that the guy was the embodiment of my sex dreams, and today was no different. He was wearing white shorts that showed off plenty of sexy leg, reminding me of how good they'd felt wrapped around my waist. I can't believe it. 3 weeks and you randomly walk into my office. Or did you know I work here?
No, I had no idea.
His eyes settled on mine for a moment before flitting off, further examining the office.
Which is insane, considering you work with my brother.
Excuse me, what?
My brother, Jonah Brightly.
You're fucking kidding me. Jonah's your brother. You're Oliver.
Ollie. Yep.
He was smiling, nodding. I can't. Now it makes sense. I thought there was something about you that reminded me of him, and now I remember talking to him months ago when he told me his little brother was visiting London. I gave him the name of the pub I used to go to as a kid, the one in Kingston.
The one I showed up at.
I nodded, the temperature in my office suddenly feeling 10 degrees hotter. The windows were closed and the AC was working just fine. Had to be the heat rising from the space between us. But he never even called, never sent a text. He had given me the wrong bloody number. That eat is all one-sided. The reminder was like a bucket of ice dumped over my head. So, what brings you to Stonewall Investigations, Oliver Brightly? My question cut through the fantasy of the moment. The odds of all this happening were slim to none, and if I were any kind of romantic, I would think fate was toying with us two. But the romance inside me had wilted away years ago.
Right. Wait, Beckham, before we get into it, want to ask for your number again. Like your cell phone number, not the number that's on your business card, which, by the way, these are really well made. Who did you get these from? This is really thick paper, and the gloss on these babies, wow.
I cocked my head.
Sorry, I'm blabbering. Your phone number, I'd like it again, if you don't mind.
Oliver pulled something from his pocket and walked to my desk. He slid his phone across. I grabbed it, my memory recalling a completely different phone when we had done this the first time. Did something happen? I asked, dialing my number into his contacts.
Yes, the absolute worst happened. I dropped my phone into the sewers right before I got on my flight back home, and nothing was backed up. I definitely mourned the loss of my Leaning Tower of Pisa photo. I mean, seriously, I got the angle just right. But I've got to admit, I was the most disappointed about losing your number.
So, that explained it. He didn't ghost me. His phone literally ghosted him. So I've been talking to a London sewage rat these entire past 3 weeks. Oliver jumped on the joke.
You've been catfished. Ratfished? Cat-rat. Sorry, Beckham.
We exchanged pictures. Both of us broke into an easy laughter. It felt like pushing an old VHS tape into the VCR, one holding the memories from a close family gathering, your body suddenly flooded with warmth and love. That was how it felt, hearing Oliver's laugh again, the high-pitched, no-care in the world kind of laugh that could spread through a room in seconds flat.
Perfect,
Oliver said, grabbing his phone back.
You've got any crazy glue?
No, I don't think so. Ollie might. Why?
Good, I'll ask on my way out. Just want to spread some on my palm and smack this baby on there.
He pointed at his phone before slipping it back into his pocket, both of us still chuckling. This was certainly starting off as one of my more memorable client meetings yet, and considering how the past week had been going for me, this was much needed. I still can't believe I lost it.
All right. Wow, I can't believe you're the detective I'm hiring, but okay. Let's do this.
Oliver put a hand on the binder that was now resting in front of him.
Beckham, this is partly inspired because of you. I've been dealing with some trauma for 6 years now. It's just an open, pus-filled wound at this point. I've been able to ignore it for the most part, but that night out with you, it brought everything rushing to the front. The wound was like a truck-sized gash down my chest.
Can I? Oliver nodded as I reached for the binder. There was a name written across the black cover. It was in silver marker and a shaky script. Derek Silver.
That binder holds everything I've been able to put together about the murder of Derek, my boyfriend.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Oliver. He inhaled deeply.
Don't be sorry, BECKHAM. Just be determined. Find the fucker who did this. Find the monster who took a life and broke another.
I opened the binder, and the first thing I saw were photos. Not of the deceased victim, they were photos of Oliver. He was wearing a white sweatshirt, except the entire front was soaked in dark red blood. Hands were coated in dried crimson. There were bruises underneath his eyes already forming from the hits. Blood dripped from his left ear. A slash went across his shoulder, tearing through the fabric of his sweater, revealing blood-soaked skin underneath. My heart broke. As a detective, I'd seen shit that would haunt my nightmares for the rest of my life. It was part of the job. At some point along the way, I'd gotten desensitized to some of the darker aspects of life. It was a necessity if you wanted to close a case. Getting stuck on the gruesome wasn't an option to consider. This, though, these photos, they were making my hands shake. I set them down before Oliver could notice. How badly were you injured?
I was beat pretty bad, and they tried to stab me but only got my shoulder. Derek was stabbed to death. 6 times they stabbed him. 2 guys came up to us wearing black ski masks and they started beating us up. Said they didn't like 2 guys holding hands. I'm the type to turn to jello at the first sign of conflict, so naturally I was already playing dead and hoping they went away like 2 dumb bears. Derek, though, he was my opposite. He fought back.
Oliver was squeezing his hands in his lap. The pain twisting in his expression was clear, but I needed him to tell me everything he remembered from that night. Do you know which of the 2 masked men did the stabbing? Were there any identifiers you can remember? A tattoo, an accent, a limp? He shook his head.
All I know is that the shorter of the 2 men was the one who killed Derek.
And you heard voices. Did they speak a lot?
Well, one did. He was the one yelling the homophobic slurs at us while he beat us. The other one wasn't saying a word. I don't even remember him landing any kicks now that I think about it. He was a lookout, maybe?
Possibly. The truth of the matter was that there was an infinite amount of maybes right now.
There were no cameras in the alley they pushed us into, so no footage. Unless you can do something with the recurring nightmares I get, that footage is incredibly clear.
I will do everything in my power to help stop those nightmares, Oliver. He managed a weak smile. It was such a contrast to the bright and eye-crinkling grin he had given me on the night we first met.
Thank you, BECKHAM.
He adjusted in the chair, the wood legs creaking as he moved.
And there's something else.
Oliver chipped at the blue paint on one of his fingernails.
One of them said my name. I told the cops, but they said the assailants probably heard Derek shouting it. I don't think so, though. I remember it happening at the very beginning. They knew me. As much as they hated me for being gay, they also hated me for something else. I think whoever attacked us, whoever killed Derek, they know me.
Well, that certainly made this case incredibly complicated, as if it hadn't started that way to begin with. Do you have any suspicions as to who those 2 could have been? Oliver shook his head.
I've been thinking on it every day since that night happened. I can't think of anyone in my life, currently or from the past, who'd want to hurt me like that. I don't make enemies, and I absolutely hate fighting or arguing. Even when someone's in my face about to throw punches, I'll still back off with my tail between my legs.
Has anyone gotten in your face like that? The question was part of my job, but for some reason, a flare of defensiveness rose inside me.
My neighbor. He was a homophobic rhino hemorrhoid.
That got a laugh out of me, while setting off alarms at the same time. So you and him argued a lot?
Yeah. It was a rough year. Until my lease ended and I bounced, he would yell slurs through his window as I walked by, and my rainbow flag was always thrown on the ground and stepped on whenever I'd put it up.
Could he be?
I don't think he's one of the assailants. He's got a huge beer gut, and his voice is pretty distinct. I would have recognized him if he were one of the guys.
I jotted down some quick notes in a blue notebook that always sat at the ready on my desk. Even though Oliver might have exonerated his sewage twat of a neighbor, I still wanted to have a sit-down chat with him. In the heat of the moment, Oliver might not have gotten all the details about his assailants. I wrote down his neighbor's name and address. We talked for another hour or so, sifting through every fine detail of Oliver's memory. At times, I could see the pain reflected on his face as clear as the Miami sunlight streaming through the window. We would have to stop for him to collect himself. I had a box of tissues that was used quite frequently throughout the meeting, especially when the conversation honed in on Derek. It viscerally hurt me to see Oliver in such visible pain, as batty as that sounded. I was normally a pretty empathetic person, but when I was on the clock, I tended to store that empathy away so I could focus solely on the facts and not be swayed by fickle emotions. It was a technique that helped me close my cases with mostly positive results. And once the case was closed, then I'd allow myself to feel the swell of good emotions that usually followed. It was different with Oliver. With him, I was becoming fully entwined before this meeting was even over. Bloody hell, who was I kidding? I had been fully entwined since we first met back in that pub weeks ago. 8. Oliver Brightly. How? What? Who? And when? My head was about to explode with questions, but they weren't about my case. The questions swirled around BECKHAM and why the universe was bent on crossing our paths. This was beyond a happy coincidence. This was an ecstatic epiphany, a glorious accident, a what the fuck is going on and where the fuck are the cameras moment. I had to keep it all in, though. I didn't want to seem like I was overly excited or anything. BECKHAM was the epitome of cool, calm, and collected. I couldn't come back into his orbit and start blabbering and tripping over my words, so I managed to keep things under control for pretty much the entire meeting. The fact that I was basically reliving one of the most fucked up nights of my life also factored into my level of focus. I used up a few tissues and had to take 1 or 2 breaks, but overall, I made it through without breaking down, which was really all thanks to my rock star therapist. And then the end of the meeting came around. That's when I unraveled like a toilet paper roll sent tumbling down the street. Thank you for coming today, Oliver. We were wrapping things up. BECKHAM was typing something on his computer, but his eyes were jumping back my way. They were a pair of eyes that had been floating through my dreams for weeks now, and I genuinely thought I'd never see them again. I didn't want to feel that again. I wanted to see BECKHAM and his hypnotizing eyes at least one more time. Just once, that would be all I needed to get him out of my system. BECKHAM, what, are you up to tomorrow? Like, besides working, I guess. You work often? This must be a really difficult job. I can't even imagine where you'd start. Guess that's why you're the detective and I'm just the vet student, huh? But if you ever need a fecal sample analyzed, not yours, obviously, but your dog's. Do you have a dog? Shit, okay, I'm talking way too much about shit. Literally, shit. I should, get going. I had forgotten my original question and my cheeks were blazing hot. BECKHAM's smile threw me off, and his smile seemed to be growing wider. The green and gold eyes were frying all my circuit boards. For a brief and terribly frightening moment, I thought I recognized a flash of hesitation in BECKHAM's expression. I'm free tomorrow afternoon. He chuckled, the sound instantly throwing me back to the night we met. Our walk along the River Thames was magical, and even despite my anxiety attack, the entire night could be described the same way. I could still remember BECKHAM's apartment, his smell, the way he felt when his hard dick was pressed up against... Okay, relax. I've got to stand in like 3 minutes. Great! Tomorrow afternoon it is. I'm thinking we can walk the Wynwood Walls and grab a bite to eat. Sounds good, mate. I haven't been to the walls yet. It'll be fun. It sure will. I managed to hold eye contact without melting into a puddle. I didn't know what exactly it was about BECKHAM that undid me in record time. Today he looked exceptionally attractive, with a 5 o'clock shadow and a white polo shirt that hugged his chest and arms in a way that made me jealous. Imagine that, jealous of a polyester cotton blend shirt. And thank you
for taking my case. I meant it. More than anything, things finally felt like they were moving in the right direction, and I hadn't had that feeling in years. It felt like someone had turned on a fan and all the smog floating around me was on its way out the window. I could breathe a little better. Still not 100%, but I was getting there.
Thank you for coming to me for help. It's not going to be easy, I won't hide that. But I'm dedicated to helping you.
He cocked his head. I gulped. I still think about that night. A lot. What the hell made me just say that? His sparkling eyes lit with a flame, his lids lowering. The stare pinned me in place.
A lot,
I nodded and managed to swallow, even though I was forgetting how to control any particular part of my body.
Just how much?
Every night. I licked my lips. This was a new level of crazy, fueled by the insane attraction I felt toward this man. And then, every morning. He chuckled, the sound settling deep in my chest, taking root.
I think about that night, too.
The admission wasn't as strong as mine, but still, I'd take it. Beckham leaned forward in his chair, placing his elbows on his desk, his hands fisted and covering his mouth. I've never met someone like you. I didn't know what was going on, why I felt the need to fill silence with more proclamations, but I did. I barreled onward. I was a mess that night. A lot of other guys would have called a cab and sent me off before even taking me upstairs. You helped me. You understood. I tried to ignore the growing heat between my legs. You also really, really turned me on that night. If it wasn't for how nervous I felt that night, I would have given you anything you asked of me, Beckham. He moved his hands from his face, giving me a clear view of the sexy set of lips, already glistening wet and ready to be kissed. He grinned and sat back in his chair, dropping his hands on his lap. I couldn't help but notice a bulge in his khakis. Part of it was covered by the desk, but he was sitting back far enough for me to see that he was equally as excited by our reunion as I was.
You would have... What, Oliver?
He leaned forward again. He was smiling, too. My eyes landed on his lips and froze. Was this crazy? This was crazy. Beckham was releasing some toxic gas into his office through the vents. That was the only explanation for my behavior. I would do this. I lifted my butt off the chair and leaned forward, bracing myself on his desk, our lips coming together in a reunion of epic proportions. It was just as explosive as the night we had first met. Beckham's kiss was devastating in a way that made me want to clear off his desk and lie down with my legs up in the air. His tongue parted my lips, slipped into my mouth. I probed with the same vigor, our kiss evolving into something more. The heat was rising far past the usual Miami temperatures, which seemed to try and break in through the closed window. Jesus, Beckham, I spoke during a moment we were both catching our breath. Our foreheads were pressed together, my eyes focused in on those beautiful lips. I don't know what you're doing to me.
I want to keep doing it,
he said, his voice a low growl. His tongue flicked out, traced the line of my upper lip. It sent a shiver down my back, the heat of it feeling like a lava trail crawling down my spine. The sound of footsteps outside Beckham's door startled me, as if we were two little kids caught making out under the bleachers by the history teacher. I jumped back into my seat, the chair almost tipping over from the sudden weight. The footsteps moved past the door, farther down the hallway, disappearing into the distance. Beckham looked at me, and he laughed. The motherfucker laughed, and it was the sexiest damn sound I'd ever heard.
You're something else, Oliver.
I get nervous, I said.
You don't have to defend yourself, I like it.
You like my wimpiness? He shook his head.
Wimpiness is not how I would describe it. You're just a cautious guy, it's endearing. It also makes me want to puff my chest out and fight off whatever shadows you jump at.
Okay, 1, I do not jump at shadows. Let's not go that far. And 2, you can fight off whatever you want, as long as it's not me.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. I was never this bold, this flirty. Not with a man like Beckham who intimidated me on every kind of level. What was going on with me? Was this even legal? I did just hire him for a job. Was it like an employee-boss kind of situation? I didn't sign anything, so maybe not, but still. No, my mind was ping-ponging all over the place. I had to calm down and focus. All right, I should really be heading out now. It was happening. The full weight of what just occurred was beginning to hit me. I needed to get some fresh air, even if that air was 500 degrees with a humidity index of 1,000,000. I have to study, but, we've got our numbers, and I'm going to grab crazy glue on my way out. I stood, the legs of the chair sounding loud against the wood floor. My knees didn't buckle underneath me like I'd expected they would, so that was a win. Text me, or something. You know, in case you need a break from the case or anything. The nerves were evolving into full-blown anxiety. Not only was it difficult having to talk about my traumatic experience for hours, but having to do it with a man who left a serious impression on me was a special kind of torture. There was no more hiding from him. Even though Beckham had met me under the guise of Jameson and exotic tiger medicine, there was none of that anymore. He was now familiar with the deepest and darkest part of my psyche. There was no turning back from that. And here I am, picturing that kiss of his on my lips every damn morning since it happened.
We'll be in touch, Oliver.
Whoa. Okay, that was a little cold, wasn't it? Then again, what in the glittery heavens did I expect? This was simply a business relationship with intense physical chemistry thrown into the mix, and chances were it wouldn't go further than that. Sure, I'd grown enough courage to ask him on a date, but maybe he said yes to placate the broken boy who was paying him to hunt and kill the monsters under his bed. He probably wasn't interested in dating a guy who was just getting his life started while lugging all his heavy baggage behind him. Got it, I said, smiling, still holding on to my raft of positivity, even though the waters were growing stormier and stormier. My hands were clammy, and I was scared my back sweat had seeped through my shirt. I briefly wondered if it would be too weird for me to walk backward out of the office. I'll see you tomorrow?
See you tomorrow.
He spoke with a little more warmth. There was a smirk playing on his face, and my gut was suddenly surrounded by flames. A need to make the smile bigger filled me. I said my goodbyes and left Stonewall Investigations, feeling like my life was on the brink of changing in more ways than one. The fire didn't extinguish until I got back home, where I immediately dropped my shorts and loaded up my secret Twitter account. I went right to town, jerking off on my couch and blowing my load after setting my phone down, nothing but the image of naked Beckham in my head. There were no videos online that could compete with that image, even if I didn't have it exact. I couldn't remember every inch of skin, every piece of him that I wanted to trace with my kisses. I'd get it exact, though. I'd commit that man's body to memory the second I got him naked again. That man. What a man he was. I still wasn't sure of Beckham's age, but it was obvious he had at least 10 years on my 24. I'd never dated someone older than me by even a day, so this was pretty new territory. It was scorchingly hot territory. There was something about the confidence he carried himself with and the surety he had in all his actions that really set him apart from the previous guys I'd been with. Besides Derek, who always said he felt like a 1,000-year-old soul in a kid's body, every guy I'd been with was either obsessed with school, obsessed with video games, or dealing with an addiction to both. Maybe I just hadn't picked them right, but after 4 failed relationships, I was beginning to give up, at least temporarily. Then, in walked Beckham. Well, in walked me and intercepted Beckham, if you want to be exact. And the rest was history yet to be written. Just had to cross my fingers that there was a happy ending waiting in the wings, not a tragic one. 9. Beckham Noble. As Oliver walked out of my office, I couldn't stop my gaze from dropping, admiring those long, lean legs of his, leading all the way up to that firm arse of his that looked like a full-course meal in his tiny white shorts. The door shut behind him and my office fell into silence.
What in the fucking world? I leaned back in my chair, the chair leaning with me. The popcorn ceiling filled my vision, a much less desirable sight than watching Oliver walk away. This felt like a prank. I knew it wasn't, but I couldn't shake the feeling that there would be an entire camera crew bursting through my door at any moment. How in the world could we explain this situation otherwise? Outside, the sun was beginning to set, washing the cotton candy clouds in a beautiful deep purple and red. A palm tree swayed gently in the ocean breeze outside of my window. I stood, opening the window pane and letting the sounds of Miami Beach fill my space. It was much better than the silence that had taken over from the second Oliver left. Oliver, what is it about you? He was something else. He was bubbly and bright, but not vapidly so. There was a depth to him that I wanted to plunge into head first. I wanted to feel his water surrounding me, enveloping me, from my toes to my scalp. And then, on the same token, I wanted to keep my distance. This might have felt like a meeting determined by the fates, but I knew there was so much more to this than destiny. Sure, I was extremely attracted to Oliver and intrigued by his person, but that didn't mean we were a perfect match. I'd found out the hard way that not many men I meet are, in fact, a perfect match. Things somehow always fall apart. And I wasn't about to get my hopes up over Oliver just because we couldn't keep our lips off each other. He was clearly younger than me by a good number of years, and that generational gap was a difficult one to cross. It had sunk a couple of my past relationships, and I could only assume that this would be the same. It didn't matter how well I felt I got along with the guy. Our differences would begin to show, and they would outweigh whatever we shared in common. It was just the way things worked. I couldn't get my hopes up, no matter how attractive Oliver was, no matter how badly I wanted to trail my lips up those lean legs of his before holding them in the air by his ankles and taking him another way. Plus, he's a bloody good kisser. I stood up so I could stretch my legs. I could still smell Oliver's fresh cologne in the air, notes of citrus and oak painting a smile on my face. I could feel myself getting aroused past the point of walking it off. That couldn't be allowed, not when there was a case on my desk that needed solving. I'd pine over that smiley bastard when I got home tonight. My attention pivoted. I looked down at the neatly stacked papers and files left on my desk. It was all the evidence Oliver had compiled over the murder and assault. Granted, there wasn't a smoking gun in any of the morbid photos or documents, but there was still a good amount to go off of. I took my seat and started digging through the information, searching through each page and photo with a fine-toothed comb. I had looked over them with Oliver, but now I could focus fully on what was in front of me. One page of evidence jumped out at me. It was an interview done with a nearby bodega owner. The man said he'd witnessed two individuals, both men, running past his store late at night, and they appeared to be holding black ski masks in their hands. There were no other interviews or witnesses found, which was difficult for me to believe. I wondered how hard the police had worked on finding Derek's killer, because judging by these documents, they'd worked a total of 3 hours before calling it quits on the case. I jotted down the bodega's name and address and looked up the other stores surrounding it. The cops had asked the bodega owner if he had any cameras, and the answer was no, but they'd never bothered to ask any of the neighboring businesses. I knew the chance of finding footage from 6 years back was slim to none, but that wouldn't stop me from trying. Next on the agenda was to dig into this Greg character. From what Oliver had said, he seemed to be a prime suspect. Funny enough, though, there was 0 interviews recorded between him and the police. It started to make my blood boil. If they had only followed the trail before it had gotten cold, then maybe Oliver wouldn't have been in the position he was now. Another thought hit me with an equal amount of force. If the cops had solved this, he wouldn't have been in my office. I looked down at the notes I'd taken. Greg's name was circled in red. On my computer, I typed his name in and hit search. It took me some time and a lot of clicking, but I was finally able to find a Greg Williamson who lived in Florida and matched Oliver's description. His social media was on lockdown mode, giving me only his name and the fact that he enjoyed watching the Great British Bake Off. Wonderful. Just wonderful. I sighed and clicked the login button on the corner. Before I could type in my information, a knock on the door drew my attention. "Come in." The door creaked open and in walked Andrew Barker, the always jolly manager of this Stonewall branch. He and I had developed a quick friendship, and seeing his face always put a smile on mine. Not to mention he had a flair for clothes, and his shirts were always a blast of colour and design that grabbed attention wherever he went. Today, he was wearing a white shirt with a colourful bouquet of different flowers printed across his chest and shoulders. His hair had been cut fresh too, with the sides short and the top long so that it curved into a small wave in the front. His pants were a bright blue and fit snug around his legs, drawing attention down to his eye-catching red and white trainers.
"Hey there, Beck,"
Andrew said. "You all right?" He nodded, coming into the office.
I always get so thrown off by that question. Like, do you know something I don't? Should I not be all right?
I laughed. It's better than, "Hey, what's up, dude?" I tried to mimic the tone of a surfer boy the best I could. Even threw up a little hand wave the way I'd seen them do in films. Andrew cocked his head and hooked a finger on his chin.
Yeah, you're right. But also, I don't think anyone's said that since Baywatch was on TV.
Way to date me there.
I'm not dating anyone, Beck. I'm happily taken. Thank you very much.
Nice save, mate. More laughter.
Hey, listen, I don't want to take up too much of your time. Clearly, you've got a lot on your plate.
Andrew motioned at the disaster that was my desk.
Just wanted to tell you that the police are going to be coming in on Friday to take a statement from everyone. I talked with the sheriff, and she said that the Miami Beach PD was going to throw a lot of resources into finding out who wants us out of the neighborhood.
Ah, great. A chat with the police. Exactly how I wanted to end my week. Good, I said, biting back my frustration. Do you believe her? Andrew shrugged.
I guess we'll see. I don't like being outright pessimistic, and she did seem genuine when we spoke.
The statements are a good sign, but I'll still keep my eyes wide open in the meantime. We're a building full of talented detectives. We should be able to figure this out.
Yeah, you'd think that. The other day, it took 4 of us, including Shiro's new boo, to figure out how the new coffee maker works, so...
I laughed, imagining the 4 of them pressing all kinds of buttons.
I just want this done, you know?
Andrew looked out the window over my shoulder.
It's just giving me flashbacks. Bad ones.
He dropped his head. A shiver passed through him.
Real bad ones.
The unicorn. Andrew took in a sharp breath. Even saying that name out loud drew a chill through the air. I had heard about the tragedy that had haunted the Stonewall detectives back in New York. They had been hunted by a serial killer, not knowing how close the killer actually was to all of them.
I know it's not the same. This was just graffiti on the door, and it's probably going to be some dumb kids by the end of the day, but... Still, I don't know.
He shook his shoulders, as if trying to get the bad energy off him. He was right, though. Of course it was upsetting to find the words, "You aren't welcome here," with an angel painted underneath it on our front door. But it was leagues away from the terrible things Andrew and the others had experienced with the unicorn. "It'll be okay," I said, wanting to reassure Andrew. He was too smiley of a guy to be frowning. It was probably a one-time thing and that's it. Once they see that none of us are leaving, then they'll leave us alone.
You're right.
He straightened his shoulders, the smile returning.
I hope so, at least.
He clapped his hands.
All right, I need to start closing up shop. Deck's got a date planned for us tonight. Something about a helicopter ride and a candlelit dinner.
My brows rose. Oh, that sounds like he's either about to propose to you or about to apologize for something. Andrew shrugged, the smile not disappearing.
Guess we'll find out tonight.
We both laughed. The dark fog from mention of the unicorn quickly pushed away.
Knowing him, though, the helicopter ride is probably a virtual reality thing. He just bought that new headset. He also hates heights. Loves horses, hates heights. 2 Deck facts in case you needed them tonight.
I laughed again, a common occurrence when Andrew was in the room. Have fun tonight, I said, wondering for a second if Andrew really did have a proposal in his near future. I had chatted with Declan and Andrew together a few times now, and every time was like hanging out with old friends. The kind that are so comfortable with each other that they make you instantly comfortable with them. He said goodbye and walked out of the room, his steps having an excited bounce to them. I went back to work, owning in on Greg and spending the rest of the evening trying to dig up anything on him. Sleep was difficult to find that night. My mind tossed about with all kinds of different theories and imaginary scenarios, all in search of who were under those masks the night Oliver and Derek were attacked. It felt like finding two needles in a truckload of haystacks, but I was determined. I already managed to track down a current address for Greg. He had his social media accounts on lockdown, so I couldn't dig too deep until he accepted the friend request from Lisa Henry, the Facebook account I used to sneak past some people's privacy settings. Curiously, when I went digging through Greg's social accounts, I noticed that most of his posts seemed to have been deleted. He had a pattern of posting a ton, and a lot of dumb stuff too. But for some reason, if I went back to 2 years ago, the posts turned into one every few months or so. And they weren't the best posts either. There was anger in the status updates that were left. My life is shit, I can't fix things and I can't be honest. I'm logging off for a few days, I can't stay on here. Too much going on in my head, I'll be okay though. That American Idol's result was BS. I clicked into his friends list and dug around some more. He didn't have a long list, so it didn't take long for me to land on someone suspicious. Mario Reyes. He set off warning bells just by glancing at his profile picture. Oliver hadn't mentioned him, but I clicked the profile photo and magnified it on my screen. The one and only photo on the account looked at least 6 years old, but it was enough to write his name down as a suspect. It wasn't necessarily anything homophobic or misogynistic that did it, it was the colors he was wearing and the hand sign he was making at the side of his hip. His shirt was black, his pants black, but off his hip hung a bright yellow bandana. His fingers were twisted at his side, discreet enough to seem like it was just caught moving in the photo, but only if you didn't know how to read the gang signs. Mario was a member of the avispas, the Spanish word for wasps. That's exactly what those tossers were. They went around stinging left and right and fucking up everyone's day. If this man was a member of the avispas, then he would have no qualms about stabbing an innocent boy just for fighting back. Could Greg have gotten together with Mario and planned this attack? They were connected online for a reason. They had to have known each other in some capacity. Greg lived next to Oliver. He could have devoted time to studying Oliver's schedule, to figuring out when and where he would be the most vulnerable. The police may have thought the assailants didn't know Oliver and Derek, but I believed Oliver when he said the opposite. Those questions kept me up close to midnight. And then other thoughts began keeping me up. Images of Oliver, fresh in my mind, pictures of him back on my lap, smiling and kissing and groping and moaning. It was a shock seeing him again. It felt like a bloody miracle even if we were linked through Jonah. I had no idea, neither did Oliver, which made it all the more bizarre. Jonah had mentioned his brother before, but his name had slipped my mind, especially after the day I had been through when I met Oliver. My brain was a sieve, and all the contents had left the moment he and I locked eyes for the first time. My phone buzzed, the screen lighting up my room. I rolled over and grabbed it, expecting some kind of spam text. It wasn't a text about free car insurance, it was Oliver, his number already saved in my phone. Oliver. Okay, this probably looks like a "you up" text, but I swear it isn't. Barely a minute later, Oliver, "You up?" My smile came out of nowhere. Yup. Can't sleep tonight.
Same. I even tried playing jungle sounds, but I got scared when it sounded like two tigers were fighting it out next to my head.
My laughter filled the empty room. Well, you are the tiger whisperer, Mr. Jameson. I would have thought those sounds relaxed you.
Ha ha, let's not bring that up again, KK. Okay?
His text bubble ended up slamming onto my screen, making the ones before it in the chain shake. I'd never seen that happen before. Whoa! What kind of voodoo is that?
You mean this?
His text bubble started off small and grew on my screen, another effect I hadn't seen before.
Or this?
The blue bubble was highlighted by a spotlight. I cracked a smile.
And for the grand finale, how about this?
And the next text message was an emoji of a big eggplant. Except it wasn't just one eggplant. Somehow there were hundreds of the eggplant text bubbles floating around my screen, all settling down into just one. I snorted. We chatted for the rest of the night, texting about all kinds of bullshit, until at some point, and I'm not exactly sure when, I fell asleep, with the phone still in my hand, a smile on my face. 10. Oliver Brightly.
Seeing Beckham walking down the street toward me, smiling wide and, holy mother of sweet gay pearl, a bouquet of bright flowers in his hand, well, my heart pretty much melted on the spot. My knees were shaky, and my stomach was doing an impressive set of gymnastic-level flips. Sticking all the landings, of course.
"You look great,"
he said, his voice and accent washing over me. "So do you." We hugged. His big arms wrapped around me. My hug landed lower, closer to his hips. We held each other for a split second longer than what a normal hug would entail.
"These are for you."
He held the flowers out. They were an arrangement of light pink roses and peonies. "Thank you so much, Beckham. You really didn't have to." I took them and brought them up to my nose, taking in the fresh flower scent that I loved. No one's ever given me flowers before.
I wasn't sure if it was a dated thing to do or not.
"It's not," I assured him. "It's a special thing is what it is." I looked into those blue eyes and found myself falling headfirst. I had to look away, back down at the gorgeous and fragrant flowers in my hand.
"Let's go put them in your car so you don't have to hold them. You parked in the same car park as me, right?"
Beckham asked, pointing a finger toward the garage building. I nodded and led him to where I'd parked, chatting about our day the entire way. It was hot out, but my car was parked underneath cover, so I wasn't worried that the flowers would start a bonfire by the time we got back. I delicately set the flowers on the front seat. Beckham was standing close behind me. When I turned, there were only a few inches separating us. I took a breath, frozen, feeling his body so close to mine. I could almost feel our legs becoming tangled, our hard bodies pressing together.
"Ready for some art?"
Beckham said, taking a step back. I wanted to say, "No, fuck the art, come over here and let's fog up my windows," but instead, what I actually said was, "Yes, let's go." The Wynwood Walls was a relatively new area in Miami that was beginning to attract people from all around the world. It used to be an area known less for its beautiful art and more for its high crime rate and lack of things to do. No one really went to Wynwood until 2009, when an urban developer saw potential in the area and bought out almost 24 properties, so he could revitalize them and create a walkable and entertaining neighborhood. The cluster of rundown buildings and warehouses had evolved into delicious restaurants and bars, along with cool tattoo shops and art galleries. Then, of course, there were the actual Wynwood Walls, which was a walk through larger-than-life art murals painted on red-bricked walls that seemed to try and reach up into the cloud-filled sky. Things really took off when the annual Art Basel Festival named Wynwood its home, drawing celebrities of all kinds, from basketball players to movie stars to the majestic and ephemeral Queen Bey herself. A lot of people enjoyed walking through the Wynwood Walls. Today there was no Beyoncé sighting, but there were plenty of other people walking around, admiring the stunning murals and walking through the museum. Beckham and I joined the moving crowd, walking through the gardens and pointing out pieces we each liked. Most of the walls were covered from bottom to top in blasts of color. "Check that one out," I said, pointing at one wall that had a row of elephant butts pointed at us, each elephant a different color of the rainbow. Elephants are one of my favorite animals, but I'm not sure I'm too fond of this angle. Beckham took a step back and put a finger to his lips, as if he were a renowned art enthusiast examining a rare piece.
Yes, I do feel like we're about to be shat on, but in an artistic way at least."
"At least," I echoed, laughing along as we continued walking down the path.
"So, what does Oliver Jameson Brightly do on his spare time, besides stare at elephant asses?"
"Excuse me," I said, putting a hand to my chest. "That's actually all I do. Thank you very much." Beckham laughed as we continued walking down the path. The Miami sun wasn't as harsh in the early evening, so the heat was bearable as we walked. Seriously, though, I haven't had all that much time to do anything, not until recently. All of my undergrad was spent studying and trying to get into vet school. Then vet school comes around, and all of my time is spent studying and trying to stay in vet school.
You're at the finish line, though, right?
I nod. Yep, thank God. I'm so excited to just get out into the real world and leave all this school stuff behind. I don't want to spend the eternity of my youth buried in books and debt.
That's better than how I spent my younger years.
And? How was that? We stopped in front of a sculpture of a dolphin made out of bobby pins and paper clips.
Boozing, drugs, running away from the crap I should have faced head on. You know, that kind of stuff.
I tore my eyes from the shiny dolphin seemingly hanging in thin air. Beckham was looking at the sculpture, but he turned when he felt my eyes on him. What were you running from? I wanted to know. It felt like Beckham was holding on to a book I'd been dying to read for my entire life. I wanted to know everything, from the beginning to the middle to the very end.
Don't worry about it.
And the book snapped shut. Are you still running? I asked, not wanting to drop the topic. I felt pushy.
You can say that, yeah?
Say that? I asked a question. We both laughed, even though Beckham still didn't supply me an answer. He was shielding himself from the world for some reason, and that meant the shield was blocking me, too. I looked back at the sculpture, although my thoughts were painting all kinds of scenarios Beckham could be running from. When did you move to America?
I was 23. I've been working at some pubs back in London and banked enough coins to make the jump. I started working under the table at a bar in South Beach. It was a difficult time, but it taught me everything I needed to know to make it in the States.
And you did, I said, smiling.
For the most part, yeah. I think I did.
Most part, look at you. You've got a stable job helping people on the daily, a great home, a nice car. You've got the American dream all in the palm of your hand. Beckham looked at me, a curious expression in those green and gold eyes.
Is that really the dream, though? I feel like... I don't know. Like I'm still missing something.
Ah, a crack in his defenses. Well, if you want the full American dream, then you've got to have your white picket fence with your two identical but also boy and girl twins, with your smiley wife cooking pancakes while you wash your dick off from the woman you were sleeping with the night before, all while Wheel of Fortune constantly plays in the background. That's the American dream. Beckham's curious expression shifted, smile lines drawing around the corners of his eyes as he broke into laughter.
Talked to a few Londoners and it's the same dream over there, too. Minus the Wheel of Fortune part.
We started to walk again, leaving the metallic dolphin behind and moving toward a big crowd of people. Everyone seemed to be focused on whatever art installation they were crowding around. Heads were craned downward and people were snapping with all sorts of cameras. I tried peeking over a few heads and shoulders but couldn't make out what they were looking at. Let's just keep going, I said, seeing the exit to the main street just ahead. I glanced at my watch. Reservations for dinner were still an hour away, so we were good on time.
Bollocks. You want to see, don't you?
Yeah, but there's so many— Wait, what are you doing? Beckham crouched in front of me. This was taking a sudden and very sexy turn.
Up on my shoulders.
Oh, no, that's okay. I don't need to see it that— Oh, okay, you're— all right. Oh. I didn't have to jump on Beckham's shoulders. He turned on his heels and backed up. I didn't have more time to protest. My legs were on Beckham's shoulders, and I was rising up, like Queen Nefertiti herself. And then I could see past the shoulders and the heads. Giggles rose up through me like I was a kid again. I grabbed onto Beckham's head for balance and spotted what everyone was gawking at. It's a rainbow pool, I reported down to Beckham. I noticed a few people were throwing curious glances at us. I did sometimes enjoy being the center of attention, not gonna lie. And right now, with Beckham's head between my legs, I didn't really mind the looks. Except something about it was starting to make me feel a little uncomfortable. I wasn't sure if this was the kind of spotlight I liked.
Let's get closer,
he said.
Hold on up there.
Oh, no, that's— and you're moving, okay. Yep, excuse us, sorry. I was on the verge of cracking up, but I didn't want to in case I ended up falling off Beckham's shoulders. The crowd parted for the two grown babies. Instead of taking pictures of the rainbow pool, some people were now snapping shots of us. They were mostly smiling and laughing, so I didn't think we were pissing off too many people.
Oh, wow,
Beckham said from between my legs as we got close enough for him to see the rainbow pool. It appeared as if someone had picked up a small pond and implanted it right into the Miami street. There were tall reeds and a few lily pads floating around, but the real magic of it were the beautiful colors that swirled around the water, all of them somehow separate and bold and bright. It felt as if a rainbow was directly above us and being reflected by the water's surface. It was beautiful and looked like a surreal painting. I was also getting sore from sitting on Beckham's shoulders. "Okay, you can put me down now," I told my handsome steed. He was bending his knees to let me off when a lady with big hair and a bigger voice yelled out loud, "Oh my goodness, I need a picture of you two. That's so artsy-fartsy. Hold on. That's when I felt even more eyes on us. People were definitely looking at us. For a split second, I wondered if they were looking at us because of our obvious age difference. Did they think we were even together? Were people being judgmental? Not only was there an age gap, but we were two guys, and although Miami was a friendly city toward her LGBTQ residents, it didn't mean there weren't a few who would do us harm. I knew that firsthand. A flush swam to my cheeks, warming everything from my chest to my head. I could feel my breathing start to become more and more shallow, like oxygen was somehow getting harder to find. But the woman with the big hair seemed happy, like she loved what she saw. And the others were smiling too. No one looked angry or upset. Part of me was angry I even cared. But I did. And I wasn't going to change that right now. Instead, I focused on pushing away my anxiety. I put my hands on Beckham's head to steady myself as he went back up. The big-haired woman brought out a disposable camera and held it up, aiming it toward me and Beckham. Her daughter looked morbidly embarrassed at her side, holding a hand up to her mouth and looking down at the ground, no doubt asking for it to swallow this entire scene whole. "Okay, perfect! You two are so photogenic, hold on." But, I didn't want to tell her she wasn't even getting a picture of the rainbow water behind us. "You okay down there?" I asked. Beckham nodded. I could feel his laughter vibrate through his chest up my legs.
"I can hold you up there all day."
"And night?" "Oh, darn it, this doesn't have film. Ugh. Candace, grab my other camera, quick. Mom, what are you even doing right now?" Candace protested as she rummaged through the bright blue backpack on her mom's back. "Look at them. They perfectly line up with that wall art back there." Oh, so it wasn't about the lake. The daughter peeked over and seemed to have realized what her mom saw. I noticed a few other people in the crowd were snapping some secret pics, no one as loud as my friend with the hair that had a direct line to Jesus. "What is it?" I asked. "Smile," was my answer. I flashed my most photogenic grin from the top of Beckham's shoulders. With the photo snapped, I finally thought my feet would touch the concrete. Who would have guessed this rainbow pool fiasco was going to end up in my missing the ground? "Okay, you can put me down." "Oh, shoot, it didn't save." "Mom, we've seriously got to go, like right now. Thank you both, let's go." "Oh, Candace, they'll want the photo." Candace, the problem solver and angsty teen that she seemed to be, whipped out her phone in record speed and took a sequence of photos, the loud shudder of the camera filling the air, as if a paparazzo had joined the crowd. "Well, I mean, Candace, if you could have done that from the start of this trip instead of using the phone I bought you to feed your social media addiction, then maybe I wouldn't have to deal with this piece of absolute baboon shit." She lifted the camera in the air. It was then that things got even crazier. Her fingers weren't as big as her personality or her hair. The camera slipped out of her grasp and went twirling through the air straight toward Beckham's face. His beautiful, sculpted by the gods, incredibly handsome face. One I wasn't going to let be harmed by anything, much less a crazy lady's projectile Kodak. I moved my hands from his head to his face, covering his eyes. That, well, it only made things worse. Beckham couldn't see. He had been scared, and he was holding a 140-something-pound guy on top of his shoulders. His balance was nowhere to be found. Like me, at a Tom Petty concert, gone, vanished, poof. He stumbled backward. I leaned forward. We still didn't balance out. His arms shot out. Candace and her mom, bless their cute little hearts, tried to reach for his hands and stop the couple 100 pounds worth of body from falling back. Obviously, they didn't do much. We went falling backward. You know that moment on the swing when you're going way too high and your stomach feels like it's about to squeeze out of your pee hole? If you don't, then maybe you never swung high enough. I, on the other hand, loved swinging like a Cirque du Soleil trainee, making both my parents and everyone else on the playground incredibly nervous. I liked swinging in a playground. That was controlled. This wasn't. Fear grabbed me by the throat as I fell through the air. I'd forgotten all about the rainbow pool and was shocked when my back didn't hit cold hard concrete. Instead, the both of us broke through the previously serene water, causing a splash of Technicolor and drawing gasps from the gathered people. The pool just deep enough to cushion the fall without either of us getting seriously hurt. Someone started clapping. I looked to Beckham, who had paint dripping down his face. We were sitting in chest-deep rainbow water. I wiped some of it off his cheek, which didn't really work since my hand was also covered in paint. And then we both started to crack up.
11. Beckham Noble. I was currently dripping wet in potentially toxic paint, surrounded by a cluster of onlookers, some taking photos and video of us offering to help us out, and, all of it considered, I wouldn't trade this moment for anything. Not when I look to my left and see a multicolored Oliver laughing almost to tears. I couldn't help but join, feeling the absurdity of the situation wash over me like the rainbow we had just destroyed. There were a chorus of "oh my gods" being shouted around us. I was vaguely aware of Anne's reaching out to help us. We were back on solid ground with towels being wrapped around us.
I am so sorry.
It was the mother who had wanted to take the picture in the first place.
I can't believe my mom did that. I didn't push them into the pool, Candace.
Oliver and I were both laughing.
Don't worry about it,
Oliver said, dabbing his face with a previously white towel.
My pool! My rainbow illusion!
It was a man yelling. He had his hands to his face, looking at the destroyed art installation. Sorry, mate, it was a complete accident. The man, a thin guy with big eyes made even bigger by the circular glass bottles he was wearing, looked at us, then the pool, then back to us.
You two fell in? Hence the paint job,
Oliver said, his eyebrows raised like a puppy, facing down his owner after being caught upending the trash bin.
You two? It's perfect. Completely perfect. It's how I wanted this piece to end. I just didn't know it. Thank you. Thank you.
He opened his long, skinny arms and pulled us into a hug, smearing more paint on each other and him. When we separated, even Candace's mom looked confused as all hell.
Sorry, but didn't we just destroy your beautiful art piece?
He vigorously shook his head, his thick black hair matted with paint sprayed some into the air.
No, you two made it better. This was set to be destroyed in 1 hour and 15 minutes, and I had no idea what I wanted to do to symbolize its end. It would have been quite anticlimactic if it had remained untouched until I stuck a vacuum hose into it. What better way of saying goodbye to this beautiful piece than two lovers falling into the illusion?
Oliver and I shot each other a glance. Lovers, huh? We were that obvious, I guess.
Please, the two of you come to my gallery sometime. I want to give you both a private tour.
He reached into the pocket of his black skinny jeans and pulled out a simple white business card. Alfredo Ortiz was his name, and his gallery was right on South Beach. I could now remember walking past the windows on multiple occasions and stopping each time to admire the bright and eye-catching art that was on display.
Thank you,
Oliver said, pocketing the card. We stuck around for a short while longer, speaking to not only Alfredo but also Candace and her mum. An eclectic meeting, especially since Oliver and I were both still dripping different colours of paint off our fingers and noses.
Oh shoot, I haven't been paying attention to the time,
Oliver said.
We've got dinner reservations in 30 minutes.
I looked from his shoes up to his head, knowing that I looked just as crazy and colourful as he did. Let's go, I said.
Yes, go, you glorious colourful bitches. Candace, language.
I shot a wink at Candace and we said our goodbyes. Alfredo also left to go and collect some of his other pieces, paintings this time. They were much more portable than his rainbow pool and didn't require destroying. Before we headed to the car, we found the bathroom and washed off as much paint from our hands and face as we could, helping each other get the backs of our necks, laughing all the while.
Usually when you destroy an art piece, you end up having to pay whatever it's worth, not getting an invite to a private tour,
Oliver noted as he soaped up his hands as if he were clocking into a surgery. We lucked out there, and the pictures Candace snapped were definitely worth the quick dip. Oliver turned to me, eyes wide.
Right? They're frame-worthy, I'd say.
And they were. Candace's mum, whose name we learned was Rose, deserved credit for spotting the photo up and forcing it on us. It just so happened that with Oliver on my shoulders, we had lined up perfectly with a breathtaking piece of wall art. The photo showed the two of us, smiling, a neon rainbow surrounding us. Above the rainbow, the words, "True love is never made, only found," was written in bold white letters, popping against the back wall it was painted on. On closer inspection, inside each band of the rainbow, the words, "You've found yours," was written, the same color as whatever band of rainbow you looked at.
You sure you don't want to reschedule dinner?
Oliver asked as we reached his car. I didn't even consider the offer, especially since I remembered Oliver mentioning he had pulled a few strings for these reservations. Let's go, I said. Let's give everyone a taste of the rainbow tonight. I shot him a smile over the hood of his car. I moved the flowers I bought him, placed down the towels, and got into the car. Inside, we both started to laugh.
What a day,
Oliver said, holding his gut as he pulled out of his parking spot. And it's still not over, I reminded him.
Thanks for laughing this all off with me.
Are you kidding? This has been one of the funnest days of my life by far, minus the potential skin problems we're going to get after this paint soaks in. Oliver nodded, his smile taking over his face. He drove us to South Beach, the windows down and the music playing the entire way. The drive was relaxed and our moods were high, our heads bobbing to the music and our thumbs tapping out to the beat. It was already 6 in the afternoon and the sun was beginning its descent toward the horizon. The streets of Miami were starkly different to the streets of London, but one thing remained constant, and that one thing seemed to make a world of difference. Oliver's smiling and positive presence. I wasn't bluffing when I told him this was one of the funnest days of my life. As I looked out the window, the Miami Bay sparkling underneath us, I realized I hadn't thought once about the letter, the one I couldn't read even if I wanted to. The thoughts seemed to shoot my good mood right out of the sky. I hated myself for caring so much, and I hated myself for not caring enough. If I wasn't such a coward, I could have opened the bloody thing already and figured out what my father wanted to tell me. Instead, I lost it, and with it my father's last words to me.
And we're here,
Oliver said.
Think they'll let us 2 crusty gay rainbows in there?
Oliver motioned up and down and gave a twirl. We must have looked quite ridiculous, and yet there was Oliver, dancing and laughing and not having a damn care in the world. His joy, his zest, they were infectious. I laughed, realizing how much paint was still drying up on our clothes. I wondered how he did that. How was he so good at pulling me out of the darkness? I'm sure they've seen weirder things come in from the beach. Oliver pulled the car up to the valet, where a smartly dressed man opened the door for me. I saw the surprise in his eyes as I stepped out, covered from head to toe in dry paint. We got a few stares. Some were bold and others tried to be discreet. I was an observant man and the sneaky glances didn't get past me. And then, Oliver did something that surprised me, and I'm sure even surprised a few of our secret onlookers. He reached out and grabbed my hand in his. It was a simple act of affection and connection, but it did make my shoulders stiffen for a moment. I wasn't used to public displays like this. My previous boyfriends grew up like me, during a time where so much as a glance between 2 guys could get them beat up or worse. It didn't help that Oliver and I appeared to have an age difference between us, which made me more self-conscious than usual. Normally I wasn't much of a blusher. I felt heat flare up under my cheeks, a blush taking hold. I felt on edge. But as we stood by the hostess podium, waiting for her to lead us to a table, a laughing troop of gay men wearing designer budgie smugglers strutted past us toward the gay club down the street, reminding me that we were on South Beach and that judgmental stares Might as well have just been people checking us out. The tension in my shoulders disappeared slightly.
Ever been here?
Oliver asked as the hostess gathered our menus and walked us in. Never, I said, looking around. The restaurant was called Canary Birds and was a modern blast of colour and design. It was a new spot and had everyone talking about it pretty much right from opening day. The walls were a luxe navy blue with golden trim. The tables were all sitting on top of ornate ivory bird cages, while the cutlery handles were all shaped like feathers, and the food was said to be just as eclectic. It was very Oliver, and it was very exciting. The hostess walked us through the restaurant, leading us to a table in a secluded corner. Chances were they wanted to hide the two paint-crusted men away from the rest of the very well-dressed diners. It was fine by me. Privacy with Oliver was exactly what I wanted. As we took our seats, I couldn't help but notice that some diners nearby still threw curious glances our way. It was an interesting feeling. Again, my instinct was to feel as if they were staring for other reasons besides our rainbow-covered clothes, as if the done-up and tight-lipped crowd were glancing at us because of the clear difference in age between me and Oliver. Normally I didn't think twice about my age, but I'd also never dated someone younger than me by 3 years at most. This was new territory, and that brought with it an entirely new set of paranoia.
Want some wine?
Oliver asked, pulling me out of my thoughts once again. Red?
Pinot Noir?
I smiled. We're meant to be. With drinks ordered, we settled in, both of us staring at the other across the table like schoolboys out on their first date. I cracked first, looking down at the napkin on my lap, a goofy grin on my face and an odd kind of warmth surrounding my heart, the rest of the restaurant slowly disappearing around us. 12. Oliver Brightly.
The restaurant was a boogie affair. There were glittering chandeliers and newborn baby-sized candles and golden utensils that ended in crazy-looking feathers. This place was always booked, but I'd managed to pull a string and get us some last-minute reservations. I was over the moon when BECKHAM said he didn't want to reschedule, but honestly, I wasn't sure if I even could reschedule. I offered it only because I was worried BECKHAM was upset with the paint drying on his clothes. Maybe he needed time to clean up? But as I was quickly coming to learn, BECKHAM rolled with the flow exactly like me. So what if our shirts were crusty and there were still a few random splotches of color on our arms and face? We were still going to make our reservation, and we would still have a freaking blast. That was the kind of man I wanted by my side. I'd gotten a taste of the ones who were always uptight or too into themselves to see much of anything else. Those guys would have called tonight quits and probably ghosted me the next day.
So, you're allergic to cats, but still worked hard to be a vet?
BECKHAM asked, picking up on the casual fact I'd tossed out about myself. And I own 2 cats, too. I pursed my lips and nodded. I've got a lifetime subscription for antihistamine meds, don't worry. I also vacuum like once every 30 minutes.
That's dedication,
BECKHAM said, taking a sip of his wine. It was our 4th glass. I already figured I'd be leaving my car parked overnight and Ubering, so the wine kept flowing, even after we were done with our main course. It's a sadistic form of self-torture, but I can't complain all that much. I love what I do, and I love my cats, even if I can't cuddle with them as much as I want to.
How'd you come around to owning them? Or did you find out you were allergic once you had them?
Oh no, I knew I was allergic when Mason and Jar made me their permanent human concierge. I grabbed the stem of the oversized wine glass and lifted it to my lips. They were, Derek's cats. His parents live across the country and, well, they didn't really talk to him anyway, so I took them. Didn't want to risk putting them in a shelter. BECKHAM's eyebrows rose.
Mason and Jar are in good hands. Exactly what Derek would want.
Yeah. He probably wouldn't want to see how fat Jar's getting, but I can't help it. He practically rams down the cabinet door with body slams at around 4 o'clock every morning. I call it his bitching witching hour. BECKHAM's laugh lifted my spirits. I took another gulp of the wine, my fingers already tingling, same as my lips.
And what made you want to be a vet?
I wanted to be a vet for as long as I could remember. I loved animals always. I begged my parents for all kinds of pets. When they wouldn't get them for me, I'd sneak out with Jonah and we'd end up getting our grandpa to take us to the pet store and he'd buy us what we wanted. My parents made us return the iguana, ball python, and any reptile, basically, but we got to keep the hamsters and rabbits. Beckham's face cracked into a wide, disbelieving smile.
So, you and Jonah were troubled together?
Oh, yeah. He and I fed off our troublemaking ways back then. We'd constantly be doing things and covering for each other. Our friends were similar too, and we rarely ever fought. I know some people who fight tooth and nail with their siblings since birth, but that's not us. Do you have any siblings? He shook his head.
Always wanted a little sister, though. I've had a protective streak in me since I was a kid, so I think I'd be a good big brother. Just me, though.
That's good, too. You got all your parents' attention whenever you wanted it.
And that's a good thing.
Beckham's brow arched. I recognized that look. Did you and your parents butt heads?
We did much more than that.
He took another drink of his wine, finishing his glass and dabbing at his lips with the cloth napkin on the table.
My coming out wasn't exactly butterflies and rainbows. When I told my parents I was 16, they both flipped, my father worse than my mum. We got into a physical brawl, curses were shouted, punches were thrown, lips were busted.
Jesus, Beck, I'm so sorry.
It's all right. Now it is, at least.
Beckham's face darkened like a shadow had passed over him and him alone. It's not all right, is it? He took a moment to answer.
No. No, it's not.
I reached across the table and put my hand on his. I didn't even think twice about it, just did it. My thumb traced small circles on his skin. Maybe there's time for things to be fixed. People always come around, especially when they're family.
How about when they've been buried 6 feet under?
Words escaped me. I squeezed his hand in mine. The pain and regret in his eyes was clear as day.
I never got the chance to fix things.
Beckham continued.
He kicked me out of the house at 16. I was on my own, and I made it. I survived. When I moved to the States, I never looked back.
He took a breath.
Until I got a call from my mum last month. We had been able to fix things, me and her, something like 10 years ago, but me and my father never... We couldn't work it out. So I get a call and she tells me about the funeral. About how I need the closure. They had started talking a few years back.
That's why you were in London.
I went to the funeral. I didn't get any bloody closure, but I did get a sealed letter written by the man being buried, delivered by his widow, I assume.
I felt like my head was spinning on my shoulders. No, you don't have to tell me. I'm just being nosy.
I wouldn't be able to tell you what's inside even if I wanted to. I've lost the damn thing.
Oh, Beck. His head dropped. He took his hand from mine and set them on his lap. My heart broke into 1,000 different pieces.
Whatever was in there doesn't matter now. He's dead, and so is my childhood.
He shrugged, a steely expression taking over.
Guess that makes us even.
Your mom wouldn't have any idea what was in there?
No. They had fixed things but still weren't 100% open with each other. I don't think she ever forgave him for pushing me out, or herself for letting him.
My heart felt like it was in a vice grip. I could see the twisting pain that made itself home inside Beckham's chest. His eyes turned toward his fist, his smile curving down into a deep frown. It surprised me how strongly I felt Beckham's pain, like I'd just been physically punched in the gut. You're going to find it, Beck. I'll help you look. He shook his head, eyes still turned downward.
It's over. I went to the funeral and got whatever bullshit closure I could. I don't need whatever was inside that damn thing.
I could tell Beckham wasn't being truthful, but it didn't feel like my place to press. All right, I said, sitting up a little straighter in my seat. This weekend, we're turning it into a date. We're going to hunt for that letter. Beckham's head rose, his eyes locking with mine again, a tiny smirk playing on his face.
A second date, huh?
Why? Were you done after this one? His eyebrows jolted.
What? No. I wasn't sure if you wanted... I've been having a really great time with you, Oliver, truly.
I've been having more fun with you than Christina Aguilera had kissing Madonna on live TV. And that looked like a hell of a lot of fun. Beckham chuckled at that.
I remember when that happened. Turned me into a Christina fan.
I feigned a gasp. You weren't an ex-Tina fan from before? I bundled up my napkin and dropped it on the table. On second thought, I've got to go. I looked to him, both of us smiling. I thought this was like what a girl wants, that there ain't no other man. Now I just feel dirty, like a genie in a bottle.
Did you just use 5 Christina song titles in casual conversation?
Yes. Yes, I did. And what about it? Beckham stared at me for a second before cracking, laughter bubbling up through the both of us. The conversation drifted into iconic pop queen territory as we talked about which diva left the most impact on us. I went with classic Britney, while Beckham had a soft spot for Kylie Minogue. By the time we got to Gaga and Grande, the bill was already sitting on the middle of the table. I snatched for it, but Beckham was faster, grabbing the bill and stuffing his card into the holder. He proceeded to hold the bill on his lap until our waiter came back, handing it to her with a toothy grin. Jennifer Lopez, I said, hitting the table. She's a goddess on earth. Ugh, I so wish I could go to her concert coming up. But when that vet school tuition hits, it hits hard. Beckham nodded and smiled.
She's really great. Oh, Pink, too, how could I forget?
Beckham said.
She was another of my favorites. I had all of her albums.
Oh, my Lanta, yes! I love Pink. And she was really leading the pack back then, too. I shook my head. Jesus, I can't believe I just said back then for something like 14 years ago.
That is back then.
Beckham laughed, his green eyes holding my full attention.
Time doesn't stop for anyone.
I glanced at my watch. Holy shit, it definitely doesn't. How is it 10:30 already? The minutes had flown by, and I had been none the wiser.
Past your bedtime?
Beckham teased. Yes, I'm going to need to be tucked in very soon. With more laughter, we grabbed our stuff and made our way through the restaurant, which seemed to have somehow gotten even busier since we arrived. We walked through the ornate white double doors and were greeted by a blast of warm beach air. It was a nice night out, without a cloud in the sky to stop the full moon from shining down on the partying city. The restaurant was only a few streets away from the beach, while a gay club thumped with music down the block. Judging by the gaggle of gays wearing Madonna and Lady Gaga-inspired outfits and T-shirts, I figured it was a Battle of the Pop Queens night. I considered asking Beckham if he wanted to jump in line, but at the same time, I was kind of tired. We'd had a day, and the thought of loud music mixed with an insane number of sweaty, drunken bodies all crammed under one roof literally made me want to cry. I didn't want to go home, though. That was for sure, so when Beckham suggested to take a walk by the beach, I didn't even think. Let's do it. We walked down the street, alcohol still making the world a little brighter for me and my worries a little dimmer, our clothes still crusty from the paint, but I didn't care one bit. We were laughing and having one of the best dates I'd ever been on. At some point, don't remember exactly when, I reached for Beckham's hand and found it, locking our fingers together.
Wow,
Beckham said as we reached the sand. Palm trees stretched high above us, gently swaying in the dark. Beautiful, huh? Straight ahead of us was the ocean, empty of people and full of magic.
It is. It is.
Beckham's hand left mine, only to land on my lower back. I felt shivers course through me.
I actually celebrated my 30th birthday right over there, by that rainbow lifeguard tower.
No way, really?
Yep, I remember that tower. And there's the Sunset Hotel right over there, where I stayed for the night. Damn. 10 years ago now.
Time really does go by in a blink, huh? Beckham pulled me in a little closer. There was a towel hut, closed for the night, directly behind us, giving us a little bit more privacy from the street. We had walked a good bit down Ocean Drive, away from the heavier crowds, so it pretty much felt like we had this entire beach to ourselves. No one else as far as the eye could see. I'm 24, in case you're wondering.
I wasn't.
Mm-hmm. I nudged him with an elbow and rested my head on his shoulder. Does that bother you? I had to ask it. The words had formed on the tip of my tongue and fell out before I could even think twice.
No. No, it doesn't.
The break of waves filled the air. Good, I said, confident. Me either.
You sure about that one?
I had to look up at BECKHAM, only to make sure he wasn't joking. Yes, of course I'm sure. I mean, your salt and pepper look doesn't exactly scream, I'm in my early 20s. I figured you were older than I was the second I laid eyes on you, which also happened to be when I realized how badly I wanted you. I leaned up and kissed him. He tasted as sweet and sensual as I remembered. Coincidence? I think not. BECKHAM was smiling. I could see it under the moonlight.
I don't think so either. And side note, I've had this hair color since I was in my teens. I started getting silver strands really early.
Well, I love it. I couldn't help but put a hand in his hair and feel it, feel the thick strands. We kissed, my lips taking his for a moment. Come on, I said, pushing off him. A flame of adventure lit up inside me. I hadn't felt this alive in a very, very long time. Let's go in. I grabbed BECKHAM's hand and started walking toward where the ocean lapped at the sand. BECKHAM was protesting, but I wasn't having any of it. I stopped inches away from where the sand was dark and smooth. Holding myself with one hand on BECKHAM, I started taking off my shoes.
Into that? The dark water? I don't know, Oliver. Today's been adventurous, but I think I might have to put my Audiobook bag down on this one.
Oh, please? Is big old BECKHAM scared of a little water?
Not at all. What I am scared of is the sharks and jellyfish and stingrays and
Okay. I got your point. I smiled his way. We can come back when the sun's up. The moonlight was reflected in his glittering green eyes, making me wonder how safe his waters were, considering how badly I wanted to jump in. I started to put my socks back on. The darkness hid my look of disappointment. But BECKHAM was more intuitive than that. He didn't need light to see that I was let down.
All right.
I heard a zip and realized it was BECKHAM, already pulling down his pants.
13. BECKHAM Noble. I couldn't believe Oliver was talking me into this. My paint-covered pants were already down at my ankles, and my shirt was coming off next. The warm ocean breeze ran over my bare chest. For what felt like miles, we were the only ones on the stretch of beach. There was no one else, just Oliver and me, getting down to our briefs, looking at each other with mischievous smiles and eyes glittering under bright moonlight.
Let's go all in tonight.
He gave a pointed look to my briefs. All in.
All in, honey.
Oliver's smirk was wicked. I was already getting hard. This is mad. Oliver tisked.
Live a little, Beck.
He looked me up and down as I started to take off my tightening briefs.
Besides, I think the paint's already seeping into your skin. If we don't wash this off fully, I'm not sure how much living we've got left.
I chuckled. I like that about you.
What, my deep concern for skincare as well as being alive?
You turn every moment into a memorable one. He seemed a little taken by that. His face cracked into a wide smile.
Well, let's make sure tonight is really burned into our memories, then.
He crossed the distance between us, the sand parting as his toes sunk onto mine. His lips were on mine in seconds. My hands moved to his bare hips, feeling the soft skin underneath my touch. It sent a bolt of need straight to my cock, which was pulsing against Oliver's odd length. We kissed, and the entirety of Miami Beach faded away. Never had I felt something so powerful. It took my breath away, fully. I had to pull back, suck in the breath of air. Oliver's eyes were pinned to mine, his lips parted, his hands on my ass. Let's get in the water, I said.
Oh, now someone wants to dive right in, huh?
Better that than get arrested for public indecency.
Okay, Beck, we've got to work on your worst-case scenario syndrome.
I laughed at the diagnosis. Let's do that in the water.
I'll race you. Let's see who gets waist-deep first.
Like kids, we laughed and turned to face our invisible finish line. A large part of me wondered if this was some kind of dream. Another part of me wondered if I had completely snapped and lost my bloody mind. We counted down to 3, and the both of us shot off, water splashing in the air. It was liberating. I had been nervous, won't lie about that, but running with my cock flopping around, water up to my thighs, all of us splashing in my direction to try and slow me down, it was all so damn freeing. The hotel up the beach from us was closed for renovations, so we felt extra secluded, but even then, in that moment, that little slice of time, I did never care in the entire world. There could be a stadium-sized audience and I wouldn't have noticed. It was only about Oliver and me, the two of us coming together under a star-dotted sky, naked and bearing all our truths while the warm waters of the Atlantic Ocean surrounded us.
"I won! I did it!"
Oliver shouted, falling back the last few feet he needed to cross. I wasn't going to call him out on the cheating. I clapped and swam over to him and gave him a congratulatory kiss. The ocean around us was calm, the waves barely even registering as we stood. We kissed again. The heat still potent between us, the flames were fanned and my body was rigid with need. I rocked my hips forward through the water, feeling a dose of ecstasy flood through me. He was as hard as I was. Fuck, Oliver. I held his head in my hands. Water dripped down his cheeks, off his chin. He looked up into my eyes, and I swear I'd never seen a more beautiful sight. I kissed him again before I could say the words "You're absolutely perfect" out loud. Oliver's hands traced down my hips, squeezed my thighs. His tongue swirled around mine the moment his grip tightened around the base of my cock. He tugged, the water adding a new element to the sensation of pure pleasure. His hands traveled up and down my length, slowly. It was as though he was savoring every last inch. He broke our kiss and let out a small gasp, one that made my full balls ache.
"Jesus, Mother and Holy Katy Perry, you've got such a big dick."
I looked at him for a brief moment before I cracked, laughing out loud. "You've got such a way with words, Ollie." He cocked his head and offered me the most innocent of smiles, all while he slowly jerked me off under the calm water.
"Don't I?"
"Come here," I growled, unable to keep my hands off him, my lips off his. He squealed in delight, letting go of my dick as I claimed him again, taking his mouth with mine, holding him up so that he wrapped his legs around my waist. Our hard cocks rubbed together, building up an undeniable pressure inside my core. Oliver reached down through the water and grabbed me in his hand again, his lips still pressed against mine. "Oh, fuck," I hissed, feeling a new kind of pressure consume me when Oliver pushed my cock down between his legs so that my head slipped between his arse. He started to grind on me, rubbing himself on my chest while the head of my cock parted his cheeks.
"That feels so damn good," Oliver said into my ear as he worked his hips. My hands moved downward, grabbing his arse and opening him up further. He gasped in a way that made me wish I could sink into him right now. All I wanted was to become one with Oliver, unite our bodies in an explosive display of pure passion and heat. "So good,"
he said again, breathy and low. He nipped at my earlobe, sucked on my neck. I started to thrust, rubbing myself against him. All thoughts of dangerous marine life slipped my mind. I could only focus on Oliver and the way his hard body felt against mine, the way my cock felt passing between his cheeks, rubbing on his arse.
"That's it, Beck. Oh, God, I could almost feel you inside me."
His words pushed me closer and closer to the edge, to what felt like the edge of the world, here in the dark ocean, only feeling his body on mine, the water lazily lapping on our skin. My fingers dug into him. Water started to splash as our movements became bigger, faster. Oliver dropped his head back, exposing his sensitive throat, his bobbing Adam's apple. I licked him from neck to chin, tasting the salt water and skin, my entire body being driven crazy by desire. "I want to be in you." The words crashed out of me like a tidal wave. "I want you so fucking bad, Oliver." His grinding intensified, his eyes rolling back. I could feel his nails scratching at my shoulders as he lost himself.
"I'm gonna come,"
he said, voice husky, eyes shut tight, lips formed into an O. He pushed forward, his hard length pressed against my belly. I could feel his orgasm hit. I could feel him trembling on me, his nails digging deeper into my back, his body twitching and convulsing as he came, spilling his seed into the ocean. Oh, fuck, Oliver, fuck! I let go. My balls erupted, my cock shooting into the water as the climax ripped me to shreds. If I weren't standing in the ocean, I was sure I would have collapsed on the ground. That's how weak my knees felt after it was all over. We kissed as the full moon washed her light over us. The stretch of beach we were on was still empty, thankfully, our clothes neatly piled on the shore. I held him for a little longer, planting delicate kisses on him, a glowing smile on both our faces. "Wow," Oliver said after a few moments. "That was Jesus, Mother, and Kitty Perry Hart." Oliver laughed at that. His eyes were glowing as he looked up at me. "Kitty Perry? I think I know a porn star by that name." "That's not her." "Oh, Kitty, right." Close enough. And yes, it was all kinds of hot. Like, I might actually be dead right now. I think you literally made me die with how hot that was." I leaned in, unable to stop myself from kissing Oliver, both of us smiling like goons. "Okay, let's get back on land," Oliver said. The moon danced in his eyes. He sounded slightly nervous. "Oh, now you're scared," I teased. "Well, yeah. I'm pretty sure semen is a strong shark attractant." His smile grew even wider. "Semen. Seamen, get it?" I couldn't stop the laughter even if I wanted to. "Besides, the world looks a whole lot different after you come." Oliver looked out to the endless blanket of dark ocean. "And that's looking a little scarier to me right now." The warm waters lapped at my hips as the soft waves broke on us. "Let's get out of here," I said, agreeing the water looked a little too dark. Before we turned to head back to shore, I pulled Oliver in for one more kiss, our naked bodies pressed together in the water. We made it back to shore without getting any of our dangling bits taken by sharks. There was no one else on the beach, so we sat down next to our clothes and waited to dry off. Even though the sun had set hours ago, the temperatures were still hot enough to dry up the salt water dripping down our bodies. We sat silently for a while, letting the relaxing melody of the ocean take over. I felt a serenity wash over me then, something I hadn't felt in years, like things were happening exactly as they were meant to. There was something about that feeling, something that allowed me to relinquish some control and, in its place, feel a profound happiness take root. Oliver spoke, his words shaky at first. "I've got a question, Beck. Does it bother you how young I am?" The question didn't come from out of the deep blue. I had sensed he wanted to ask it when he initially brought it up. I was prepared for it, ready to answer with a solid, absolutely not. "I'm just scared." He drifted off, but I didn't want to let this conversation die. Communication was truly key, and this wasn't a topic we could brush under the sand. "Scared of what, Ollie?" "Scared you're looking for someone more set in life? Someone with a solid career and some experience out in the world? I still feel like a kid sometimes, like I have my life together by a very thin string. Hell, I haven't even been out of school yet. I've literally been in school for the past 24 years of my life, and then I'll be in debt for another good 10 years, and that's a positive outlook." "So what?" His eyebrows shot up. I don't think he was expecting the bluntness. I mean... I just mean, none of those things matters to me. I like you. I like spending time with you a lot. Also, the further you pull back, the clearer you can see that everyone has their life hanging together by the same thin thread. And the fact that you're months away from being a veterinarian, that in itself is impressive. Your own vet hospital will come, later I'm sure of it. Just focus on the now. Focus on being happy. Because time really does go by in a flash. If you spend it all on worrying over things that'll eventually sort themselves out, then, well, you wasted your time worrying. Oliver rested his head on my shoulder. "You think so?" "No, so. I just overthink things sometimes. The last thing you need to overthink is us." I didn't even realize how there was already an us. This was only our first actual date, but with Oliver, time didn't feel real. This felt like our 15th date, like I'd been talking to Oliver for years now. Maybe it was because we were covering such hard-hitting topics all on the first night. I don't think I had ever spoken about my father with anyone I was dating. It just never came up, and I never cared enough to share. Not with Oliver, though. I wanted to share everything with him.
All right, let's get dressed before the sun comes up and we scare everyone off the beach.
Oliver kissed my neck before standing. He looked so fucking good. The moonlight played with the lines of his body, the small curve of his hips, the heavy cock hanging between his legs. He was perfect. And then I caught myself. This was only one date, and it was with someone many years younger than me. It was a generational difference that had sunk plenty of previous relationships. Even with our talk, things could change quickly. I couldn't get too carried away. My feet had to stay planted directly on the ground, and my head had to stay as far from the clouds as bloody possible. Which, in reality, was an impossible feat. My head was already far past the clouds. My vision was already flooded with stars, constellations shining as bright as exploding suns, and they all seemed to spell out a singular name. Oliver Brightly.
14. Oliver Brightly, 2 weeks later. The sun was shining bright through all my open windows, filling my apartment with light. The tall glass vase holding the flowers BECKHAM had brought me was sitting on my coffee table, the arrangement of pastel roses and beautiful orchids always catching my eye whenever I walked by. The pink roses matched the pastel pink TV almost to the exact shade. I thought about making some room on my rainbow bookshelf for them, but figured I wanted the flowers front and center on the coffee table. The flowers were such a sweet gesture. They made me happy just looking at them. I gave them an appreciative whiff, taking in the delicate scent, feeling like a full Disney princess in that moment. I half expected a pigeon or something to fly in through my window, but then I realized it would have to break through the screen barrier and figured that would be startling for all parties involved. So actually, ixnay on the Disney princess thing. With my fill of flowers, I got back to cleaning my apartment, finishing up with a quick wipe down of all the dusty surfaces. My apartment was a blast of color and fun, which happened to be the same way I enjoyed to live. There was a bright red focus wall and my hand-painted bookshelf with a different color on every shelf that popped right off the wall. I had a life-size cutout of a smiling Steve Irwin holding up a baby crocodile, propped up by a small tower of veterinary medicine books. The rug underneath the coffee table was also an eye-catcher, having come from Africa and woven with navy, pinks, white, and tan fabric. It was given to me by a woman who had brought her puppy in as an emergency. I was in the clinic that night and saved the pup's life, and she gifted me the rug a week later, saying it carried good energy. I don't know about the good energy, but I sure as hell knew it was soft as heck and felt really great under my feet. Mason and Jar both watched me from the top of their cat tree, the two of them cuddling as they observed their walking food dispenser. I gave them both quick kisses on the head, the Flonase I had pumped into my nose 2 hours ago making me immune to the effects of some cat hair finding its way into my system. All right, boys, I think that's as clean as it's going to get. I surveyed my living room, spotting a lone sock underneath the gray couch. After grabbing it and tossing it into my room where the proper place for random one-sockers was, I heard a knock at my door. Just in time, I said to myself, crossing my living room and opening the door. Hey, Boo! Kylie was standing in the hallway, still wearing her dark blue scrubs, a heavy backpack slung over her shoulder. Beside her was Milan, also wearing his scrubs and leaning a little because of how heavy his backpack was. Sup, guys? Come in. I stepped aside, my friends walking in and dropping their 100-pound bags on the floor, the entire apartment shaking. Were you guys at the hospital?
Been there since 7 this morning.
Milan sounded tired. He went straight for the fridge and grabbed one of the Red Bulls he had left for himself. I was more of a tea kind of guy, but Milan liked the hard stuff. And now we get to spend the night brushing up on the endocrine system in large animals. Kylie sounded as excited as someone lining up to get their mugshots taken. We settled in around my kitchen table, each of us taking our usual study spots. I had laid out a tray of chips and pretzels only 15 minutes earlier, and it was already down to the crumbs by the time I sat down and opened a textbook. Thankfully, being in our 4th year, our daily work consisted of getting hands-on experience. We'd each taken different rotations, all lasting 4 weeks each, in the different specialties of animal medicine. I was working on my small animal medicine clerkship this month, which I happened to genuinely love. It didn't take long until Kylie got bored and started humming a random song, her way of announcing that she was ready to talk about anything but the words that formed alphabet soup on her page. I took the bait. So, I'm seeing Beck again? Kylie's book slapped shut. Milan sat up a little straighter, looking as if he had been sleeping with his eyes open.
No freaking way, Ollie. What are you guys gonna do?
He's coming over tonight. I'm going to be cooking, and then we'll probably just watch Netflix.
And chill?
Milan threw in. Oh, yeah, plenty of chilling involved. Kylie oohed, a hand covering her mouth. This is getting into serious boyfriend territory, isn't it? I shrugged, trying to play it as nonchalantly as possible. Meanwhile, my insides were twisting around like they were dancing the Macarena. We've been talking pretty much every day, and we've gone out on 4 dates now. Each one's better than the last, you guys. A series of knocks interrupted my dreamy-eyed fawning. I got up, Mason jumping from his cat tree and bouncing over my way. He seemed a little disappointed when he realized I wasn't heading for the cat food cabinet and instead was walking toward the door. Hey, Tyra. I gave my friend a hug, pulling her in, and finding myself surprised by who was standing behind her. Look who I found, Tyra said, stepping inside with her heavy book bag. She went past me to drop her stuff off in my room. Will, what are you doing here? Not that I care, obviously, just thought you were with Janet. Will's eyes looked a little puffy. If I didn't know him as well as I did, I would have thought he was crying. Will never cried, though. Not in the entire 10 years of our friendship had I ever seen a tear.
About that.
Oh shit, maybe he had been crying?
We're in a fight. I was going to text you when I was walking over here. Hope you don't mind.
Of course not. Get in here. Will came in and greeted the group. He was looking a little down and out in an oversized white t-shirt and paint-stained gym shorts, his old white Nikes covered in dirt, making them look black. He didn't smell the greatest either, but I wasn't going to hold it against him. He was really feeling his relationship with Janet, so whatever happened must have shaken him. Everyone in the group knew him and welcomed him in, Kylie pulling out the chair next to her and patting it, saying she'd saved the seat for him. I always wondered if Kylie had a thing for Will.
Sorry to bother your studying,
Will said.
Oh, don't worry about it, man. We weren't studying anyway.
Milan was quick to look Kylie's way, smiling.
We got sidetracked with the Kylie June show over there anyway.
Sorry if I'm able to genuinely connect with someone and get them to open up like a delicate orchid just needing some tender love and care. Tyra looked to me, arching her brow. She was wearing a Wonder Woman t-shirt with her dark blue scrubs. Is this about that sexy stud you showed me pics of? Maybe. You showed her pictures? Kylie was up and running to my side in seconds. Milan laughed from the table, fully tuned into the conversation and avoiding the highlighted notes in front of him. Let me see. I unlocked my phone and went to Beckham's bare-bones Instagram page. He only has these photos from like a year and a half ago, but trust me, he hasn't changed. Kylie took the phone from my hand and drew in an audible breath. How have you not introduced me to this man yet? Because he's scared you'd swallow him whole with your vagina, Tyra said, brow still arched. We all laughed at that, Kylie handing me back my phone. It's still pretty new, all right? I don't think I've even shown pics to Will. I just don't want to jinx things. It's going really well, like, too well. I'm scared it's all going to collapse suddenly like a pop star's career after she gets a terrible haircut. The gang laughed. In my phone, I found the photo that was taken of us before the rainbow pool incident. I gave the phone back to Kylie, whose jaw dropped. You two are seriously so flipping cute, I'm dying here. She was smiling from ear to ear, same as I was. And you two text a lot? Every day. I looked around as if I were going to share something extra scandalous. With my voice dropped, I said, We even talk over the phone. Tyra gasped the loudest, although they all had surprised looks on their smiling faces. Like, he dials your number, the phone rings, and you pick up? She asked. I nodded, as if it was the most alien thing in the world.
You guys don't even FaceTime each other?
Milan asked, pushing aside his pink highlight-covered notes. Nope, just call. Now, can you guys please stop acting like I admitted that we use lambskin condoms and churn our own butter? Kylie's chain of snorts filled the room. How old is he? Kylie asked, a question that I was sure was on everyone's mind. Why? Does it look like there's a big difference? My insecurities made my cheeks burn hot and red. Nothing major, I was just wondering. Kylie, too, was blushing. He's 40. Kylie couldn't control the surprise that flashed over her face. I know, it is a big difference, but I don't know. I don't care. Is that bad? Of course it's not bad, Tyra said. Kylie and Milan both nodding with her. Will was sitting down and seemed to still be absorbing everything. He was my best friend, but I'd kept things between BECKHAM and me pretty quiet, barely telling anyone about us. It had been too new and fresh. Tyra sucked her teeth. Age ain't nothing but a number. To consenting adults, go and fuck like little Energizer bunnies. Well, in your case, an Energizer daddy and his Energizer twink. She cocked her head before I started to laugh, my cheeks getting even hotter. How'd you two meet? Will asked, the eyes in the room swiveling to him. I grabbed a seat at the table and went into the story of how we bumped into each other overseas, then again when I went to Stonewall Investigations. Kylie's head almost exploded when she realized my brother and BECKHAM had been working together for months now. So he didn't even know your real name when you two met? Milan asked. Nope, I was fully acting like a freshly minted sorority girl stretching her boundaries on a cute little Euro trip. How is it? Kylie leaned forward on the table. Dating someone older. I think my oldest boyfriend was 2 years older than me, and he acted like a whining baby unless he had my tit in his mouth. Tyra almost snorted the water she had been drinking. Ted? Kylie nodded, lips pursed. Ted? I laughed, remembering her loser of a boyfriend. It's been perfect. I don't know, you'd think we'd have trouble finding things in common or finding things to talk about, but it's the total opposite. We keep discovering that we like the same things, and then the things I don't know about he teaches me, vice versa. I've already downloaded Snapchat on his phone, and he's sent me about 420 snaps of him with that puppy filter on. Kylie put a hand to her chest, her face contorting as if I'd actually just brought out a box of puppies. That is so cute. And look at you. You're literally glowing, Tyra said. You deserve this, Ollie. Someone who has your back, someone you connect so well with. She paused. I could tell there was a runaway train of emotions barreling toward the station. She had been close to Derek, and was as devastated as me when he was taken from us. I knew that all she wanted was to see me happy, and for the past few weeks, I don't think I'd ever felt happier. It's been really nice. I can't lie. He's so different compared to the other guys I've dated after Derek. Kylie snorted. Yeah, you started going for the crazies, didn't you? Or they started going after me, whatever. The point is, Beck is completely different. He's got his life sorted, a comfortable and stimulating career, a house that's his own, and the most important thing of all, we're always laughing. Always laughing and talking and having the best time. Seeing him smile and hearing him laugh seriously gives me so much life. My cheeks hurt from how bad I was smiling. Does he have any kids or ex-spouses? Tara asked. No kids, and a few exes. He's been hurt pretty bad, so I don't think he likes the whole swipe right or left thing. Does he have any straight brothers? Tyra batted her thick lashes. Only child, I said, chuckling and shutting down any hopes. Just keep your eyes open, Oliver. It was Will, who was sitting back in his chair, still looking a little stunned. I didn't blame him. He had come over here for an escape from his situation, from his breakup, and here I was talking about my new and shiny relationship. I'm sure he knows, Milan said, his shoulders stiffening. Milan and Will never gelled very well.
I'm just saying, it's all happening really fast, it seems.
Will looked like he was going on the defensive.
I just had my relationship crack into a million pieces. Happy endings aren't always guaranteed. I just want you to be careful.
He was looking directly at me. I could sense the concern coming from him, and I was grateful for it, even if it was a little unwarranted. Beckham really does feel like my perfect match. I know it's too soon to say for sure, but guys, I haven't been this happy in such a long time. I'm almost too happy, if that makes any sense. Like, this feels wrong with how good it's all going. I felt bad talking about this, knowing Will must be hurting from his breakup, so I opened my notes and dropped a hand on the paper. All right, enough about me and my budding relationship. Let's get to work. Will, if you want, you can put the TV on in my room and take a nap or something. Will checked his watch before standing up.
I think I'll take a 15-minute nap and then head home. Thanks.
He put a hand on my shoulder and squeezed before excusing himself from the table and disappearing down my hallway. The rest of us got back to studying for 5 minutes before Kylie thought of another question to ask me. We talked about BECKHAM for the rest of the day, leaving the endocrine system behind and focusing solely on the man who'd been running through my dreams every single night.
15. BECKHAM Noble. I couldn't wipe the grin off my face even if I tried. I pulled into the apartment complex where my interview would be, smiling from ear to ear and tapping away on the steering wheel to the beat of the pop song playing on the radio. I'd been smiling since I woke up after reading the "Good morning" text from Oliver, attached with a picture of his 2 cats sunbathing in the morning sun. He had said we needed to join them later in the day. I told him I was down for some naked sunbathing, so long as it was with him. Oliver, the man who'd stormed into my life and pushed away all the clouds with that illuminating smile of his. It was scary. I was falling hard and fast, and that scared the piss out of me. I'd been mugged off plenty of times before by guys who I had wrongly assumed were as into me as I was them. Instead, they'd just used me for some good sex and stability, and then they'd drop me the second they felt an ounce of boredom. What if Oliver got bored? He could download any app and have 10 dates lined up within the hour. What if I wasn't good enough to keep him around? The fear had planted itself in a dark, dusty corner of my brain, but it was growing louder and louder as the days went on, as things started to seem almost too good to be true. I parked in front of a tall, pale yellow window, the walls chipped and needing a new coat of paint. There were kids riding up and down on the street on their razor scooters, chasing after each other. There was a lake next to the building. A family of ducks waddled out of the water and straight toward me. With no bread to offer them, I walked around them and up the steps to the apartment's call box. I dialed in the number I was given and waited a few rings until someone answered.
Hello?
Hey, Greg. This is BECKHAM with Stonewall here for the interview.
Ah, of course. Come right up.
A loud buzz followed. I opened the heavy door and stepped inside. He was already waiting for me outside his apartment door, smiling and waving.
BECKHAM, hi, hello.
Greg Williamson did not look like the man I'd been expecting to meet with. From Oliver's account, I painted a picture of a gruff older gentleman with a brash attitude, a beer belly, and a permanent scowl on his scarred face. Instead, I got a brightly dressed man with a sharp haircut and a warm smile. He was wearing a pair of light blue shorts, held up with a neon yellow belt, a pink polo shirt tucked into his waist, wrapped together with a pair of blue Sperry boat shoes, encapsulating the essence of Miami in one outfit. His apartment was as eclectic as his wardrobe. There were dozens of vases holding brightly colored fake flowers, and plenty of books strewn about the small living room, most of them appearing to be self-help books. There was an old couch, still upholstered in a flowery fabric. There was one window, and the thin red blinds were shut. The only light was coming from a thin floor lamp that appeared to be leaning against the wall. It also smelled like mothballs and lavender. This was going to be interesting.
Sorry I couldn't come to your offices,
Greg said, flopping down on the couch and patting the cushion next to him, inviting me over.
I've been having such a busy week. I have an outdoor fundraiser in an hour and a half, and that's why I'm dressed so spiffy today.
I contained the eyebrow arch. Well, I don't want to take up too much of your time then. Let's get right into it.
Let's.
Greg clapped his hands and angled himself to me, sitting with a foot underneath him. This was not how I expected this meeting to go. Like we discussed over the phone, I'm here because I'm investigating the assault that occurred on Oliver and his boyfriend.
So tragic, he said, taking a deep breath. My heart broke when I heard the news of Derek's passing.
I normally felt confident in my judge of character, but Greg was throwing me off. He seemed sincere, but it was also suspect number one currently. How did you find out that he had died? I knew Oliver wasn't using Greg as a shoulder to cry on.
At first, I overheard a few of Oliver's friends talking in the hallway before they went into his apartment. That was when I first found out.
The next question was one I knew the answer to. Were you and Oliver close?
Oh, no. Not at all, no.
Okay, I was expecting a lie to be what came out of Greg's mouth, but instead I seemed to be getting nothing but the truth.
I was a walking shitbag of a human back then. I had prejudices and I was terribly homophobic. I was such a shit neighbor.
He paused and dabbed at his eyes. I noticed them glistening in the dim light of the living room.
I was running. I ran so hard that I trampled over everyone in my way.
Running from what?
My own sexuality.
He couldn't dab at his eyes fast enough. A couple of tears overflowed their banks and spilled down his cheeks.
I saw Oliver and Derek, and I saw how proud and happy they were together, holding hands and kissing and living exactly the life I wanted to live. It was an anger that made me lash out.
In what ways did you lash out? Greg took a moment to compose himself. I could see the visible pain this caused by talking about it. Surprising, especially since he was still a homophobic twat up until the day Oliver moved out of the apartment, which had been 3 years ago. Plenty of time to change, but suspicious timing if he was looking to throw people off his trail.
I was a dick. I'd make dumb comments as they walk by, and oh God, I was just terrible. I don't even want to say the things I did out loud. I'd take down their pride flag, leave it on the floor like trash. It was horrible.
Did you ever get physical with them? His eyes almost popped out of their sockets.
Hurt them? No, absolutely. Oh, no. You don't think... I didn't do it. I couldn't have. I swear. Please, I would never.
The dawn of realization broke inside Greg's nervous brown eyes.
You have to believe me, he continued. I'd never hurt anyone, not physically. I own the mental trauma I inflicted, and I regret that every single day of my waking gay life. But I didn't, and I would never beat someone up, kill someone. No.
He was almost on the brink of tears. I had to regain control of this interview before he spiraled downward and I lost any chance of gaining valuable information. Okay, let's double back. You said you were running from your sexuality. Did you realize something in yourself? Greg nodded, a streak of wetness glistening on his cheek.
I mean, I knew. Ever since I could remember, I knew I was gay. I was so scared. I didn't know what to do. I didn't have any friends, and I had no guidance. I lashed out instead of asking for help.
And out of all the people in the world, Oliver may have been the one who could have helped Greg out. He had one of the biggest hearts I'd ever known, and I just knew that he would have made a difference in Greg's life if he were just allowed. When did you officially accept it?
It was around Christmas 2 years ago.
As touching as Greg's story was, it didn't quite help in easing my suspicion. The timing still allowed Greg to have lashed out at Oliver and Derek, and even though Greg was adamant on the fact that he'd never hurt anyone, that didn't exonerate him. He could just be an excellent liar, or he had connections to people who would hurt someone, depending on how much money was offered. What's your job, Greg? Do you make enough money to hire a hitman?
My job? Oh, I'm a florist. I used to work reception at a doctor's office, but being a florist is one of my dreams come true.
Okay. So he probably wasn't making hitman kind of money.
I swear, I'm a changed man. I donate to GLAAD, and I volunteer weekly at the local shelter. We still see so many kids coming through because they were kicked out of their homes. I can't... It hurts to even think about.
I knew Greg wasn't lying about his volunteer time. I'd been following him for a couple of days now before this meeting, and I'd seen him go to the shelter, where he had been greeted warmly and seemed to get along with everyone. I didn't catch him going to work, but judging by the dozens of vases all holding fresh flowers around his apartment, I figured he wasn't lying. I still asked for the name of the florist shop just to follow up, though. There was more to mine from Greg. He was seeming less and less likely to be involved, but that didn't mean he didn't have information on who could be behind this. When you were hostile toward Oliver and Derek, did you also have friends who acted the same way? Anyone who would hang out with you often? Greg seemed to search his memory for a moment.
No, I was a loner for the most part. That part of my life's gotten better too. I joined the YMCA and go out to social events every now and then. I'm not the same person I used to be.
His eyes were saying he spoke the truth. I believed him, but I still didn't exonerate him. Derek's killer was still on the loose, and I had to make sure I followed every single thread, no matter how thin it might be. Is there anyone you can think of that knew Oliver had shared your same attitude? Not friends, but anyone you may have seen around the apartment complex?
Right. No, I don't. Well, you know what? There was this one guy. I never really spoke to him except for a handful of times. Don't even know if he lives in the state, but I remember him having a very strong hatred toward gay people.
You figured that out from a handful of times? Greg nodded.
He was very adamant about it. I remember now. Oliver and Derek were walking past us to their apartment, and they were holding hands. I saw this man's eyes drop to their hands, and then his face turned blood red. He started saying things like men shouldn't be with men and how unnatural it is. He said some worse things, too.
His name and contact information?
I think... what was his name? Mario. Mario Reyes.
Wow. Look at that. Another Fred. I knew exactly who Mario was.
He owned a landscaping company, that's how I knew him.
Greg chewed on his nails as he spoke.
King's Landscaping, he called it. He was asking me if I had any family that could use his business. Oliver didn't see Mario's reaction to his hand-holding, so I wasn't surprised when I spotted Oliver trying to talk to Mario before he left. My window was open and I heard most of the conversation. I think Oliver had asked him for rates. Apparently his parents were looking for a good landscaper. Well, Mario nearly spat in his face. Only hit the poor kid's shoes because there were so many people out on the street at that time. Of course, none of us cowards said anything. I ran to the window to see what was going on. I'll never forget the look on Oliver's face. All he wanted was to hire the guy.
Were there any other words exchanged?
No. Mario got in his truck and Oliver just stood there. His friend came running out, thank goodness for him. I think that kid saved Oliver on multiple occasions.
Derek?
No, it was his best friend, I think. Don't really remember his name.
Do you know if Mario ever crossed paths with Oliver again? I asked. This was good. I felt like I had uncovered a gleaming gem underneath a pile of useless dirt.
He worked all up and down the block. He'd come around all the time. He probably knew all of our schedules down to the hour, and he had to have definitely seen him again after the incident. I never witnessed them speaking to each other again, though.
The gem was looking bigger and bigger by the second. Why hadn't Oliver mentioned this guy before? Their paths had to have crossed. I'll have to have a chat with Mario.
Please do. I can't believe that whoever's behind the attack still hasn't been caught. Poor Oliver. He must be living in such fear.
I didn't offer anything else. Although Greg seemed to be innocent and genuinely cared about Oliver, I still wasn't here to be friends with him. My job was to get to the bottom of this before it happened again to someone else. All right, I think we've covered everything I needed for today. I got up from the couch, Greg following me. He appeared relieved that this was over.
Thank you for allowing me to help in whatever way I could.
As I was leaving, Greg reached out and grabbed my hand, letting it go when I turned to him.
Please, tell Oliver that I'm so sorry for everything I put him through. I really am.
He was almost in tears. I nodded and told him that I would pass on the apology. I figured it would not only help Greg, but it would help Oliver too. He was the kind of guy who took apologies to heart, and I knew that hearing about Greg's change of heart would lift a weight off Oliver's shoulders. I'd see him tonight, and I already couldn't wait. It was still early in the day, though, and Mario Reyes was turning into my sole focus. Stonewall Investigations was busy when I walked in, finding Ollie's desk swamped with papers while a couple of people sat on the couches in the waiting room. They looked my way with excited glances. Unfortunately, my schedule was booked up. It was one of the worst parts about my job. Not that there were many bad parts to begin with, but the fact that I couldn't help every single soul that walked through our doors bothered me.
Hey, Beck.
Ollie said as I walked past her desk. She readjusted her red headband, which was starting to fall into her eyes. She was still wearing a smile, even though it seemed like the stress was seeping out of her pores. Ollie, anything I can help you out with?
Oh no, just a bunch of paperwork I've got to handle and an insane schedule I've got to balance. Thank you, though. I really appreciate it.
She flashed an even bigger smile before turning her attention back down to her desk. I left her to her work and went through the hall to my office. That's where I spotted Shiro, looking like he was heading to the beach in short pink shorts and a black tank top. Working hard, huh, Shiro? I teased. Working hard on this tan, he said, stretching out a leg that was as pale as a piece of loose-leaf paper. He started cracking up. I covered my eyes and stepped back. Bloody hell, I can't see anything. I think a flash grenade just went off in here. Okay, I'm not that pale, calm down. We both started to laugh. Shiro was one of the detectives I'd gotten closest to over the year or so of working here at Stonewall. He was a great guy, and was always quick with a joke. Not to mention he was a genius detective and never failed to close a case in record time. Hey, you two. The voice surprised me. It was Jonah who popped out of his office behind me, his head peeking out from the open doorway. I want to be part of the fun, he said. Part of me tensed. Damn it. I didn't want to be awkward, but I could feel myself sliding right into a tar pit of awkwardness. Oliver and I had been chatting for a good 3 weeks now. It was enough time for me to fall pretty hard for him, but it wasn't nearly enough time to figure out what to do about his older brother / my co-worker. It helped that Jonah had been gone for a couple of weeks, so I didn't have to think too much about it. Don't worry, Shiro said. BECKHAM was just flexing his workplace harassment muscle. My head swiveled to Shiro. You're the one harassing me with how short those shorts are. You called this harassment? Shiro twirled. I'll show you harassment. He turned away from us and shook his ass before giving himself a slap. He had a booty, there was no denying that. It shook with the aftershocks of his slap. And this is when I get back to work, Jonah said, laughing as he retreated back into his office. And where are you headed, she? I'm headed to work. I arched a brow. I'm tailing someone at the beach. Have to fit in. He gave a little twirl. Tailing someone. That's what the kids are calling it these days, huh? Mm-hmm. Shiro winked. He started walking before he stopped. Oh, did Holly tell you? About what? We're getting a new detective. All our schedules have been so crazy packed, Andrew gave the go-ahead to hire one more person. I think he starts next week. That was news to me. Holly's planning a little dinner for us so we can get to know him, this Friday night if you're free. Bollocks, Oliver and I are going to the Jennifer Lopez concert that night. Jenny from the block, okay, well, that's definitely more fun than dinner. I'm sure we'll have more chances to hang out with the newbie. Shiro glanced at his watch. All right, I gotta get going. I said goodbye and went to my office, closing the door behind me. Usually my first point of business in my office was to open the blinds, crack the window, and turn on some ambient music. Lately, though, my routine had shifted. I no longer focused on making myself comfortable first. Instead, I dropped to my hands and knees and checked for that blasted letter for about the 100th time. It had turned into a ritual. I'd enter my office and do a quick search, as if the letter would magically reappear in a spot I'd already searched about 100 times. It made me angry, the fact that I cared so much about the damn thing. Losing it made me even angrier. Why didn't I just open it on the spot? I could have been done with it there and then. I could have left the letter behind me like I had his grave. Instead, I was on my hands and knees inside my office, looking underneath the chairs and desk and only finding a few candy wrappers and a couple of dusty rubber bands. With an exasperated sigh, I got back on my feet and dusted off my knees. I knew it wasn't in here, but part of me said I still had to try regardless. Maybe that was the part that pushed me into becoming a detective. I'd always been a stubborn bloke, and I rarely took no for an answer, leading me to find plenty of lost toys as a kid. At my desk, I got settled and opened up all the notes I had on Greg. First off, I wanted to find the florist he worked at and verify his employment. It seemed like a dumb thing to lie about, but I'd caught bigger and way more stupid lies than that. I was on the florist's website when all of a sudden the entire building's power cut out. It was still daylight out, so there was plenty of sun coming in through the window, which also meant this wasn't caused by a storm. Andrew, did you pay the electricity bill? I heard Jonah call out in the hallway. I stood up and went to the hall where the rest of the detectives and a couple of clients were starting to meet. Penny, the normally tough-as-nails detective, was with her client, who looked a little spooked. She was reassuring her that everything was fine and that this happened quite a few times. It didn't. Penny herself looking a little shaken. That's when I heard it. When we all heard it. "Get out!" It was Jonah, and he was shouting at the top of his lungs. "Everyone, out of the building, now!" No one asked questions. No one waited another second. We all filed out, hurrying through the dark hallway, unsure of what the hell had caused Jonah so much panic. But knowing that whatever it was deadly serious. 16. Oliver Brightly.
The sun was setting over Miami, throwing a bucket of purple and orange paint over the sky, coloring the puffy clouds that lazily pushed in from the ocean. I had my windows open as I cleaned up the apartment, enjoying the intermittent breeze that would drift in, dancing as I dusted off my rainbow bookshelf. I hadn't talked to BECKHAM all day, which was odd for us, but I knew he was meeting with my old neighbor today and figured he was busy with detective things. I made myself busy with cleaning and the occasional studying in the meantime. It was my last year, so everything I was studying had been more of a tune-up than an info dump, thankfully. The first 2 years of vet school were brutal, but the last one had been more hands-on instead of us sitting in classrooms, which reminded me of the exact reason why I'd chosen this as my career. I loved helping all kinds of animals, big and small, furry and scaled, and I loved seeing the smiles on their owners' faces when things turned out all right. It was either being a veterinarian or a backup dancer for Mariah Carey. Those had been my only two options growing up as a kid, so thank God vet school worked out, because I could barely control my legs to cross a room, much less dance behind a real-life queen. I finished up cleaning and got to preparing dinner. This was the first night BECKHAM was coming over, and I had decided to cook him a nice steak dinner. Thankfully, my cooking wasn't as bad as my dancing. By the time I was wrapping up in the kitchen, I could tell my entire apartment smelled like buttery, soft, and seasoned steak. I was working on the mashed potatoes and asparagus when I got a text from BECKHAM telling me that he was on his way. Not too long after, there were a couple of hard knocks on my door. I lowered the music I'd been listening to and went over to the front door, a small pep in my step that certainly hadn't been there before as I was vacuuming the layer of cat hair on the floor. "Hey there, Beck." BECKHAM was looking delicious. He wore a black shirt with 3 buttons down the center of the collar, 2 of them popped open and revealing a sexy tuft of hair and tantalizing skin. His jeans looked new, crisp. His sneakers were definitely new with how white they were. He pulled me in for a kiss, one that surprised me. It lasted for a long moment. It felt like he was relieved to see me, to share this moment. When the kiss broke, I stood there, looking up into BECKHAM's emerald green eyes. There was turmoil in there, a storm brewing. Something had happened. My blood thickened. "What's wrong?" I asked, bringing him inside. "What happened?"
"That obvious, huh?"
"Honey, the library is open because I can read you like a book." That got a laugh out of him, but the storm was still swirling inside his gaze. Mason and Jar both hopped off the couch and sauntered over to the new guest. Jar a little more hesitant than Mason, who was already purring like a motor as he neared BECKHAM.
"These are the famous Mason and Jar, huh?"
BECKHAM, a smile on his face, crouched down and gave Mason chin scratches, somehow knowing the exact way into that big orange tiger's heart. Jar, not one to be left behind on chin scratches, bumped into Mason and pushed him out of the way, positioning himself for the same treatment. BECKHAM gave them both neck scratches, which I thought was about to legit blow both their little cat minds. "So, what happened?" I asked, still worried even though cat cuddling seemed to be easing some of the tension off BECKHAM.
"We got a bomb threat at Stonewall Investigations today."
"No!" I covered my mouth, shock washing over me. I could feel myself getting lightheaded. "What? Is everyone okay? What happened? Is Jonah—"
"Everyone's fine. Your brother was the one who got the call and had all of us evacuate."
I still felt like I was walking on a tightrope far above the Grand Canyon. I took a breath, calming myself before things spiraled out of my control. "Was there anything? Did anyone find anything?" BECKHAM shook his head.
"Nothing. The police were called and the bomb squad showed up and did a sweep. They couldn't find a bloody thing.
I walked over to the counter where I had poured 2 glasses of red wine. Here, you need this. He grabbed the stem of the glass with a grateful smile and took a few gulps. So, what did the person say? Is there any idea on who it could be?
No idea.
BECKHAM took another gulp before continuing, his glass already almost empty.
Ollie got the call first and transferred it to Jonah. Whoever called was using a voice distorter. Jonah was able to record the message and we all heard it.
Part of me wanted to stay blissfully ignorant of the details. I had 2 people I cared a great deal for working at Stonewall. I didn't want to spend my days obsessing over their safety. But my inner anxious Annie couldn't keep quiet. What did they say? I asked anyway.
That they were the 3rd fallen angel, and that they were going to drag us all to hell where we belong. They said that the bomb had been planted the night before.
I felt sick to my stomach. I can't. This is crazy. Jesus, Mary, and Joe Jonas. BECKHAM cocked his head as though he hadn't heard me right, before cracking up once he figured that he had heard right.
Come here, you bright shining sun.
He placed the wine glass down on my kitchen counter with a clink before stepping toward me, a smile on his face. He kissed me then. It felt like a reminder of everything we had and how suddenly it could be taken from us. 3rd fallen angel, I repeated when the kiss broke. Does this have anything to do with the graffiti someone left a few months back?
We think so.
BECKHAM nodded. He looked stressed, and all I wanted to do was kiss that stress off him. Of course, I didn't blame him in the slightest. Stonewall Investigations was an incredible group of detectives set on helping an underserved community. But that also meant they were easy targets for other parties who didn't have as good of a heart as the detectives did. It was proven months ago when they found graffiti painted across the entrance of the building. I remember my brother having told me about it, saying they suspected that maybe the church down the street had some worshippers who may have lashed out. So, you suspect the church still? I asked. He chewed his lip in thought.
No, not anymore. I think there's something else going on here.
Like?
Don't worry about it. I didn't come over to speculate on cases. I came over to spend time with you. And, judging from the smell, also to stuff my face with incredible food.
Well, I wouldn't really say incredible.
What would you say?
I cocked my head, smiling. Delectable.
Perfect.
He kissed me again, almost sweeping me off my feet, literally. My heart filled with happiness and relief. I felt like I was high as I scurried around the apartment and got the last touches ready, bringing BECKHAM to the table and having him sit down so I could serve him. I tried getting him to tell me what happened with his interview with Greg, but he was adamant on keeping the night easy. These 4 walls turned into a shelter strong enough to withstand a bomb. At least that's what it felt like. Like nothing on the outside mattered. It was all just about me and BECKHAM, and I wasn't complaining in the slightest. So, you've never been to prom? I asked, a little too surprised.
Nope. Well, we don't really have prom in London. Not when I was growing up, at least. I think I've heard that it's becoming more of a thing over there.
Wow. So, you never had to feel the life and death pressure of finding a date? BECKHAM laughed at that. He wiped his mouth with a napkin, sitting back in his chair. The plate in front of him was empty and gleaming as if I'd just taken it out of the dishwasher. You'd never guess there was a medium-rare slab of sirloin sitting there minutes before.
I've seen them in movies and TV shows, though. Does make me feel a little bad that I missed that experience.
Oh, really? I arched a brow. Ideas started popping up in my head like little meerkats. The ideas didn't involve any meerkats, though. Not yet.
Yeah, I don't know why. I can't even dance. Isn't prom all about the dancing? You know what, on second thought, maybe I could have done without that pressure, having to find a date and all that bollocks.
I waved a hand in the air. Please, as if you would have had any trouble finding dates. All you have to do is flash that big smile and say a few words with that sexy accent of yours, and everyone's tripping over you.
You think my accent's sexy, huh?
That's what you picked out of that? I laughed and took a drink of the wine, my glass almost empty as I set it back down.
I was just worried you thought it was annoying.
What? Never? Oh my God, annoying! I could record you reading the terms and conditions for Candy Crush and listen to it just to smile. That got an even bigger laugh out of Beckham. He kicked his foot out under the table. He wasn't wearing any shoes or socks, his bare foot landing on mine. Neither of us moved. We kept talking, the time ticking away, the connection between us solidifying like a block of cement. After a little more fawning over Beckham's accent, I decided to move the party to the couch, thinking it'd be a little more comfortable and a lot easier to access things I wanted to access. I ran to the bathroom and came back, pouring us new glasses of wine and joining Beckham on the couch, who was already scratching Mason's chin. I'd never seen Mason so attached to someone after just meeting them. Normally he was standoffish, even to friends I had known for years, and yet, with Beckham, he was cuddling and purring and acting like I'd just brought in the cat whisperer. You can put him on the floor if he's too much, I said, giving Beckham an out. He didn't take it. Instead, he leaned down and buried his face in Mason's fur. It was the cutest fucking thing I'd ever seen, and I'd seen some cute stuff in my life.
We're mates already,
Beckham said, thanking me as I handed him his wine glass. I noticed his gaze drift over to the row of picture frames I had near the window. My family was smiling back at us in almost all of them.
That your mum and dad?
Yep, I said, grabbing a gold-rimmed wooden frame before sitting down. This was us on Jonah's 13th birthday. We went to Disney. Stitch is obviously my favorite character. Everyone in the photo looked normal, except for me, who was wearing a big Stitch hat that made my head look like it belonged to a blue alien experiment. But it didn't end there. Oh, no. I was a committed Stitch stan. I had the Stitch gloves, big blue furry things, and a blue shirt that matched with my blue shorts. What's your favorite Disney character? I asked, now watching Beckham as he looked at the photo, a peculiar expression crossing his face.
It's Mickey. I know. You're going to call me
special? Beautiful, funny, smart, handsome?
I was going to say basic, but I'll take any of those too.
How about all of them? I said, leaning in and kissing him on the cheek. His stubble scratched against my lips and made my pulse quicken.
You've got a beautiful family,
Beckham said, his attention turning back to the photo in his hands.
I can feel the happiness through the glass, and all of the photos are the same. The four of you beaming, having the time of your life, being together.
He paused for a moment, swallowed.
Being a family. That's something I feel like I missed out on. Not so much prom, but the chance of having a supportive unit. Folks who always have your back no matter what. I never really had that.
He handed the frame back, his eyes looking cloudy. Like thinking about his family had suddenly rocked him. I grabbed the frame and put it back in place, returning to the couch, this time sitting a little closer to Beckham. I was finding that any distance between us was too much distance. He was anxious. I could see it in the wrinkle between his brow that wouldn't leave. What are you thinking about?
Huh?
Obviously, Beckham was caught off guard. He looked to me, the brow wrinkle getting deeper. It's just, I feel like you've got something on your mind. I don't know, maybe it's just me asking dumb questions. Forget it. I waved off my dumb question. I overthink things sometimes. Just forget it. Beckham scratched the back of his neck and let out an exhale, sounding an awful lot like someone with a lot on their mind. Just saying.
No, you're right.
Oh? I sat up on the couch. Our knees were still touching, small tendrils of warm electricity still shooting out from the contact point. My heart started to beat a little faster. What's been on your mind? Oh, shoot. Did I just open up a can of I'm about to break up with you worms?
I've been thinking a lot. Don't worry, it's got nothing to do with us.
Oh, thank God. Yeah, duh, I said, trying to play it cool.
Just saw you going pale there for a second.
Oh, please, I said, slapping at his chest, but also knowing I must have looked like Casper the Gay Ghost. Anyway, you were saying? With a low laugh, he continued.
I was saying, I've been thinking. I've been constantly wondering what the hell was in that bloody letter my father left me.
He looked away from me, almost as if he were searching for the letter right now, even though there was zero chance it would be sitting somewhere in my living room. My heart cracked. The split running down the middle like an earthquake had just torn it down the fault line. There's still a chance you're going to find it. I always liked to err on the hopeful side, even when it seemed like all the odds were stacked against me. Lost things have a way of being found at just the right time.
Tell that to the signed photo of Kylie Minogue I lost 15 years ago. I think the time's been right for that to show up by now.
Oh, honey, we all know Ms. Minogue works on the goddess clock. 15 years to her is like 15 minutes to us. Give her at least 25 years to show up again. Beckham laughed again. His eyes came back to mine.
How do you do that? You turn some of my hardest moments into times I never want to forget.
I'm just returning the favor. The smile grew on both our faces as we leaned in, our lips meeting for a soft moment. You're going to find that letter, I said, getting lost in his eyes, feeling his breath tickle the tip of my nose. You will.
I don't know why I even care so much. He was never a good father to me, even before he knew I was gay. It was always more interesting going to the pub than being at home with me and Mum.
It still doesn't take away the fact that he had a message and you deserve to read it. Maybe he was apologizing for all the things he did. Maybe this is closure.
I doubt it. He never apologized for a damn thing.
Beckham sighed and sat back on the couch, hands on his legs.
Doesn't matter anyway. The letter's gone. I'll probably never know.
Nope, I don't believe that. I'm going over to your place this weekend and we're turning it upside down. And if we still can't find it, then we're going to retrace every single step you've taken. Determination filled me. I wasn't going to let Beckham give up on this. It was clear how badly he was affected by this, and I was going to do everything in my power to make it better.
You really don't have to go out of your way, Oliver. Thank you, though. I appreciate it. A lot.
I sat cross-legged on the couch, my knee sitting on Beckham's thigh. Okay, I know I don't have to, but I want to, so I will. I cocked my head and smiled, as if life were always that easy.
Come here, you cheeky bastard,
Beckham said, pulling me in for a kiss.
You're something else, you know that?
I kissed him again before answering. It felt like a chorus of freaking angels entered the room every time our lips touched. This kiss didn't stop, though. Words were swallowed and moans were offered as my tongue tasted Beckham, glided over his teeth. My hands moved up to his head. I couldn't sit cross-legged anymore. Instead, I shifted over so that I straddled Beckham as the kiss grew into something uncontrollable. A runaway train that was headed straight for Passionville. Too bad I had no idea the train had other plans. The night wasn't going anywhere in the direction I was expecting it to.
17. Beckham Noble. Oliver's weight on me had me hard in seconds. His kiss made my balls ache. My hands went to his hips before slipping under his shirt, feeling the soft, warm skin gliding up to his chest, feeling his heartbeat underneath my palm. It was exactly what I needed to get my mind off the letter. Oliver had the antidote to all my problems, and he administered it with a kiss.
"You're so sexy,"
he said during a break for air. He was looking down at me, his lips gleaming in the soft light of his living room. I answered with a growl and another kiss. I thrust up, rubbing myself on Oliver, letting him know how hard he made me. The moan I drank from him let me know he liked that. I did it again. He started to grind his hips, pushing down on my cock, his tongue exploring every inch of my mouth. That's it, I had to have him. No more games, no more fucking around out in the dark ocean. I wanted to lay him out on the couch naked and devour him with my eyes before I went in with my mouth, tasting every inch of him. I wrapped my arms around him and stood. He squealed in surprise, his eyes opening wide, his lips curving into a smile as he continued to kiss me. I could feel his rigid length against my belly as I lifted him, turning so that I could sit him down on the couch. He dropped onto the soft cushions, his hunger obvious in the way he looked at me. It felt like a reflection, the same hunger chewing through me, shouting out for Oliver and his body. I started on his shirt, lifting it up over his head and putting it aside. He sat there, his milky soft skin mine for the taking. I was ready to see him flush red as the heat spread through his veins. Now it's my turn to say you're so bloody sexy. Oliver sat back, his legs spread, his bulge on full display. It throbbed against his jeans, causing the fabric to move and strain as though he were about to tear right through it.
"Come over here and show me how much you mean that."
He started to rub himself through his jeans. Suddenly, I was extremely jealous of his hand, which was exactly where I wanted my mouth to be. I liked how confident Oliver was being, and how he wasn't scared to let the moment carry us away. There were no reservations, no hesitation. This felt so natural. I wouldn't have been surprised if I found out we were being filmed for some kind of nature documentary. Planet Cock. I'd TiVo that in a heartbeat. I didn't waste a second longer. I got down on the floor, my knees popping loudly, and opened Oliver's legs even wider. There I took a moment to admire the scene. I wanted to paint this memory into the permanent fixtures of my brain. The sight of Oliver, his hair messy from me running my hand through it, his transfixing sky-blue eyes that seemed to have all the answers to every question I'd ever asked. The way his breaths filled his lungs and made his chest rise and dip. The subtle beat of his pulse in his neck. The trail of light brown hair that led down past the bend of his jeans. Everything about him was pure perfection. Everything about him made me want to rip my heart out and hand it to him on the spot. His to hold, his to keep. Of course, there was a fear that he'd mug me off, that he'd find someone newer and shinier and leave me in the dust, my heart bleeding out into the dirt. It was a very real fear, and one I couldn't put to rest for some reason. That's when it happened. Crash! The window shattered. Glass went flying all across the living room. Instinctively, I used my body to shield Oliver, who let out a frightened shriek and started to tremble. "You all right?" I asked, looking him over quickly.
Yeah, you?"
I nodded and turned my attention to the window. Mason and Jar were both inside Oliver's bedroom, so neither of them was hurt from the glass. Oliver lived on the 4th story of his apartment building. His living room window looked out to the back side of the complex, where there was another development being built. I went to the window, glass crunching under my trainers.
"I'm calling the police,"
Oliver said, more to himself than anyone else. And then he shouted,
"I'm calling the police!"
probably to scare off whoever was outside. At the window, I looked out. The night had fallen, and there were no lights outside. The skeleton of the apartments next door stood tall and bare, offering plenty of places for someone to hide behind.
"Beck, don't stand there. Please, come back here."
I need to see who it was.
"What was it anyway? What broke the window? Oh my God. Beck, look."
I couldn't spot any movement outside. I turned to whatever Oliver was pointing at. What the? On the floor, sitting next to the coffee table on top of a bed of broken glass, was a brown paper bag, torn up and wet with something. Pink was showing through the tears in the bag. With 2 fingers, I delicately turned the bag so that I could open the top.
"Wait, Beck, let's call the police. Let's just call the police."
I had to see what was in the bag. I opened the top, the brown paper crinkling. It didn't take me long at all to recognize what I was looking at. "Jesus," I said on an exhale.
What? What is it?"
I didn't want Oliver to see. I didn't want his nightmares fueled with more gasoline.
"What is it, Beck?"
But he had to know. This involved him as much as it did me. I decided to be as vague as possible in my description. It's a pig's head, with its eyes bulging and red. It's facing up and there's a note snagged on its tooth. An artificial grin given to the poor pig with some kind of knife. The note says, "Call off the hunt." Another benign detail that I felt needed to be shared. There's a pink collar here too. Oliver shot off the couch.
"What?"
He grabbed the sandals by the couch and hurried to my side, the glass breaking under his steps, mixing with the heavy breathing, making a macabre soundtrack for the moment.
"There was a pig that came into the clinic, Kiko. We had to put her down today."
I could see Oliver trying to muster up the courage to look into the bag. I knew I couldn't shield Oliver from this, especially if he could tell me where this pig's head had come from. I held the bag open. Oliver leaned over, looked inside. He reeled back, whatever color that had been left in his face drained.
"That's her. That's Kiko."
He gagged before getting back onto his feet.
"I'm gonna be—"
He rushed to the bathroom. When he came back out, I had already called the police.
"I can't stay here tonight,"
Oliver said, shaking his head. It was close to tears. I felt like the glass shards all around us had been picked up and dumped right into my heart. I pulled him close and held him, I held him until the police showed up, and I held him as they were leaving, finding nothing and promising nothing as well. They said that there were no cameras and no eyewitnesses in the area, although I don't know how they automatically figured out there weren't any witnesses, since I didn't see either of the two cops knocking on doors and asking neighbors. I'd do that first thing tomorrow morning. But right now, Oliver needed me. He was trembling like a leaf. I could practically feel the fear in the air, like it added another layer to the humidity filling the room from the open window. "Come over to my place," I offered. "Bring Mason and Jar and stay over for a little."
"Thank you, Beck."
He looked up at me, eyes glistening wet.
"That sounds good."
As it was bringing him back to that moment when he lost Derek, I could see it reflected in the tears that streaked his cheek. Oliver went to the bedroom and worked on getting Mason and Jar ready. While he did that, I rummaged around for the broom and dustpan. By the time Oliver came back into the living room, most of the glass was sitting in the pan. "It needs a good vacuuming, but I think I got most of it."
"Oh, Beck, you didn't have to."
They came over with the hot pink cat carriers, holding the big things with both hands while struggling with a heavy backpack. I hurried and grabbed the cats, Oliver thanking me again. I told him the last thing he needed was to thank me for anything. It made me feel like I was doing someone a favor, which I wasn't. "This isn't a favor," I said, holding Oliver's hand. "This is just teamwork." Oliver seemed like he was about to cry, but swallowed it down at the last second.
"Can we stay at a hotel, just for tonight? I'm scared we'll be followed, and I want to be high up on, the 14th floor with security in the lobby, and preferably a moat surrounding the property, too."
"Of course, Ollie. I've got a place we can stay at. It's on the beach. We can try to relax for tonight."
"Let's do that."
Oliver's smile didn't waver this time as he leaned up to kiss me.
"Teammate."
In the hotel room, things seemed a little calmer. I had to admit, it felt good knowing that there was a lobby with security. Even I was slightly shaken from the sequence of today's events. The evacuation at Stonewall already had me on edge, and then the incident at Oliver's only served as icing on this fucked-up shitcake. I didn't think the two were related, but the timing certainly didn't help anyone.
"Jesus, what a day,"
Oliver said, opening up the blinds to show off a view of Miami Beach, the ocean dark and infinite. Clouds covered any light from the moon, making it seem almost as though the water were reflecting the pitch-black night back toward us. Mason and Jar were already sitting on the couch, cuddled up together and watching us as we settled in. I looked away, my gaze landing on Oliver. He still looked shaken, and I didn't blame him, but he was a strong one. He was already getting back to his radiant self. I could feel it like the sun cresting over the horizon. I went over and wrapped an arm around his torso, pulling him into me, letting the heat from our bodies serve as a comfort. "Ollie, why didn't you bring up that homophobic tit Mario Reyes, the landscaper? I spoke to Greg and he told me about the time Mario spat at you. That could be significant." Oliver separated from me. He looked out the large window.
"If I listed out every homophobic asshole I interacted with throughout my life, then you'd never figure out who attacked me and Derek that night. I don't know. I don't like talking about it, I guess. I don't like living in that negative space, and even being reminded that it exists."
I put an arm across Oliver's shoulder and pulled him back into my side. I kissed the top of his head, feeling his soft air against my lips. "If I ever see anyone even giving you an ounce of attitude, I swear I'll send them spinning as much as the London Eye." That got a chuckle out of Oliver. I swallowed the sound up, letting it fill me.
"He was a bad one, though. I do remember that. I guess I thought it had to be someone that was a constant presence in my life. That Mario guy popped in for a few months when he was working on our building and then disappeared. The attack didn't happen for another year."
Time works differently with everyone. You might have moved past the bullshit he put you through, but Mario could have been marinating in it, working himself up to do something.
Well, shit, I didn't really think about it like that.
Don't worry. Thinking about it like that is my job. I've already got someone working on figuring out where Mario is, and then I'll need him to answer a few of my questions. Oliver pursed his lips. I could tell talking about this was painful for him, especially after tonight's events.
"Thank you for staying with me tonight,"
Oliver said. His voice was low, soft. "I wish I could stay with you every night." It was an honest answer. Oliver nuzzled into me a little more, rubbing his head on me.
Maybe you should.
Maybe I will, I countered, smiling. Oliver looked up at me and planted a sweet kiss, his hand coming up behind my neck and holding as his lips took control. If you give me more of that, then I definitely will. He smirked, the embers in his pupils lighting up, one hand still on my neck, his other hand rested on my stomach.
Sorry for freaking out earlier.
Are you kidding me? What we went through deserves a freak out. Do you want to talk some more about it? Oliver shook his head.
Not tonight.
He kissed me again. This one felt a little more desperate, a little more hungry. We stumbled back onto the bed.
I just want to forget it all tonight. I don't want to think about any of it.
Another kiss. The temperature in the room was rising at a blistering pace. We were lying in bed, the soft white hotel blanket underneath us, both of us still in our clothes from today. My jeans were beginning to feel more and more uncomfortable. I needed to shed them off. Before I could, Oliver's lips were back on me, this time on my neck. It was the one spot that drove me completely wild. Oh, Ollie, my neck is dangerous.
Is it?
Oliver asked, mischievously sucking on my neck. Oh, you're unraveling me, Ollie. I let my head sink back into the pillow as Oliver's tongue flicked across my sensitive flesh. His warm breath on my neck was sending me straight to outer space.
Good.
Oliver's hand slipped under my shirt.
I think we both need to unravel a little bit,
he said. His fingers trailed down toward my already stiffening cock. Funny how fear can give way to arousal in only seconds flat.
Depends on what you're willing to give me,
Oliver said, batting those thick eyelashes of his. Like a moth to a flame, I pushed in, claiming his lips with mine. His hand, a thumb hooked on the waistband of my jeans, started to massage me, rubbing the bulge that throbbed with need. I wanted him. I wanted him so badly it made my insides feel like they were on fire. Fuck, I hissed, feeling Oliver's hardness pushing against me as he rocked his hips forward. We fell backward onto the bed. The mattress bounced with us as we kissed and rubbed and rolled. He straddled me, kissing me, sucking on my lower lip and sending shocks through my spine. My hands glided over every inch of him, sliding under his shirt and over his soft skin, his pebbled nipples, his strong heartbeat. I left my hand on his chest for a moment, feeling the thump against my palm. And then we rolled on the bed. I pinned him underneath me, pressing my weight onto him, grinding my rock-hard bulge against his. Any harder and I was sure our clothes would catch fire. Take this off, I said, pulling his shirt up. I took mine off and tossed it, mesmerized at the sight underneath me. Oliver's body stretched taut on the bed, a light blonde trail of hair leading down his belly button. His skin dotted with beauty marks, a trail I wanted to treasure with my lips, to trace with my tongue. I bent down and kissed each one of his beauty marks, from the one on his hip up to the three on his side, to the few around his nipples, softly sucking on each nipple as I passed over, drinking in the heavy breathing and gasps of raw pleasure that Oliver would give me. He played with my hair as I kissed him, his fingers tracing my ears, massaging my scalp. I kissed his neck and sucked while I slipped a hand under his jeans. Oliver instantly bucked with pleasure. It was already leaking. I could feel it against my knuckles as I moved to grab him, my fingers wrapping around his thick length. There was an indescribable and all-consuming heat that was beginning to take over, filling the room, frying my senses. I wanted to burn in the bonfire of our combined lust. First, though, I had to taste Oliver. I needed to suck him into my mouth and feel him pulse between my lips. I stood up and unzipped his pants and pulled them off, practically in one fluid motion. He lay there on the bed, legs dangling off the end, his cock straining against the dark fabric of his boxer briefs. I could see the outline of his head as he throbbed. I licked my lips and dropped to my knees. Oliver opened his legs wider for me and watched as I buried my face between them, taking in his scent like I were taking in my last breath. I could feel his balls on my nose, feel his thighs squeezing against my ears. He smelled like fucking heaven, and I knew he would taste just the same. Without being able to wait any longer, I pulled off his briefs. He was fully exposed to me, a platter of only the finest food. I wanted to kiss every goddamn inch of him. starting with his sexy feet already curling as I gently massaged his balls, his warm sack in my hands. I lifted one of his legs into the air.
"Oh, whoa,"
Oliver said, surprised and smiling. The smile faded and was replaced by an expression of lust as I kissed the top of his foot, kissed the side, massaged the ball of his foot with my thumb. There wasn't a piece of Oliver I didn't want against my lips, against my skin. I grabbed his other leg and repeated my worship, pleased by the way Oliver was beginning to writhe on the white bed sheets, his hands grasping at the soft fabric as though he were about to float away any second now, his cock hard and pulsing in the air. I could see a clear thread of pre-cum stick to his belly. I kissed my way down Oliver's leg, teasing him, massaging him, making him twitch and spasm. My lips trailed up his leg. His soft hair brushed over my lips.
"Oh, Beck, God, you're so sexy."
I looked at him, smiling as I set his leg back down on the bed. I placed both hands on his thighs and leaned down, my gaze fixed on his leaking cock. I kissed his sack first. He smelled like sex and man and tasted exactly the same. I loved it. I sucked one of his balls into my mouth, tonguing it, Oliver nearly jumping off the bed with how badly he squirmed.
"Suck it, please, Beck."
His pleading fanned the flames of need that burned star-bright inside my core. He placed a thumb at the base of his cock and aimed it up, more pre-cum leaking from the pink head. I couldn't wait any longer. My tongue travelled over his head, my mouth filling with his taste. A moan unravelled from inside me as I took Oliver into my mouth, just the head at first, flicking my tongue and swirling it around the spot I knew would be the most sensitive. Sure enough, Oliver's body shook with pleasure. He lifted his hips, trying to feed me more of him. I took him readily, greedily. I opened my jaw wide and took him down my throat, my lips working his shaft, my tongue gliding over every inch of his cock. My dick throbbed hard against my briefs. I had to take them off, but I didn't want to stop sucking on Oliver. I managed to unzip and take off my jeans without taking Oliver's cock out of my mouth. I dropped my briefs to my knees and started to jerk off, already rock hard and close to coming.
"Oh, Beck, that feels so crazy good. Oh, God."
Oliver sounded drunk off pleasure. He was grinding his hips, stuffing himself down my throat, stretching my limits. I jerked off harder, my balls tightening with an impending release. Saliva dripped down Oliver's shaft, falling down off his balls, wetting the bed sheets underneath us. I liked it messy. I liked getting Oliver's dick soaked in my spit. I pulled off for a breath and jerked him, the sound of wet strokes filling the room. Oliver's pale chest was flushing pink, spreading up from his nipples, the flush creeping to his neck. I kissed his shaft, rubbed it on my face, over my lips, against my nose. My eyes went up to find Oliver's, our gazes locked, our passion explosive.
"I'm gonna come, Beck. I'm gonna... Oh.
I didn't miss my cue. I popped him back into my mouth, feeling the first jet of cum hit the back of my throat. I drank it up greedily, every shot he gave me. His hands fell on my head and pushed down as he grunted and moaned like I'd never heard him do before. All of it combined made my cock jerk in my grip. I came onto the floor as Oliver fed me the last of his seed. With both of us spent, we collapsed onto the bed together, moving up so our heads rested on the soft pillows. I took off my shirt and tossed it to the side so that Oliver and I could just rest together with nothing separating us, just skin on skin, pulse against pulse. I kissed him softly, a lazy smile on both of our lips. My cock was still swollen and gave a rogue pulse, pushing against Oliver's dick, also still leaking, judging by the streak of wetness I felt against my cock.
That was, honestly, the best blowjob I've ever gotten. Like, I wish you could win a Nobel Prize for that.
I gave a belly laugh. That would be something.
I don't know what you've got going on, but your lips and tongue are magical. I really do think you can probably bring about world peace if you learned how to use your powers for good.
More laughter. We talked some more, Oliver teasing me about the blowjob fairy I kept in the back of my mouth, the both of us laughing and sharing casual kisses, soft touches. I didn't want to get up from this bed, ever. I wanted to stay here forever with Oliver, the two of us above the world and all of its problems. The only thing that mattered was our shared pleasure, our unbreakable bond. You know what's funny? I said after a stretch of silence. Oliver perked up.
An hour-long Ellen DeGeneres stand-up special where she talks about being relatable and says fuck once?
I chuckled. Yes, that, and something else. My fingers traced invisible lines through Oliver's hair. I haven't thought about my father's letter. Not once. Ever since I lost it, I couldn't stop obsessing over it, alternating between what-ifs and fuck-its, but always thinking about it. Not tonight, though. Not when I'm with you. Oliver's smile was all I needed. He leaned in and kissed me, his thumb rubbing my chin. I realized something as I lost myself in his mesmerizing eyes. I realized that as long as I had Oliver in my arms, anything would feel all right. We could be staring down the end of the world and I'd still be all right with it, so long as Oliver was by my side. Bloody hell. I found my soulmate, haven't I? The smile didn't leave me that night, even as sleep dragged me into the dark. 18. Oliver Brightly, 5 days later.
The Australian Shepherd puppy on the exam table was the absolute cutest little thing, with his big blue eyes and merle coat and floppy ears. I just wanted to ask her owners to step outside so I could stuff my face in her soft fur and act like a full fool with the cute pup. Instead, I gave her the vaccines they came in for and certified myself as the worst man to have ever existed in little Cookie's eyes. There you go, you're all done. Don't worry, Cookie, you're okay. You're okay. I tried calming her, but she was crying to get back onto her dad's lap as far away from the man with the pointy sticks as possible.
Thanks,
her owner said, giving Cookie some comfort cuddles and making me extra jealous. The technician will be right in to finish up. Thanks for bringing Cookie in. Looking forward to seeing her in a year. I gave her a head scratch and tried regaining her trust with a dog biscuit, but she wouldn't take it unless it came from her owner's hand. I didn't blame her either. With my last patient of the day taken care of, I headed to the back room. Tyra was there, looking over some results of a blood test. She swiveled on the stool when she heard me come in. There were kennels all against the wall, with a couple of pets being boarded and a few others being taken care of from surgeries.
Done for the day?
Tyra asked. Yep, gonna head home now.
Want to come to the Rise tonight? There's a drag show, and I think one of the winners from Drag Race might be there.
Oh, man, I'd love to. I haven't seen a good drag show in a while. But I can't. Not tonight. I'm meeting up with my brother for dinner.
Oh, that's fine. I think it's turning into a weekly drag show, so we can always catch next week.
She crossed her arms and smiled.
Is that why you're so nervous? Are you finally going to tell him you're dating his sexiest sin silver fox of a coworker?
Yeah. Tonight's the night. Even thinking about it made my throat dry. I wasn't sure exactly why. Maybe because I was moving toward a potentially large roadblock in mine and Beckham's relationship. What if Jonah didn't understand? What if he got upset? That would make things so difficult. And that was the last thing I wanted. Everything with Beckham was so easy. I was scared this might be something that could break us, as irrational as it seemed.
I'm sure it'll be fine, Tyra said, probably reading my worried expression. Jonah's super supportive. He'll understand.
I hope so, I said. In reality, I had no reason to think otherwise. All my life, Jonah had been the best big brother I could have ever asked for. Sure, we had our arguments and moments when we didn't gel all that well, but that was back when we were younger and still figuring things out. When brothers were equal parts family and equal part punching bag. But as time passed and we got older, the punching bag side diminished and was taken over solely by the family part.
Any updates on the threat? She asked.
Nothing. If I wasn't nervous before, I suddenly became petrified by the reminder that someone out there wanted me to stop or die. That they had been inside these very walls.
And they weren't able to find anything on the cameras?
I shook my head and ran a hand through my hair. Nothing. I even looked through them myself. From the second the clinic was closed to the second it opened, there was no sign of break-in and no one showed up on the cameras.
Tyra cocked her head. She chewed on her lip. The freezer is toward the back, though, next to the rear exit. There aren't cameras there.
Unless someone has the specific key to open that door, they'd have no way to get around the cameras. And the only people with that key are the ones who work here. Tyra stared at me pointedly. No, I said. "This is a small clinic, 3 vets and 7 technicians, and I know all of them, and I know none of them would ever do that." You're right, Tyra said. "You don't think this has anything to do with that time my keys went missing for a few days, right? You keep saying missing, but we all agreed you misplaced them. Didn't you find them?" "Yeah, inside my purse after I was sure I had checked it 1,000 times. I emptied that bitch out and still missed them somehow." I sighed, my mind spinning. "I don't think so, Ty. I mean, maybe, I don't know. This is so crazy I feel like it's spiraling out of control, and it's getting scary." "I know." Tyra's lips spun down into a frown. "It has to be Greg. It just has to be. The timing makes sense. Beck goes to interview him, tipping him off that we were investigating, and he decides to retaliate, to scare me off. I don't know how he got into the freezer here, but there has to be an explanation. Has to be." Tyra went to say something, but snapped her mouth shut as if she realized it would be a mistake. "What?" I asked. "Who else?" "No, nothing." "Come on, what were you going to say?" "I don't know, Ollie. But maybe it's not Greg. Maybe, I don't even want to say it. It sounds so fucked up." "Just say it. Can't be more fucked up than the actual circumstances." "Well, just, maybe it's someone who's been watching since then. Making sure you didn't do anything to find them. Maybe it's not Greg at all. Maybe it's someone closer." I thought about that for a second, then I got too scared and decided to not think about it at all. I can't imagine anyone in my life doing something like that to me. No one. My lower lip started to tremble. I managed to keep myself under control with a deep breath. "Oh, Oliver." Tyra stood from her stool and pulled me into a tight embrace. "Beckham's going to find out who's behind this, and they'll be put in prison once and for all. You've got this, boo. Just focus on staying happy and safe." "I know, but it's just hard. This is bringing back so many raw emotions. When I went to Stonewall, I was so naive. I thought it'd be like a dumb TV show and he'd figure things out in an hour's worth of story arc. Life's not a TV show, though. And now not only am I involved, but I've dragged Beckham into it, too." "Okay, stop right there." Tyra grabbed my elbows, her big brown eyes locking on mine. "Firstly, you didn't drag anyone into it. You hired Beckham and ended up falling face first into his open legs. That's a win-win situation to me." I laughed at that. Tyra always knew how to get me to laugh, even when the world was hell-bent on getting me to cry. It was her superpower. Aside from how incredible she was with animals, she was also extremely capable of handling emotions. I'd known her since my first year at college, and ever since then, Tyra's been a huge grounding force in my life. "Second," she continued, "you're allowed to feel all those raw emotions coming back. Acknowledge them, accept them. But don't let them take control. There's no need for that. You've got this, Ollie. You're safe, and you're surrounded by people who have your back." She smiled a warm and genuine smile. She was right, and it helped to ease some of the rising anxiety inside my chest. Still didn't cure it, though. Ben Lamar walked in through the doors. He was the veterinarian who owned the clinic and was watching over us during our clerkship.
"You guys good?"
he asked, spotting our little powwow by the X-ray machine. A couple of dogs in the kennel started to bark as Ben walked by. "Just having a little pep talk," Tyra answered. She went back to her stool and sat down. With Ben in the room, I didn't exactly feel comfortable talking about all my problems. He was a great guy, but was pretty stern when it came to his clinic and was always in work mode. Even when there weren't any patients to take care of, he was always looking for something to keep him busy around the clinic, and in turn, us as well. I went about my business, checking up on the couple of boarded dogs before the vet tech took them out for a walk. Thankfully, the 4 dogs that were being boarded were here because their owners were on vacation and not because they needed to recover from any surgeries or procedures. I made sure to give some love to all 4 of the pups before finishing up the rest of my routine. An hour later, and I was sitting in my car outside the clinic trying to talk some sense into myself. It's okay. This isn't a big deal. Jonah's going to be fine with the news. He likes Beckham. Everything's going to be fine. One deep breath later, and I was reversing out of my parking spot and on my way to my brother's house. The drive there helped calm some of my nerves. The sun was still up and shining even though it was pushing close to 7:30 in the evening. The roads were miraculously empty, well, relatively empty, and the music on the radio was keeping my fingers tapping away on the steering wheel. I got to Jonah's place, spotting his and Fox's cars out in the driveway. I was actually hoping Fox would be home too. That way I could rip off the dating your coworker Band-Aid all at once. The air was warm and humid as I walked up to the front door. A couple of lizards that were catching the last rays of sun scurried off the path and into the surrounding bushes. I could feel my anxiety start to climb. I had to forcefully remind myself that this was going to be okay. I rang the doorbell and didn't have to wait much longer for Jonah to open the door. He stood there, a bright slash of last-minute sun streaking across his chest. He was wearing a dark green shirt and khaki shorts, which was dangerously similar to the light green shirt and white shorts I had thrown on. "Hey, twin," Jonah said, noting the similarities as we hugged. "Hey, Jojo." I bounced on light feet into his living room, the nerves making my steps a little more dancey than normal. Fox was sitting on the couch, his feet up on the coffee table. He saw me and stood, smiling wide as he came over and hugged me. He was so much warmer than Jonah's ex-girlfriend, who had been a five-alarm bitch fest through the entire 4 years of their relationship. I was so happy when Jonah introduced us to Fox, who matched my brother on every single level.
"Want some dinner?"
Fox offered. He looked relaxed in a white t-shirt and black gym shorts. I could smell the delicious cooking from the living room, but I politely declined. My nerves had my stomach in a headlock. "Sit," Jonah said, taking a seat on the big yellow love seat. "How's everything been? No more pig heads, right?" I had told Jonah all about that night. I just neglected to tell him who I was with when it happened. "Nothing, thankfully." "Is that what you said you wanted to talk to me about?" I shook my head. "No, there's something else I've got to bring up." Fox started to leave for the kitchen, but I stopped him mid-step. "You should be here too."
"Oh,"
he said, surprised. He came back to the couch and sat. "So, I told you that I hired someone to look into what happened with Derek, and the only thing is, well, I hired BECKHAM."
"Beckham? Beckham Noble from Stonewall?"
I nodded, swallowed. Why was this making me so nervous? I felt like I was coming out all over again, except this time I didn't have any rainbow confetti cannons.
"Okay, but why is that such a big deal?"
Jonah asked. "Well," I noticed Fox's eyebrows rise. It must have clicked into place for him. I knew my brother shouldn't be too far behind. "That's not exactly all of it."
"Ollie, you're acting kind of weird. What's going—"
And it must have hit home, judging by my brother's widening eyes.
"Wait, you and Beckham, are you two together?"
Only one of my brother's brows arched. I gave a small nod. My eyes darted to the floor, to my hands, to the window, before I forced myself to look at my big brother in the eyes. "Beckham and I are dating, and it's going really well. Like, I've never felt this way with anyone before, and we met in the craziest way, too. And we've had the craziest adventures that I don't think I'll ever forget. I'm so excited for what's ahead. I haven't felt that in so long, Jonah. Not since I lost Derek. Not since. When had I started crying? Jonah got up and immediately sat down at my side, putting an arm around my shoulders.
"It's all right, Ollie. It's okay. Don't cry. You're with family."
Jonah's voice was grounding. Fox added his own voice.
"And besides, I love that you're with Beckham. No wonder he's been smiling so much lately. I thought he was carrying around that London grey with him permanently, but I think you pushed all that away. Yeah, Ollie, I'm fully supportive of this. You deserve happiness, and it's obvious that's what Beckham is giving you."
I sniffled and wiped at my nose and dried my tears. "I don't know what came over me. I guess you two were one of the biggest barriers for us. If you both didn't approve, then we'd have some serious issues. I'm so close to both of you, I wouldn't have been able to handle it. That scared me."
"And why wouldn't we approve?"
Fox asked. "Because he works with you guys? Because you might have known something about him I don't?" I took a breath, controlling the tears. "Because he's older than me by a lot, and that sometimes bothers people. I didn't know if it would bother you both."
"Oliver, does it bother you?"
Jonah asked me bluntly. "No," There was confidence in my voice, even though emotion made it raw. No, I don't care. I've been thinking about it a lot, and I really don't. I know I'll never catch up, and I know there could be some challenges we have to face in the future, but what couple on Earth doesn't have to do the same? There's always something to overcome for everyone. I'm just happy I can do it with someone I'm in love with. Whoa. Holy RuPaul's Drag Race, I said it. It was too soon. Logically, I knew that. But since when did logic ever factor into love? I wasn't about to run and tell him, not yet. But I wasn't about to take it back now it had slipped. And it seemed like neither my brother or Fox were angry about it either.
And that's exactly what life is about.
Fox said, and Jonah nodded, neither of them making a big deal of me spilling my heart out onto the coffee table in front of me.
That's how I felt when I found Jonah, and I know I wouldn't let anything break that connection, the same way you shouldn't. Seriously, Ollie, as long as you're happy, then so am I. It's the same thing I've wanted since I was pushing away bullies for you and introducing you to eligible friends of mine. Granted, you beat me to the punch with Beckham, but I'm glad you did.
His eyes told me he wasn't lying. He wasn't sugarcoating or glossing over this. He was saying every word he meant, the same as Fox. Thank you, guys. Really, I don't know why I was so nervous. Jonah went back to his spot on the love seat.
I think it's because you already feel so connected to him. You were scared something would mess it up.
Yeah, I think that was it. Not that I assumed you two would have an issue or anything.
Don't even stress it,
Fox said.
I can't wait to get to Stonewall tomorrow, though. I'm gonna rib him a little bit for keeping it secret.
I chuckled at that. Rib him all you want. I'm sure he'll give it right back. My heart was filled with a vibrant joy. It was such a contrast to the fear I'd been feeling on the lead-up to this meeting. It didn't help that I was beginning to feel watched at every second, the paranoia only bred with the anxiety keeping me on a constant edge. But now, things felt like they were falling back on track. I had the full support of two people who were incredibly important in my life. I still had to introduce him to my parents, but I didn't have doubts about how that would go. Both my parents were such open spirits. I knew they would get along just fine with Beck. Now it was just the other bullshit we had to deal with. The life-threatening bullshit that was starting to keep me up at night. Thankfully, every time I'd wake up in the dark room with my heart racing and pulse pounding, Beckham was there next to me, his body heat serving as a grounding force, his gentle breathing and his sleeping presence, making me feel like it was all going to be okay.
19. Beckham Noble. I was buttoning up my shirt when I heard my front door opening. I ran to the living room, catching Oliver as he came in. So, how did it go? I asked Oliver the second he walked in through the door. He wasn't crying or upset, which was a good sign.
Great.
He came over and planted a sweet kiss. It was hard to control it, to not let the kiss unfold into something greater. Of course it went great, I said as we separated. I matched his smile, feeling the happiness spread from him. I knew how much the idea of talking to his brother stressed Oliver out, although I had a gut feeling there wouldn't be any issues whatsoever. Thankfully, I was right on this one.
I know.
Oliver went over and sat on the couch. Mason came over from his cat tree and hopped up on Oliver's lap, purring up a storm. Jar was a little slower, stretching first before sauntering over. I'd never owned a cat before, but I had to admit, I really liked those furry little guys. I wasn't sure how much longer Oliver was planning on staying over my place, but I knew for certain that I wasn't in any kind of rush to get him out. I was happy he felt safe with me, and I wanted him to keep feeling safe for as long as possible. Oliver broke down what happened with Jonah and Fox, both men being just as supportive as I knew they would. Of course, part of me was just as nervous as Oliver, but I didn't let that part show. It was a big deal, there was no denying that. We were a great match. I knew that with my entire being. From the outside, though, I also knew that our relationship could cause issues with some people. Age was a funny thing. It carried a taboo, even though birthdays were something that was celebrated every year. With the gap between Oliver and me, there were going to be some people who would cling to the taboo and see nothing else. They'd miss the powerful attraction and the intense connection the two of us shared. They'd only see the years separating us and react negatively to it. Jonah and Fox weren't those type of people, though. Well, good. I kissed Oliver again. It was difficult keeping my lips off him. With every kiss, a chain reaction went off in my body, resulting in my cock pulsing between my legs. "All right, come on and get changed," I said, knowing there wasn't any time to focus on the needy throb against my thigh.
Changed? What are we— Wait, why do you look so good?
Oliver looked me up and down and bit on his bottom lip, smiling. I was standing in front of him, wearing my navy blue shirt and a pair of tight jeans.
"And why are you smuggling some plums in there?"
Oliver said, his gaze locked on my crotch. "What, these?" I grabbed myself through the jeans. It was a handful.
Come here."
Oliver leaned forward and grabbed my legs, pulling me back toward the couch. His face was level with my crotch. He looked up at me before rubbing his head on my bulge. He mouthed it through the jeans, almost making me forget about the big surprise I had planned for him. Almost. I was able to regain some sense. I stepped back, as much as I didn't want to. I was fully hard now, the entire length of my erection on full display through the light fabric of my jeans. All I wanted to do was knot my fingers in Oliver's hair and have him bury his face between my legs. I wanted to feel his tongue gliding everywhere as I held his head down, only letting him come up for air before pushing him back. There would be time for that later, I had to remind myself. Come on, we'll be late for the show, and I've got to make a stop before it.
Show?
My jaw fell. Oh, bollocks. There I go ruining my surprise. I wasn't thinking straight, considering that every drop of blood in my body had been rerouted from one head to another.
Wait, are we going— The J-Lo show is tonight.
My growing smile put the nail in the coffin. My surprise was done.
Jennifer Lopez. We're seeing Jenny from the Block? The goddess of dancing, singing, and anti-aging?
Oliver was up on his feet. He got up so fast from the couch that Mason gave an annoyed meow and jumped off the couch too. One of my clients manages her. I was able to get some VIP tickets for tonight.
You're kidding? Oh, shoot. Okay, I need to change. Ah!
His excitement was exactly what I wanted to see after the terribly dark week he had been put through. It had been a difficult few days, and even harder nights. Holding Oliver as he cried himself to sleep was heart-wrenching in ways I never expected to feel. But seeing him this excited, a damn blessing. He came to kiss me again, his excitement spilling over, mixed in with the same heat that was scrambling my brains only moments before. I throbbed, feeling even harder now that Oliver's body was pressed against mine. Oliver said, looking down.
Someone's getting wet.
I followed his gaze. Sure enough, a dark stain was spreading from where my pre-cum seeped through. Oliver ran his thumb over the slick spot, sending bolts of pleasure through me. He brought his thumb up to his lips and rubbed, softly, smiling at me before he sucked on his thumb. I want a taste, I said, my voice a low rumble. Oliver dropped his hand again, but this time he pulled the waistband of my briefs, exposing my leaking cock. With his other hand he went in, grabbing my shaft in his hand and stroking. I dropped my head back, letting the pleasure wash over me, letting him hold me in his hand. He stroked, applying a delicious pressure that matched the one I was feeling in my tightening balls. His thumb ran over my slit as he squeezed, more pre-cum dripping out and soaking his finger. He pulled his hand out from my briefs, his thumb glistening wet. He lifted his hand and I opened my mouth, accepting him as he gave me his thumb, my pre-cum coating it. The taste wasn't a strong one, but the effect certainly was. I sucked on Oliver's thumb and drank my juices off him.
All right,
Oliver said, breathless.
We should get going.
He took back his thumb. I could still taste myself on my tongue. He gave me one last kiss before he walked around me, heading toward the bedroom where he could get ready, all the while singing a J-Lo song I'd never heard before. If I were honest, I don't think I'd ever listened to J-Lo much at all. Plus, I was never much of a concert lad growing up, and that didn't get any better as I got older. But, oddly enough, I felt more excited about tonight than I'd been about anything in a long while. I knew how much Oliver loved dancing and going to concerts, and he had mentioned how he wished he could go to this one, but that being $100,000 in debt and still not even making a salary meant that he'd have to watch YouTube videos of it afterward. I wasn't letting that happen.
I'm ready.
Oliver stood in the doorway of my bedroom and did a little cha-cha, moving his hips as if he wanted to hypnotize me all over again. He looked so good, too, wearing a pair of tight white shorts that hugged his juicy thighs just right. His shirt was white, with a small V-neck, and across his chest was written, "Let's Get Loud," in colorful pink and blue graffiti letters. We were never getting out of my place if I didn't force myself to turn around.
I've been waiting for the perfect moment to use this shirt.
Tonight's the night, I said, grabbing my keys, my cock still painfully hard. I had to adjust myself so that the waistband of my briefs held me down. Let's get loud, baby.
Let's get loud,
Oliver said, coming up behind me and slapping my arse. Outside, the night was cool and calm. My street was a quiet one, with families lining either side of me, their living room lights all on and their TVs showing through the cracks in the blinds. Palm trees stretched up to the starry sky. The excitement for tonight didn't ebb. Thankfully, my cock did calm down, though. Oliver danced the entire way into Miami Beach to every J-Lo hit under the sun. I danced too, joining in at every red light, feeling like a silly kid and not giving a flying fuck about it, not caring about who we stopped next to or how many stares we got from other drivers. All right, I said, pulling up to a towering building just a few streets away from the beach. The arena where the concert would be was in downtown, which wasn't far at all from where we were. There was still a good hour before showtime, so now was as good a time as any to do this. You can hang out in the car for this. I'll be back down in a bit.
Wait, what's going on?
Oliver lowered the music as I pulled into a temporary parking spot. I didn't want to dampen anything about tonight, but I was able to get some information on that Mario Reyes twat. Oliver's eyebrows rose in surprise.
Oh, whoa! Wait, is he here? He's not here, right?
Oliver started looking around the car, and I could tell that his mind was slamming on the gas pedal. It was exactly what I wanted to avoid tonight. I had to pull him back. No, don't worry, Ollie, he's not here. Fox introduced me to a hacker who lives here. Anya. I found Mario's online account, but I couldn't get a lock on where he is now. Anya called me right before you got home and said she was able to find the information I needed. Oliver's stress levels were rocketing. I could see it. I put a hand on his and looked straight into his eyes, hoping I could serve as some kind of anchoring point before he was carried off by the sudden panic. Everything's okay, Ollie. That's why I'm meeting her at her place. It's safe. I know it's not being watched. Whoever is threatening you to keep off the trail doesn't know who they're dealing with. I'm going to find them, way before they ever have a chance of hurting you again. Trust me on that, okay? That seemed to have landed. Oliver nodded and swallowed.
I'm going up with you.
The words didn't surprise me. This was as much Oliver's battle as it was mine. You sure? You can hang out here. I don't think I'll be long. As much as I wanted Oliver by my side at all times, I thought maybe now would be a good time for him to stay in the car.
No, I want to go.
There was determination in the twitch of his jaw. I would have preferred him to stay, only because this was important, and I feared bringing too much emotion could blur things. I didn't want Oliver seeing something and reacting out of raw emotion. It risked throwing more chaos into an already chaotic and dangerous situation. All right, let's head up then. I wasn't about to fight him on it. If he wanted to come up, he could come up. Before we could get out of the car, I grabbed Oliver and kissed him again. I mean it, okay? I won't let anyone hurt you. This will all be over soon.
I really hope so.
It will. With spirits back on the rise, we got out and entered the building's lobby, checking in with the front desk and getting walked over to the elevator bays, where we were keyed in and allowed up to the penthouse. Oliver looked at me with wide eyes as the golden-railed elevator carried us smoothly up 33 floors. The doors dinged open and dropped us off into a beautifully decorated foyer, with touches of gold and marble that popped against the white walls and designer furniture. Anya was waiting for us, a can of Heineken in her hands. She looked relaxed in a pair of black sweats and a loose-fitting college t-shirt, a friendly smile on her face.
Hey, boys. Either of you want some beer?
20. Oliver Brightly.
Part of me couldn't believe I was inside a penthouse belonging to the coolest freaking hacker I've ever laid my eyes on. Not that I'd laid my eyes on many hackers in the first place, but still, Anya was definitely the coolest. I could tell from the jump. She had a laid-back energy to her and instantly welcomed us into her home. But underneath that calm was an intelligence and sharpness that buzzed like electricity. I was simultaneously relaxed and on edge, even though she was doing everything to make us comfortable. I had accepted the beer and was drinking it as she led us to her hub, a wall of computers that glowed with different images on every screen. Behind the fortress of silicone were floor-to-ceiling windows that looked out onto the beach, which was currently twinkling up at us with all kinds of colored lights. "Make yourselves at home," Anya said, motioning to a comfortable-looking light blue couch just to the side of her computers. As she got set up and was pulling up whatever nuggets of information she had found, she was talking to us about the concert we were headed to, and how she used to love listening to J-Lo as a kid. The conversation, as it often does when I'm around, turned to favorite pop divas, and the mood relaxed. I almost forgot the reason for us being here in the first place.
"And Pink,"
Beckham offered.
"I love Pink. I remember buying her first record. Bought every 1 cent.
"Oh, I knew that about you," Anya said. "You have that confident, fuck you, I listen to Pink and can potentially do aerial tricks aura about you." I laughed. "Thought you were going to say you looked through his search history." "That too, but, well." She put a hand out like Vanna White, framing her computers. "That's a given." I paused for a second before both Anya and Beckham started to laugh. I joined in, a little relieved she was joking. Not that I had anything to hide, even if she wasn't joking. Well, there was that one time I Googled... forget it. That was on my browser's privacy mode. No way could she have found that. Right? Right? All right, let's dig into this, Anya said, cracking her knuckles. She drank from her Adventure Time mug, foam from the beer sticking to her upper lip before she wiped it off. The weight of the moment was settling back onto my chest, reminding me of the exact reason why we were here. This could be it. Anya may have found something that pointed to the two thugs involved in this. We may have the answer to who those two monsters were. The ones who'd stolen a light from this world, one that so badly needed any light it could get. Derek was a spotlight, his soul as bright as the sun, and he was taken in the blink of an eye, in the explosion of a star. I began feeling excited about the prospect of putting this all behind me. Okay, so, check this out. Anya pointed at one of the screens. Both Beckham and I stood from our seats on the couch and flanked Anya, beers still in hand. I followed her finger, reading the screen. This is a text exchange from Mario with a burner phone. I couldn't track down any information about who owned the burner phone, but you can tell that the two weren't exactly chatting about the newest season of Stranger Things. I shook my head. No, definitely not. The screen had an image of a text chat magnified so that it took up the entire space. It was a short exchange, but it was pretty telling of the type of person Mario was. Burner phone. Yo, you up? I've got something I need help with. Mario, yeah, I'm up. Where you at? Burner phone. Bye, Lake Ellis, got into some heat. Need to handle the mess. Mario, I'll be there in 15. J. lay low. The exchange had happened a year ago, the first text being sent at 3:30 in the morning. Not much good happens at that time, especially not by a sketchy-ass lake that was infamous for having dead bodies float up to the surface on an otherwise peaceful day. Anya dragged her finger across the screen. The last line was highlighted in bright yellow, following the trail her finger had dragged. That line interests me the most.
And why is that, Anya?
Beckham cocked his head, smiling. I had a feeling that line interested him just the same. Mario slipped some info in there. I don't think that random J is a typo.
I don't think so either. It's a breadcrumb. I take it you have the rest of the trail.
I do, Anya said, tilting her head and smirking. She turned back to her computers and focused on the center screen. There she pulled up a detailed satellite view of Miami. She tapped on a flashing red dot, and the camera zoomed forward, stopping in front of a 4-story apartment building, its beige paint chipping across the front. A mom and her 2 kids walked hand in hand across the front of the building, the little boy trying desperately to open up a toy, using his teeth to tear at the corner of the box in his hand. Wait a second, is this live? I asked, only now realizing what I was looking at. I've got access to this street camera, so yeah, you've got a live feed right now. And this place here, that's Mario's place. He lives on the 4th floor, apartment 410. Holy glitter tits, Anya, you're really good. Anya dropped her head back and let out a loud laugh. Glitter tits, I like that. I like that a lot. Thanks. I just made it up. You inspired me. She shook her head before pointing at Beckham, smile wide on her face. You better not fuck this up. I like this guy.
Yeah, I do too.
Beckham shot back, pulling me into his side and kissing the top of my head. I could feel my cheeks flush bright red. Too sweet. I'm going to barf. I love it. Anya turned to the computer. I've been keeping an eye on the place, but no one suspect has walked in or out. I did see Mario leave like an hour ago.
I'll be giving him a visit tomorrow then.
What? I turned to Beckham. You're going to confront him already? Beckham looked a little taken aback by my sudden questions.
I just want to ask some preliminary questions. Get him sweating if he did in fact have something to do with the murder. I've been doing this a while, Oliver. I know how I can get someone to crack. If we're lucky, I think we can have this ended by tomorrow night.
Now I was sweating. I expected to have more time just so I could process this all, and so that Beckham would have an undeniable case against Mario. With the threats... Beck, I'm just nervous.
I know. I knew this would happen. It's why I wanted you to stay in the car.
Okay, but I don't think I needed to stay in the car like some kid. I'm glad you brought me up here. I'm just worried, that's all. I felt a flare of defensiveness light up inside me. I absolutely dreaded conflict, most of all with the man who held my heart in the palm of his hand. But the pressure of the situation and fear of the future was getting to me. Beckham pulled back.
I didn't mean it like that, Ollie. I'm just saying.
I know how you meant it. I waved it off, feeling a little dumb for dictating what Beckham should or shouldn't do. He was right. This was his job. I had to trust that he knew what the next best step was. What did I say about fucking this up? Anya asked, throwing a pointed stare at Beckham, who shrunk visibly underneath her gaze. It got a laugh out of me. I grabbed Beckham's hand and fell into his side. He's biologically incapable of fucking things up. Anya said. You haven't tried his cooking then, have you? Beckham laughed this time. The small slice of tension vanished as quickly as it had appeared. I blamed it on the stress of this case and the threat that had rocked my world. It was enough to have me consider calling it off altogether, but I stopped myself short every time. This case had to go on, and it had to be solved. Not only for myself, but for Derek. And with Anya's help, it looked like we were that much closer to a solution. The music pounded through my body. The rhythm was infectious as we danced along to the beat, the stage only a few feet away from us. We were up close and personal with the goddess herself, who managed to pull off dance moves I didn't think were even possible. J-Lo was defying gravity and putting on a show I would never forget. Her sequined white and gold outfit was catching all the light and throwing it back to the audience, keeping her the center of attention, no matter where she went on stage. At one point, I shimmied my hips a little too hard and ended up shimmying right in front of Beckham. Instead of returning to his side, I stayed there, moving my hips, finding the beat and sticking to it. Beckham put his hands on my hips and moved with me, dancing to the music. I felt so alive. I ground my ass back on him, and the crowd around us slowly but surely disappeared. All I could focus on was the mind-blowing show in front of me and the heart-melting man behind me. Nothing else mattered. All my stress floated away. All my fears were nowhere to be found. Woo! I shouted as J-Lo waved and looked directly at me, wearing a golden sequin bodysuit that fit her like a glove, undoubtedly sucking a little piece of my soul from me. A piece I'd happily give to her, just for the record. The massive screens behind her displayed hypnotizing visuals of flowers. The next song she started to sing was a slower one, but Beckham didn't let go of my hips. We swayed slowly to the beautiful melody, feeling almost as if she were serenading us personally. As Beckham moved behind me, I felt something against me, something hardening, something growing bigger and bigger. Before the song was over, Beckham was fully hard and pressing up against my ass. I didn't miss a beat. I rocked my hips back and forth, dipping and pushing back as the song perfectly transitioned into a booty-twerking anthem. It was the perfect cover for me to push back on Beckham and get him even harder. At one point, I got so into it that I dropped my hands to the floor and started really showing him all my twerking skills. I could feel his thick cock throb. If I stepped away from him, I knew that the bulge would probably even grab J-Lo's attention. I didn't step away. I didn't want to. I kept swaying my hips, loving how he felt against me. It was making me hard just thinking about how badly I wanted him against me, without all these dumb clothes between us. Forget about being against me. I want him inside me. The thought consumed me. It created a pronounced emptiness inside me that yearned to be filled, and Beckham had exactly what I wanted it to be filled with. By the time the concert was over, I might as well have been pregnant. By the time we got to Beckham's place, I knew I wanted to get pregnant. We didn't even make it inside the front door before our bodies were pulled together again like magnets. The kiss was as loud and as memorable as the concert. He pushed me up against the wall, taking my breath away, his hard body pressed against mine, his tongue parting my lips and claiming every inch of my mouth. His hand dropped from my lower back and grabbed on my ass, squeezing and kneading, pushing me harder onto him. "Oh, fuck," I said, breathless as the kiss broke. The street lamp nearby cast an orange glow on the scene, but Beckham's golden green eyes seemed to have a light source of their own.
"Let's get inside,"
Beckham growled. He unlocked the door and walked in, his ass looking like a full-course meal in his jeans. I didn't waste any time. The second the door was closed, I was already taking off Beckham's shirt. He stood there, shirtless with his jeans hanging low on his hips, a tuft of dark hair visible, making my mouth water. I took a moment to admire him. I let my eyes trace over his body, taking in every little inch, admiring how good he looked half naked. He wasn't ripped or anything like that, which I loved. He had a powerful chest and big arms that felt so good wrapped around me. His nipples were hard, and his jeans looked like they were about to rip apart. He was the man of my dreams, no doubt about it. I stepped forward, put my hands on his hips, feeling his warmth against my palms. I let my hands glide slowly up and down over his nipples, through the soft silver chest hair, feeling the beat of his heart. Slowly, softly, I leaned up and kissed his neck. I kept kissing, slow and sensual, memorizing him with my lips, kissing the trace of his jaw, the rise of his shoulder, the slope of his chest. I kissed downward, following his treasure trail. Beckham let out a small moan as I kissed the tuft of hair that had my mouth watering. I went down to my knees, holding on to Beckham's legs for balance. I put myself eye level with Beckham's bulge. It throbbed through the dark jeans. I looked up, smiling as our eyes locked. His fingers threaded through my hair as I leaned forward, rubbing the side of my face on him. I did the same with the other side of my face. Beckham opened his legs a little wider, his fingers holding on a little tighter. I continued to rub, loving the feeling of my man towering over me while I pressed my face between his legs.
"God damn, Oliver. You're going to make me come without even taking my clothes off."
"Oh, really?" I smiled and reached around, grabbing Beckham's ass in my hands and pulling him even harder onto my face. If he wanted to suffocate me with his crotch in that moment, I honestly would have died as one happy motherfucker. The jeans had to be torn off, though. I stood on legs that already shook with anticipation. Before I could take off the last of Beckham's clothes, he pulled me in for another kiss. Both of us were rock hard. I made sure he felt how hard I was, thrusting my hips forward. I couldn't take it. I had to feel his skin on mine, his heat with mine, his cock against mine. I broke from the kiss and began tossing off my clothes, starting with my shirt. Beckham followed my lead and unzipped his jeans, dropping them down to his ankles and kicking them off. He was wearing the sexiest pair of bright red briefs I'd ever seen. He was already so hard and his cock so big that half of it was hanging out from the side of his leg, dripping down a clear smear of pre-cum onto his thigh. I was hypnotized. I hadn't even taken off my pants yet, but I just had to have a taste. I needed it. I dropped back down to my knees and licked Beckham's wet thigh, instantly tasting his salty, sweet taste in my mouth. My tongue flicked over his still leaking slit, his taste filling my every senses and causing a mass of fireworks to go off inside my chest. With my hunger only growing more intense, I sucked on Beckham's head, massaging his shaft through the thin fabric of his briefs, milking more of him onto my tongue. He groaned as I sucked, flicking my tongue over his sensitive slit, lapping up everything he gave me and wanting more, so much more. I had to get rid of the briefs, as sexy as they were. I tugged on the waistband and pulled them over Beckham's hard dick, releasing him so that I could fully admire the man who stood before me, his cock jutting out into the air, his full balls hanging and tempting me. I licked again at his slit, taking the drops that were still coming. And then I took him into my mouth. More than just his head, I wrapped my lips around him and felt complete.
Fuck, Ollie.
I worked him hard, up and down, jerking off whatever I couldn't fit into my mouth, getting him soaking wet. I didn't hold back. I wanted him to know how fucking bad I wanted him, how bad my body wanted him. I sucked his cock like my life depended on it, saliva dripping down his balls. I didn't care how messy I got. I didn't care about the noises I was making or the tears that were beginning to run down my face as I tried stuffing his entire size down my throat. I didn't care about anything except for Beckham and his pleasure. He started to thrust. He forced his cock deeper down my throat. I worked to fit him, gagging, feeling him stretch my limits. Wanting him to push even further, my dick throbbed. I finished tugging off my pants and dropped my jockstrap, not even caring how cute I had looked in them. I just wanted them off. Beckham was still thrusting. I could almost get down to the tuft of hair at his base, my nose barely touching it before I'd have to bob back up, then back down, up and down, one hand holding his heavy balls, swirling them as he fucked my throat. He guided my hand back and let his cock fall from my lips. I looked up at him and licked my wet lips, tasting him all over, an uncontrollable smile growing on my face.
Come here, you sexy fucker.
Beckham's voice had a tone I didn't recognize. It burned as hot as an exploding sun and set my pulse racing. I felt it at the base of my spine. He bent down and grabbed me underneath my armpits. He lifted me and spun around so that he could throw me down onto the bed. I bounced and yelped, my entire body feeling like a firecracker, the fuse having been lit, a colorful explosion only a matter of time.
Touch yourself for me.
His voice still burned hot, and now his eyes took on the same quality. I listened, my hand gliding over my taut stomach down to my stiff cock. I rubbed, holding my shaft in my hand and jerking, thumbing over the slit, lifting my thumb so he could see how wet and sticky he made me. Beckham stood at the foot of his bed, his gaze setting me on fire. He was so goddamn sexy. The kind of sexy that made my brain malfunction and my dick the boss. He was all man and all mine. My eyes trailed the slopes of his muscular shoulders, over the strong chest covered in a light layer of silver hair, the same peppered color as his head. His nipples were pebbled, my tongue involuntarily wetting my lips as my eyes dropped lower, down his treasure trail, stopping on his rock-hard hooded cock. His slit leaked as he pumped himself while watching me.
You want this, baby?
He asked. All I could do was moan and keep stroking myself.
Tell me how bad you want this, baby.
His eyes were drilling through me. He spit into his hand and returned it to his cock. So fucking bad, Beckham.
Show me.
His voice was a low growl.
Get on your hands and knees. Crawl over here.
My blood was on fire. My balls ached with a pressure I didn't think I could withstand. I did as I was told, rolling over and onto my fours. I looked up at the man who could undo me with a touch alone.
Come.
I listened and crawled across the bed toward him.
Fuck,
he hissed as his cock leaked a clear rope down onto my tongue. It tasted of sex and man, and I wanted more, so much more. I started at his balls first, kissing and licking and sniffing, burying my nose into the crook of his thigh, filling myself with his intoxicating scent. I looked up at BECKHAM as I slipped his head between my lips. His eyes rolled back and his words were jumbled. A fresh ocean breeze blew in through the open window, rustling the curtain, almost as if Mother Earth herself was telling me to cool down. Sorry, Mama. This is only getting hotter. And then, as if to prove my point, BECKHAM spit in his hand again. But instead of bringing it down to his already soaked cock, he placed his hand on my ass, his fingers sliding between my crack. There was a wet kind of pressure against my hole as he pushed his finger inside, teasing me with just the tip. Now it was my turn to spew out words that didn't make sense. BECKHAM's wet fingers swirled around my sensitive hole, his hand spreading me open wider while I kept sucking. BECKHAM's finger slipped inside, and all bets were instantly off. I moaned loud around his cock as he probed me, his finger sliding deeper, my back arching harder, my body crying out for more. I knew there'd be a puddle from how much I'd leaked onto the bedsheets underneath me. BECKHAM curled his finger, pushing at parts of me that had me seeing entire galaxies. He pulled his finger out, leaving me with a desperate want to have him back in me.
Turn around,
he said.
I want to see your ass.
Again I listened, my heart beating like a drum inside my ears. I turned for him just like he said. I was completely naked, on all fours with my ass to the man who knocked my world off its axis, and I was hanging off his every word.
Spread your ass apart.
I did. My heart skipped a beat.
Spread? Yeah, just like that.
His tone was sending me on a spiral. It was the kind of tone that could stop an army in its tracks and make them all orgasm at the same time.
Now, rub a finger over that sexy hole.
Again, I did as he asked. I opened myself to him in a way I hadn't with any other man I'd been with, and I fingered myself for him. He moaned as I opened wider and slipped in deeper, already wet from his spit and needy from his sex. BECKHAM moaned again. He spit in his hand, the sound making me shiver. I moved my hand, sinking my finger in past the knuckle, the need suddenly howling through me, a need to have my finger replaced with BECKHAM. I could hear him jerking off, the slick sounds of wet skin on skin filling the room, mixing with his moans as I started to finger myself harder, spurred on by the sounds of BECKHAM pleasuring himself while watching me.
That's it, baby.
His voice, still a growl, settled deep down in my gut.
Play with your hole. That's it.
No, it's still not enough. Fuck me, BECKHAM. Please give it to me.
That's it. I want to hear it again, Oliver. Tell me you want it.
I want it. Please. I'd never begged for sex before, but here I was, my hole twitching and my entire body begging for it. I pushed my ass back in the air, opening myself wider for him, slipping another finger into my hole. I gasped, my cock twitching in the air. I heard BECKHAM open the condom wrapper. Moments later, he grabbed my wrist and pulled my fingers out from my hole. I moaned, feeling my fingers being replaced by the thick head of his cock. He squirted some lube, his fingers sliding over my hole. Oh, Beck, that's it. I pushed back slowly. His cock parted my cheeks and slipped past the tight ring of muscle. I gasped loud as he pushed in deeper, stretching me in a way fingers never could. I had wanted it so bad there wasn't any of the discomfort I sometimes felt at first. And even though BECKHAM had one of the biggest dicks I'd ever seen, I felt ready to take it all inside me. He was tender, though. He teased me, sinking himself halfway and then pulling back, driving me totally crazy.
Do you want my cock, Oliver? Huh?
I moaned an answer, unable to form solid words.
Is that a yes?
Beckham, as if punctuating his sentence with a fuck, drove into me, filling me with his cock and pulling a cry of pure pleasure out of my throat. I groaned, my fingers gripping onto the bed sheet, ripping it off the mattress. Yes, yes, yes. I said the word with every fuck. Beckham started to slam into me, fucking me so hard that the headboard was banging against the wall and chipping some of the paint. I didn't give a fuck. I dropped my head and cried out, feeling my body light up like fucking Times Square at midnight. Beckham's balls slapped against me as he fucked me, his hands digging into my hips. He moved one hand and put it between my shoulder blades. He pushed down. My face fell into the pillow, my ass arched higher into the air. And he continued to fuck me hard and fast, beyond passionate. I continued to shout into the pillow, a shock of pure pleasure coursing through me with every thrust. I could practically feel the shape of him inside me, hitting me deep. I wanted it to last forever. I wanted us to be one for the rest of time. I couldn't even warn him that I was about to come. My body exploded and unraveled. I lifted my ass and spasmed as Beckham continued to fuck the cum out of me, every deep thrust pushing more out. My ass twitched around him with every orgasm wave, massaging him.
Fuck, I'm gonna come.
Beckham gave one hard thrust, burying himself deep inside me, and he blew, filling the condom, his cries telling me that his orgasm was tearing through him with the same force that mine had. We both continued to twitch as Beckham pulled out of me. He took off the condom, tied it off, and tossed it into the trash. My breathing was ragged, my entire body feeling like I'd just completed a triathlon. My muscles were crying out for sleep, while my heart was crying out for cuddles. Beckham and I kissed the moment he got back into bed. We both wore drunken smiles, our eyes a little glossed over from the moment. "Sorry I made a mess out of your bedsheets," I said, avoiding the puddle of cum.
It was worth it.
Beckham kissed me again, his tongue playfully flicking my top lip.
Come, let's get washed up and I'll change these sheets.
I honestly don't think I can move, Beck. Not for another week at the very least. Beckham laughed at that, his lips still against mine, his breath mixing with mine.
I don't mind carrying you everywhere.
I'm not sure what would be more suspicious. Me walking like I have a pole permanently stuck up my ass, or you carrying me around like some kind of adult baby. More easy laughter. More tender kisses. Beckham, who was able to stand up just fine, got up to start the shower. I rolled on the bed, groaning, not wanting to move a single muscle. Somehow I ended up with my head hanging off the bed, the rest of my body slowly sliding off. Before I fell and got a head injury, and I swear, if I tragically forgot the absolute best sex of my life because of that, then just take me out back and put me out of my misery. I put my hands on the floor and moved to get up. That's when something caught my attention. It was a piece of paper peeking out from between two shoeboxes abandoned underneath Beckham's bed. No, it wasn't just a piece of paper. "Hey, Beckham?"
Huh?
He shouted over the sound of the shower. Come here, quick." It wasn't just a piece of paper under Beckham's bed. It was an envelope.
21. Beckham Noble. My hands shook. Not noticeably, but I felt them tremble as I held the envelope in my hand. The night air fresh on my skin, cicadas sang from a nearby bush. All I really wanted to do in that moment was take Oliver back to bed and hold him until we both fell asleep. My body was spent in the best way possible, and I just wanted to enjoy the night with the man of my dreams. Instead, we were sitting in my backyard wearing only our underwear, staring down at a letter that could change a lot of things for me. "What's in here?" I said, speaking my thoughts out loud. Oliver shrugged.
"You gotta open it to find out. Unless you've got some secret X-ray powers that you aren't telling me about."
I gave him a cheeky wink. "Why do you think I was so attracted to you right off the bat?" I dropped my eyes to his crotch. Oliver chuckled. On the other side of my fence, someone was walking their dog, the pup sniffing and scratching at something, its snout peeking in under my fence. "All right." I stuck a finger under the envelope's seal. There were a couple of scratches at the corner of the envelope, We figured that either Mason or Jar must have found it in my room and started playing with it under the bed, where it somehow got jammed between two shoeboxes. The sound of paper tearing filled the night air, mixing with the loud sound of cicadas. I was sure my heartbeat could be heard in the chorus. Oliver didn't mention my nerves as he watched, sitting on the edge of his seat. He looked up to me and realized that I had paused.
Sorry, what am I thinking? You should be doing this by yourself. I'll leave.
No, what? Absolutely not. I was actually thinking about how grateful I am that you're here right now. He smiled at that. His hand came to rest on my knee, his thumb making small circles.
You sure?
I nodded and returned my attention back to the burning letter in my hand. I finished ripping open the seal and pulled out the letter. It was a single folded page. I took the thick piece of paper out and unfolded it, the envelope falling off my lap and slowly drifting to the concrete below. The first line of the letter hit me hard in the gut. Bex. I said the old nickname out loud. A cry got caught in my throat, surprising me. The only person who ever called me that was my father, and the last time I'd heard it from him was before he found out I was gay. Before he kicked me out to the streets like some kind of broken television set, just junk to take up the side of the street before someone else took care of it. So why was I about to cry? I should have been seething with anger. I should have ripped this cursed thing in half and thrown it down the trash compactor. And yet, the anger that had taken residence in my chest wasn't strong enough to overcome the profound sadness I felt reading my father's words, especially since we were past any point of repairing our relationship. Oliver's hand squeezed. His support was an unshakable foundation. I looked into his bright eyes and found the strength I needed to keep reading. I read the letter out loud, knowing it would be one of the few ways I could actually get the words to sink in. Bex, I'm so sorry this is how I'm leaving you. I'm dictating this letter as I lie here in a hospital bed, too weak to even feed myself. I was only able to write your name on the envelope before I had to stop. I wanted to speak to you in person, to apologize in person, to hug my son again. But life fed other plans. I took a pause, breathing air into my lungs, feeling as if I was about to float off the surface of this planet. Oliver once again grounded me with his presence. I continued. I've been diagnosed with stage 4 brain cancer, Bex. I would have called and asked you to fly here, but I'm scared you wouldn't. I'm scared I'd lose all chance of explaining myself to you, of apologizing. Because I need to apologize, Bex. I made a mistake. I pushed you away out of fear, my own son, a piece of me in this world, and I treated you like a piece of gum. I can never take that back. I'm so sorry. My father's words took a deep slice out of my heart. I had to pause this one longer than the last. Oliver let me sit in silence, but always kept his hand on my leg, letting me know he was there. This was as difficult as I thought it would be. Why couldn't we have talked about this when you were alive? Why? After another deep breath, I continued, having to wipe at my eyes so that I could see the scratchy letters that were trying to swim away from me. I'm sorry because I'm gay myself, and that fear of what lay inside me, of the lies I was telling daily, that was what caused me to fight. I had to stand up. Oliver grabbed a letter which had fallen from my hand. Bloody hell.
Did he? Did your dad say he was gay?
Bloody fucking hell. I felt nauseous. I walked a small circle around my backyard. He must have been feeling so much self-inflicted pain, and he inflicted so much pain on me, on my mother, on our entire family. And he waited until now to tell me. My fists balled up. My breaths were short, ragged.
Beck, sit. Come and talk.
I didn't want to talk. I didn't want to sit. I didn't want to keep reading. What I wanted was to travel back in time and smack my father over the head for being such an idiot. If he had just come out sooner, if he had just stopped the lies, if he had just... No. There was no use going down that path. He had made his choices, and we all had to live with them. I sat back down, my breaths still coming in quick, oxygen slamming into my lungs. Oliver's hand rested on mine. He held it, squeezed. I looked into his eyes and found a well of strength. I drank it in. My father's story may have been written and closed, but mine was still in the making, and this was only a tiny piece. All right, here. I handed him the letter. You read the rest.
What? No, Beck, I think
I want you to read it. Oliver didn't protest. He nodded and turned his gaze down to the last lines of the note.
Please forgive me,
he said, voice steady, even though the words were enough to shake me down to my core.
Forgive the pain I've caused. I wish you could meet the man I met, the one I fell in love with, Arnold Tillman. 10 years we've been together. He died last week. Doctors say pneumonia, but I think it was a broken heart from my diagnosis.
Oliver's voice cracked, no longer steady. I reached for the letter, but he continued after clearing his throat.
I'm giving this letter to his sister, Luna. I'd give it to your mother, but we all know she loses everything. I hope you read this, son, and I hope you know that I love you, and will forever love you, Bex.
Oliver's voice cracked like a pane of glass breaking. He wiped at his cheek before reading the final line.
Love you, with all my heart. Your dad.
And then Oliver started to break down. I instantly went over to him and held him, letting him cry into my shoulder, silent tears of my own sliding down my cheek and wetting the top of Oliver's head. Tonight was one of those nights that would never be forgotten. One of those nights that suddenly defines an entire lifetime. Oliver sniffled and sat up, rubbing his red eyes. He was smiling, or trying to smile at least. That was something I admired about Oliver. No matter how heavy the burden was that he carried, he always tried to manage a smile through whatever crap he was dealing with. I rubbed away some of the tears from his cheeks, from the corners of his glistening eyes. His strength gave me strength when I needed it the most.
I'm sorry, I don't know what happened to me,
he said, looking down, almost as if he were ashamed. I tilted his head back up, locking eyes. Oliver, I wouldn't have gotten through that letter if it wasn't for you. Thank you. He smiled, this time a little stronger than the last.
I wish it wasn't through a letter. And I know that sounds so unfair, but I just wish that you two had more time together, to talk things through. If only a wish could change things.
Oliver shook his head.
It's so dumb, like a kid wishing on a star or something.
That's what I love so much about you, Oliver. You're able to stay hopeful even when there's no hope to be found. It helps during times like these, trust me. I looked out to my backyard, half of it partly illuminated by the streetlight on the other side of the flimsy fence. My heart was feeling an odd mixture of pain and relief, neither one stronger than the other. I never knew. My voice felt distant, like it was coming from a stranger speaking through a static-filled phone line. Should I have known? I never thought he was gay. And why couldn't he just tell me once he found his love? Fucking hell, why? Frustration was rising in me like lava through a volcano.
I think he was ashamed. I think he was ashamed and he was trying to get the strength to push that shame away. And I don't think he ever realized how little time he had left to gather that strength. No one ever does.
He could have called me.
So that you hang up the phone. I don't think he wanted to risk that. It sounded like he was really sick.
Hell, we have Skype nowadays. He could have done anything to reach me before. Fuck! I got back on my feet. Oliver was right. This was unfair. Here I was, a grown-ass man, feeling like I'd been cheated from time with my father, all because of what? Because of his self-imposed fears and prejudice. Because he lived in a world too cruel to accept him for who he really was, so that cruelty turned inward before being aimed directly at me.
Beckham, I'm not sure it would have changed anything.
Oliver's voice was soft, but it cut through the symphony of chaos that filled my head.
He had a disease that was set on killing him. This might have been the only way he had to get it all out and have it mean something. It was out of his control. As badly as I wish it wasn't, this letter, it's your dad. It's him saying sorry. It's him saying he would be here.
10 years. He was with him for 10 Years.
And have you two ever talked during that time?
He's tried... Jesus. He tried calling me 4 separate times.
And?
Oliver asked, even though he must have already known the answer. I denied all 4 calls. The wind fueling my rage ship's sails disappeared. A fire of self-doubt and pain started up on the deck. What if he was trying to tell me then?
You can't do that.
He straightened his back, lifted his shoulders. His voice was still soft, but there was an harder edge glistening underneath his words.
What's done is done. There's no point in guessing how any of those 4 conversations could have gone. It sounds like he didn't get the courage to be honest about it until recently, and that's where the shame lies. But not in what you could have done or what you should have done, because neither of those things matter right now. What matters is what you're going to do.
I felt myself moving away from the ledge. Oliver was a guiding force, bringing me back to the rational side of things. It didn't ease the raw pain that wedged into me like a broken dagger, stuck between my ribs and digging through all the sensitive nerves and thick muscles. No, I wasn't sure anything except time would ease that pain. But still, Oliver worked to move my mind away from the twisting dagger. We could have been good, I said, my voice cracking. I imagined a world in which we were good, where I would visit him and his partner and have dinners with them and introduce them to Oliver and move past all the trauma that had been inflicted. I would have worked on forgiving him, on making things better.
I know you would have, Beck. And I know things would have gotten better.
Oliver's eyes seemed to dig through all the muck that was floating about me, threatening to suffocate me.
There's nothing to work on for now except yourself. That's what his message is really about. He's found his peace. Now it's time you get yours.
Oliver's words hit home, and they hit hard. You're right, I said after a brief moment of cicada-filled silence. It'll take some time. I won't lie, but I think I'll find some peace over all this.
You will.
Oliver rested his head on my shoulder. I had never felt so connected with someone else than I felt with Oliver in that moment. It was as if I'd been propelled out of my body and was looking at the two of us from the outside, as though we were painted into a picture, destined to be framed next to a classic masterpiece. I love you, Oliver. So much, it's almost painful. Oliver lifted his head from my shoulder. He looked a little awestruck, his jaw slightly open. And then he said the words I'd been dying to hear from him.
I love you too, Beck. More than you can ever know.
We kissed under the moonlight, the proclamation of love from the both of us spilling over into the moment like an overflowing glass of the most expensive wine. The weight of it all didn't escape me. I hadn't told someone I loved them since my last long-term relationship, which ended 5 years ago. I hadn't found anyone since, and I was resigning myself to thinking that there would be no one else. Then, in walked Oliver into my life. Remember when you introduced yourself to me as Jameson? Oliver's eyes opened wide, and he let out a surprised laugh.
I do, yes. It was because I saw a bottle of Jameson behind the bar and couldn't think of anything else. God, that feels like it was years ago, huh?
It does. I kissed Oliver again, never wanting to stop. I'm happy you ended up telling me your real name.
Me too.
Oliver smiled as he kissed me, neither of us able to keep our lips separated for long.
I'm also glad I got the guts to talk to you that night. I was so close to just apologizing for bumping into you and walking away.
Really?
Dead ass.
Dead... what?
Dead ass. It means dead serious.
Oliver must have picked up on the face I gave him.
I know, dead ass, it's weird.
We both laughed. The roller coaster of a night felt like it was pulling up to a stop. My father's letter was folded up next to me. I'm glad I didn't walk away that night too. I was close. Oliver turned to me.
You were?
His eyebrow arched, his eyes narrowed.
What were you scared about?
About a handsome young man talking to me and then quickly finding out that we had nothing in common. So that handsome young man would then transform into a proper knobhead and end up making me feel like shit. Oliver's brows rose.
What? As if that would ever
happen. It happened right before we met. It was embarrassing, and the last thing I needed that night. So, yeah, it scared me when we met. I thought you'd do the same. I was being fully honest. It wasn't that I had been lying to Oliver before now, but I felt as though the floodgates had truly opened tonight. There was no more hiding from each other. I told him I loved him, and it was something I meant with my entire soul. Dead ass.
I'd never even think of making you feel like shit. And I'm glad the guy before me was a knobhead, which, by the way, is now going into my daily vocabulary, because if he wasn't a knobhead, then I wouldn't get to be here with you.
Oliver's eyes were practically glowing.
And I wouldn't get to touch your knobhead. Boom! 3 in a row.
Oliver's laughter was infectious. So was his optimism, his joy. It made the rest of the night go by in a blur. We stayed outside talking until the sun was breaking through the horizon, dousing the sky in a purplish-orange hue. By then we were both yawning and stretching and having a hell of a good time, even with the letter still next to me, even with the reminder that a huge part of my life had been an unnecessary lie. Even then, I was still able to let go and live in the moment, talking about anything and everything with the man who completed me on every level, from a molecular one to a spiritual one. We went to bed as the clock was hitting 7, both of us exhausted, Oliver melting into my arms the second we hit the mattress. 22. Beckham Noble. It was early afternoon, and it was hot as balls, especially inside the unair-conditioned hallway I stood in, a large window at the end of the hall only serving as a way to cook whoever was in the hall when the sun was at its peak. I knocked hard on the door in front of me, apartment 410. Behind the black painted wood I could hear a TV set blaring some kind of political news. I heard rustling like someone was cleaning up a mess, and then the TV's volume was lowered. 3 undone locks later, and the door was opening. Mario Reyes stood there, a frown set on his bearded face. He wore a plain black tank top and oversized jean shorts with a few red patches sewn into the front. He was a little shorter than me, but stockier, and had big muscles that would intimidate anyone if he flared up like the gorilla he resembled. His arms were covered in black and white tattoos, some of them prison quality, while others seemed like works of art. "You the detective?" "Beckham Noble from Stonewall Investigations. Thank you for meeting with me." Yeah, sure." Mario stepped aside, which I figured was his way of inviting me in. His apartment was on the larger scale. He had vaulted ceilings as he was on the top floor, and floor-to-ceiling windows in the living room that looked out to the bay. There was a wrap-around balcony with plenty of seating areas. His television looked top of the line, and all of his furniture appeared to be brand new, with clean black leather and a modern-looking glass table. It appeared as though his business was doing well, so why the bloody hell was he so difficult to find? "We can sit here." Mario was already at his dining table and pulling out a heavy chair. The day was getting late since Mario had rescheduled a couple of times, but there was still plenty of sunlight streaming in through the windows. It highlighted just how clean Mario's place was. "All right, I don't want to waste too much of your time." I could smell the dinner cooking in the kitchen, the scent of meat and herbs filling the air. "Right. What do you need from me?" "Well, I've got some questions. All I need are some straight-up answers." I sat down across from Mario at his table. I could sense there was tension in the air from the beginning. He was puffing up his chest and keeping hard eye contact with me. It put me on the offensive. I knew blokes like him had to be cracked open sometimes, and that only happened when you puffed your chest as much as they did. "Questions about what?" "The assault and resulting murder of Derek Silva? It happened 6 years ago, and I know you've interacted with the victims on multiple occasions in the past." "I interact with a lot of people. I don't remember shit from 6 fucking years ago." "Let me help you jog your memory." On my phone, I opened a folder I had set up specifically for this meeting. I clicked on the first photo. Oliver and Derek smiled back at us, a massive sequoia tree stretching up like a giant behind them. "These are the victims. Is your memory coming back?" Mario looked at the photo and shook his head. "Nah, I don't remember either of those two." His tone turned acidic. "Well, one of them remembers you for sure. Oliver." I zoomed in on his face. He looked so happy, so vibrant. There was a light shining through him that seemed as though the sun had taken up residence in his smile. "You landscaped his apartment building. He came up to you asking for a business card and you were less than friendly toward him? Mario's eyes narrowed. I may remember him. Okay, good. Good. Then we're getting somewhere. I flicked to the next photo. It was a photo taken from the crime scene. Derek's body was covered with a sheet. Blood made a macabre dance down the pavement into a sewage grate. This was the night Oliver and Derek were attacked in a homophobic assault. It ended with Derek getting fatally stabbed. This is why I'm here, Mario, because I want to find out who did this so that I can put this to rest. And you think I did this? Mario was moving to stand. No. I'd let the gorilla pound his chest on this one. It was too soon to get him this angry. I don't think so. If I did, the police would be here with cuffs at the ready. No, I don't think you did it. He seemed to calm down, but still had his hands on the table. I think you can help me find who did it, though. How? By giving me names of all your employees and everyone who could have interacted with Oliver and Derek? I also want to follow up on your whereabouts for the night of the attack. Get the fuck out of here, man. I ain't giving you shit. He looked like he was about to spit. Are you even a cop? I'm a detective, I said, dodging the question. And if you don't cooperate, then this will get messy. How so? Mario cracked his knuckles. I heard something past the pops of his bones. There was movement in the room across from me, behind the closed door. There were a pair of shoes left on the floor. They were blue basketball shoes, but seemed 3 sizes too small for Mario to wear. Someone else was here, and they were listening to every word that was being said. I could spot the shadow underneath the door's threshold. My defenses shot up. Mario said he would be handling the interview in private without anyone else around. The fact that someone stood quietly behind a door only a few feet away from me didn't put me at ease. Huh? How will this get messy? Mario, I didn't come here to get in a fight. I genuinely want to close this case. Give me everything you know about that night and about who could be involved. Why me, huh? He was getting pissed. I was going to have to back down. Why are you coming into my house and accusing me of a crime I never committed? I'm not accusing you of anything, Mario. I'm following the threads, and you're one of them. I spoke to someone who told me they spoke to you about attacking Oliver and his boyfriend. It may have been only a conversation that nothing came from, but that leads me to believe you'd at least know of someone who could be involved. Give me my next thread, that's all I need. I got nothing. All right, maybe if I switched up the line of questions. How about your affiliation with the Avispus gang? It's not something you hide, judging from your social media. I know they have initiation rituals. Could one of them be attacking innocent gay guys on the street? Get the fuck out, Mario growled, his yellow teeth bared. This guy was acting like someone harboring guilt. I had done plenty of interviews before, and the ones who were this aggressive right off the bat were the ones who were responsible, or at least hiding something valuable. Or maybe he wasn't hiding something, but someone. Mario, please. I stood, but I wasn't giving up. Just give me a name. Let me put this all to rest. The only name I'm giving you is the name of a fucking doctor. You'll need him to repair your face if you don't get the hell out of my house. He stared me down from across the table. It felt like 2 lions sizing the other up, aggression flowing through the air like oxygen. I didn't move. All I could think of was Oliver, waking up sweaty and scared next to me, shouting from his night terrors. If I could figure this out, put the right people behind bars, then maybe Oliver's nightmares would disappear too. I had to ask point blank. I had to see if I caught him off guard. I secretly set record on my phone and braced myself, knowing this question wasn't going to get a good reaction. Mario, I said, did you have any involvement in the assault and murder that took place that night? Did you kill Derek because he was gay, did you? That was when all hell broke loose. Mario shot up from the table and came at me, fists flying. I was ready for it. I blocked 2 punches before I was able to land one of my own. It left me open, though, and his fist connected with my face. My vision exploded into a field of stars. It threatened to give out, but I knew that if I showed any sign of weakness, I'd be done. I fought back, hard, using the searing hot pain as fuel. I pressed the assault and started pummeling him back, not giving him a second to breathe. One of my punches landed hard, slamming into his side. He fell, grabbing onto the tablecloth to hold him. It didn't hold shit. The tablecloth went with him to the floor, dragging the fruit basket and a couple of plates down with him. Porcelain shattered, huge chunks spread out across the floor. Mario jumped back onto his feet before I could even think, and then things got worse. "You fighting my brother?" The bedroom door was thrown open. A loud crack sounded through the room as the doorknob broke through the drywall. "Juan, get back!" Mario spat. So that was the infamous Jay who needed his big brother's help in cleaning up. He looked like his brother, beady dark eyes and a pointed face with olive skin and green eyes. They both had shaved their heads down to the scalp, and they both were covered in black and white tattoos. Something about Juan's instantly caught my eye. Unlike his brother, Juan had tattooed his knuckles. Every knuckle had a tattoo of a cross done in a different style. He cracked those knuckles, his beady eyes pinning me down. I moved backward toward the door. I was outnumbered and out of my element. This interview was over. Except Mario didn't seem to think it was. He launched himself at me again. I saw a glint of pearl white in his hand and realized almost too late that he held one of the shards of porcelain. I sidestepped his lunge at the very last second, the porcelain shard slicing through the air only inches from my face. If I hadn't dodged, he would have impaled me, no doubt about it. I felt the door at my back. I grabbed the handle and twisted it. Mario was moving to attack again, but just before he could launch at me, I opened the door and used it as a shield. Mario hit the other side of the door with a loud bang. The momentum slammed the door shut and threw me out of the apartment. I ran out of there before Mario and his brother could try for round two. Glad I was running with both my eyes intact, and a new person of interest to look into. 23. Oliver Brightly.
I'd been chewing on my nails all day. Nerves were as alive as a 90s kid finding out Toys R Us and Blockbuster are making a joint comeback. I couldn't sit in one spot, and when I couldn't sit, then I would stand, but I couldn't do that in one spot either, so I would end up pacing around my living room. Mason and Jar both staring at me with the most judgmental cat faces I'd ever seen. If they could talk, I'm sure I would have been shouted at to sit down already, but get our salmon first. I continued to pace. The TV played some mid-afternoon talk show, but I wasn't paying attention, the celebrity being interviewed serving as white noise. I started second-guessing my decision to stay home from the clinic today. I thought my nerves would be torture, but now I thought I could have at least kept busy. My phone dinged, pulling my attention toward the counter. I ran over. All I wanted was to read a text from Beckham saying, "Interview with Mario is done. He confessed to everything, and he's spending the rest of his life behind bars. Love you, and see you in 20. Instead, I got a text from my dentist reminding me I was due for a sparkling-tastic checkup. I groaned loudly and opened my calendar app. There, I set a reminder to myself that read, "Find new dentist." Another text dinged in. My eyes shot to the top of the screen, but this one was just from Will asking what I was up to later. Again, I groaned, but this one wasn't as frustrated or as loud as the previous one. In no way was Will comparable to the dentist. I told him that I was busy later with Beck, but that if he was around, he could swing by. Thankfully, it didn't take him longer than a few minutes to say that he was down for coming over. I knew he was between jobs and probably frustrated with being home, especially since he and his mom didn't really get along. They lived in a tiny two-bedroom place, so if Will wasn't working, he was probably crammed up in there. Having him over would be good for my nerves, too. I wasn't sure how much longer Beckham would be with Marco. I knew that I couldn't take another hour of this pacing, and my carpet definitely looked like it was calling it quits. There was a clear, circular trail around the coffee table where the tan threads had turned dark. I considered vacuuming real quick. That's how anxious I felt, but there was a knock on my door telling me Will had arrived.
"Hey, man."
Will stood in the hall, the heat from outside practically smacking me in the face the moment I opened the door. He wore navy board shorts and a gray t-shirt, small sweat marks telling me he probably biked here. It would explain how he got here so quick, too. "Get inside, it's an inferno out here." Will gratefully stepped into my air-conditioned palace of neuroses and anxiety. Mason and Jar, my court jesters, jumped off their perch and came cooing and purring over to Will. He'd been over so many times, they always recognized him instantly and went right for the cuddles.
"How have you been?"
Will asked, slumping down onto the couch, fanning himself with one hand and giving Mason back scratches with the other. I went to the kitchen and poured him an ice-cold glass of water, bringing it back and seeing the face of pure gratitude reflected on my friend. "All right," I lied.
"So, how have you really been?"
Will was never one for the bullshit. He could read me like a worn-out book. I've been losing my mind, Will. There's so much going on, I don't know where to even focus. I put a hand on my face, closed my eyes. I don't know.
Well, let's start with what you're worried about the most.
Okay. Yeah, let's start with the fact that ever since someone threatened me, I haven't felt safe. And it's not fair, Will. I want freaking closure, not death threats thrown through my window. It's been quiet, but maybe it's because they think Beckham's backed off. Thing is, he hasn't, and he won't. He's like a hound dog on the scent. I slumped into the love seat next to Mason and Jar's cat tree. There were scratches in the dark green fabric on the side of the chair. And I don't think I want him to stop his hunt either. I think he's getting close, and that's why they're trying to scare us off.
Ollie, maybe it's not a bad idea, calling it off.
Will looked up from the glass of water in his hands. His eyes were filled with concern.
I don't want anything happening to you. And if we can just let this lie, leave it alone, then maybe you can move past it and you won't have to put your life in danger? Or Beckham's life?
That last part stung me like a surprise sting from a bee. Of course I'd been concerned about myself, but I was dumb in thinking I'd be the sole attention of whoever wanted this over. When they saw their threats weren't working with me, maybe they'd turn to Beckham. Maybe they'd turn to more extreme measures, ones that went past breaking windows with a frozen pig's head. My palms turned clammy as the saliva dried in my mouth almost instantly. It's scary, I said, the words scratching against my throat. I don't know. I'll have to talk with Beck. He's interviewing a big suspect today. I glanced at the clock on the wall. It was 4 p.m. He should have been done soon. Maybe this entire saga will be over before tonight. Will dropped his gaze back down to his glass.
Yeah, maybe.
He sighed.
What a fucked up situation, huh?
Very.
Bet you met the man of your dreams from it, huh?
Yeah, I think I did. I looked out the window over my shoulder, hoping to see Beckham's black Nissan pulling up to the parking spot right outside my building. I may have found the man of my dreams, but I also lost the man of my dreams in the process. It was the definition of bittersweet. I swallowed and tore my gaze from the empty parking spot.
So, you like him a lot, huh?
For some reason, Will's question sounded like the understatement of the year. I really like him, Will. I like him? Like him?
Oh, 2 likes, huh?
I laughed, feeling the light inside me grow brighter at the thought of Beckham and my connection with him. It was like I held a star inside my ribs, and it only burned when Beckham crossed my mind. Before I knew it, I was speaking, not thinking much of the words falling from my lips. Will, it's not even a joke. I love that man. I love him so much. Will seemed a little taken aback by my declaration. It was the first time I told Will. Saying that I loved Beckham felt like one of the most natural things in the world. Words I knew how to say before I even learned the alphabet, and yet Will's face looked like he'd been hit with a whip. I felt bad not having told him from the start. It was difficult, though, and I could sense Will was having a hard time with it, too. Me gaining Beckham meant less time I spent with my best friend, and that, combined with Will's breakup, wasn't making for a good time.
Love him, huh?
I took a breath. Yeah, I do. And I can't ever stop myself from loving him.
You shouldn't.
But then it makes things so much scarier, you know, because I love him, the stakes are just that much higher. I don't want to lose him. I know how loss feels. I know how badly it hurts. I can't lose him.
And why would you?
I shrugged, acting as though I hadn't anxiously drawn up 100 different scenarios where Beckham would walk away from me, leaving me behind to devolve into a crying sludge pile of flesh and bones. I don't know, I answered, deciding to keep things simple. It's just scary. I haven't felt like this about anyone since... well, not since Derek. Will winced as though the pain of losing Derek was as fresh to him as it was to me. And I wouldn't doubt it either. Derek and Will were always close. I loved hanging out, just us 3, shooting the shit and having a good time. We'd watch dumb reality TV and drink boxed wine and have a ball.
It just means Beckham is that special,
Will said.
He woke something up in you, something no one else could.
He really did. I threw another nervous glance over my shoulder. Parking spot still empty. I jumped when I felt a hand land on my knee. Will pulled back like he had touched a hot oven.
Sorry, I was just going to ask for more water.
Yeah, of course, Will. You don't have to ask. I grabbed the empty glass off the coffee table and stood. Twinkling titties, you spooked me. Will chuckled at that and followed me into the kitchen.
I didn't think you were so offended by my touch.
Not offended, just spooked. I filled the glass with water from the fridge.
I was going to say...
Oh? What were you going to say? Will took the glass from me and shook his head, smiling as he walked back to the living room.
Nothing.
No, I'm curious. What were you going to say? I crossed my arms and cocked a hip. I was close to arching a brow, but Will cracked before then.
I was going to make a stupid joke. About that one time. Just forget it.
Oh. Instantly, I knew what one time Will was talking about. There could be one time and one time only. 7 years ago. We were two 17-year-old boys who got way too drunk and way too loose. Will, look, it's a full moon out. I dropped my shorts and flashed my best friend. We both fell down into a heap of laughter in the grass. My parents were out of town and my brother was staying over at a friend's, so it was just Will and me and the unlocked liquor cabinet.
That was the whitest ass I've ever seen. I think I'm blind.
Oh, please, it's a cute white ass.
Yeah, whatever.
Wait, when did Will's hand land on mine? You want another drink? I asked, getting up on shaking legs. I had to hold onto the wall to steady myself.
No.
Will was standing too. He was looking at me funny, like I was a stiff-as-a-board actress, and he was an interestingly hot but potentially constipated vampire staring at me from across the classroom, an owl statue looming over his shoulder. And then I wasn't holding the wall, my back was against the wall. Will was on me. His lips were on me. His hands on me. A car door slammed shut outside. All thoughts of that one night disappeared as I turned my attention to the door. If I were being honest, I hadn't even thought of that night for years now. It had taken us a few days to talk about it, but when we had, we squashed any weirdness between each other, and Will went on dating his girls, never making another move on me again. 2 hard knocks matched the hard pounding of my heart. I hurried and unlocked the door, opening it and immediately feeling a mixture of relief and worry. Beck, what the hell happened to you? I grabbed his hands, looked at the red and bloody knuckles. His lip was busted too, and his eyes. They were clouded with a raw anger I'd never seen before.
Mario and his brother happened.
He leaned down to kiss me. I tasted blood when he pulled back. I wiped some of it off his upper lip, Beckham wincing slightly at my touch. Come on, let's get you cleaned up. We came back into the apartment. Will must have gone to the bathroom since he wasn't around in the living room. I gave Beckham one look over as he took a seat on the couch, his head dropping into his hands. Other than the bruises and bloody lip, he looked good, no other injuries that I could see. I hurried around the apartment, grabbing what I needed.
You don't know.
Here, I said, handing him a bag of frozen peas. Let me clean this up first. I crouched down in front of him, holding a warm, wet towel in my hand. I gently dabbed it on Beckham's lips. He shut his eyes as I cleaned up the little blood that still slipped from the cut. So, what the hell happened? I could barely wait any longer. I handed him the peas and sat down next to him, putting a hand on his thigh. Beckham went into what happened, starting at the beginning. He didn't get far into his story before we were interrupted by more knocks. These were so hard that they rattled the door frame. Mason, who had come to cuddle with Beckham, bolted off the couch and ran into his cat cave with Jar.
Are you expecting anyone?
Beckham asked, standing up before I could. I shook my head. This felt wrong. Something rocked in my gut. It felt like that feeling you get when you're walking across a suspended bridge and look over, down at the steep drop to a certain death. It was an instinctual feeling, a survival mechanism. Don't open it. My voice shook. I stood as Beckham walked to the door and looked through the peephole. He hissed through his teeth, confirming my gut feeling. This wasn't a surprise pizza delivery by someone with anger management issues, as I had desperately hoped it would be.
Go to another room.
Beckham looked at me, his speckled green and gold eyes holding a darkness in them that told me that he wasn't playing around. Except I couldn't move my feet, and I didn't want to either. If someone was here, knocking on my door, then I was going to handle it with Beckham. Fear was not going to control me, not today. My legs started moving. Instead of going toward the bedroom, I went to Beckham. Open it. There were more hard knocks on the door, and then, open the fuck up! Fear regained control. It was like a vicious wolf jumping out of the mist and grabbing me by the throat. I know that voice. Of course I knew that voice. I'd never forget it, not even 6 years later. I heard it every night when I went to sleep. Heard it when the nightmares hit. Whoever was on the other side of the door was the man who had attacked me and killed Derek. I grabbed onto Beckham's wrist as black stars flooded my vision, my nightmare come to life and threatening to turn off the lights.
24. Beckham Noble. This was the worst-case scenario. I was pissed that I'd made such a rookie fucking mistake. How would I let one follow me to Oliver's place? I had been so riled up from the fight I barely even checked my fucking mirrors. I hadn't taken any longer routes or tried to lose any tails. I'd fucked up, and now had to pay for it. And then Oliver spoke, changing the situation, this shit turning even more dire. He recognized one's voice. He was one of the assailants that night, and he was currently hammering down on Oliver's door. All because of me. Fuck. I'd deal with my self-hatred later. Right now, my priority was keeping Oliver safe. Please. I grabbed both his hands. Go to your bedroom, lock the door, and call the police. Oliver took a deep breath. He nodded and left, his face paper pale. I was scared he would pass out, but Oliver stayed strong, making it to his bedroom and closing the door. Fucking open! The door shook against the pounding. I readied myself. From looking through the peephole, one wasn't carrying a weapon, but his baggy white t-shirt was enough to hide something. I steadied my hand and opened the door. You fucking bitch! One came at me at 100. He started to push against my chest, pushing himself into Oliver's apartment in the process. I hit his arm away with my forearm, grabbed the other arm and twisted it. Back in Mario's apartment, one had caught me by surprise and gotten the upper end. But not this time. I was ready for him this time, and I was being fueled by Oliver's realization. This man was responsible for tearing Oliver's art apart. I was going to be responsible for tearing out his. With all my force, I pushed us back into the hallway. One wasn't expecting it. He went backward like a rag doll. His back slammed against the wall. He gasped in a way that told me all the air in his lungs had been squeezed out. I took that as a chance to grab him by the collar of his shirt. I lifted him, pressing him hard against the wall. He was grabbing at my forearms, kicking at my knees, but the guy couldn't break a stick if he tried. It was when he was armed that the coward was dangerous. Now, he had the same threat level as a fly. Stay away from here. I spoke with force, each of my words wielded like a blunt weapon. Let go, he was sputtering, the shirt tightening around his throat. If I see your face around Oliver, I swear to Christ you'll be beaten so bad you won't be able to open your eyes. I didn't know what had come over me. A curtain of crimson. I could feel the anger boiling through my veins. Never had I felt this type of raw, frightening anger. Yes! Yes! His eyes were bulging. I dropped him. One crumpled like a broken toy, holding his neck and falling onto the floor, gasping for breath. I didn't move. I didn't bother to help him back up. I just stood there and waited. He finally managed to get up, his legs shaking, his eyes red. He stared at me with a darkness that would have affected me on any other day. Not today. I stared him down without blinking a motherfucking eye. I wanted so badly to beat him to a bloody pulp. He had taken Derek's life. He was one of the two who had changed Oliver's life forever. But I knew I needed more to bring him in. The cops wouldn't arrest one off his voice alone. I had to find some kind of footage from that night, some other piece of undeniable proof that put him in that alley. And then, I needed to figure out the second piece of the puzzle. Who the hell was one with? Was it his brother? Fuck this! One coughed and started down the hall. You regret this shit, puta! Sirens started to sound from far off, the wails cutting through the night. Without missing a beat, Juan took off running. Hey, stop! I went to give chase, but a hand on my elbow stopped me.
Wait, Beck, don't, please.
It was Oliver.
Let the cops look for him. I can't. Not again. Just please. Please.
Oliver's entire body shook. I couldn't leave this spot, I knew that. If I left Oliver, he'd crumble. I held him and helped him back into his place. I'm so sorry, I can't believe I led him here.
It's okay. It's okay.
Oliver's hands trembled in mine.
I'm glad you did. It's confirmation.
Just then the door to the bathroom opened. I jumped ready to fight. Will walked out, looking as pale and scared as Oliver.
I heard all of that. Everything okay?
Oliver shook his head. He tried saying no, but squeaked instead. Will came over and hugged Oliver. I could see the friendship between them, the camaraderie that stretched back for years. Will took a step back and took us both in. Keep him safe, all right? He spoke directly to me. I nodded. I understood where his defensiveness came from. Oliver was precious to every person he connected with. Will was just looking out for him.
All right, I really need to get out of here.
Oliver shook his shoulders and wiped his cheeks.
Beck, can I stay over your place tonight?
Of course, I said. Will, still looking a little shaken, turned to collect his stuff off the nearby table, his pockets jingling with keys as he walked, catching the cat's attention as they slinked out of Oliver's bedroom now that the coast was clear. As soon as Oliver filled up Mason and Jar's water dishes and food bowls, we took off, Will leaving with us. We said our goodbyes in the car park. I offered Will a ride, but he said he wanted to walk, that he needed the fresh air. The drive home was quiet. I let Oliver sit in his thoughts, and he let me do the same. The entire time his hand was in my lap, my fingers twined through his. When we pulled into the driveway, Oliver asked the first question.
So, what next?
I keep digging. That's what's next. Oliver's head dropped back against the headrest.
I can't believe he was inside my apartment. I can't believe it.
He wasn't in there for as long as he's going to be in a jail cell.
Can they arrest him? I know it was him. I'm 100% sure he was there. I know that voice.
I didn't want to take the wind from Oliver's sails, but he had to hear the truth. It's still not enough. I need more before I go to the police. I need evidence. Solid, undeniable evidence. Oliver shook his head and looked out the window. My driveway light was flooding the space in bright white light, shining down on the row of bushes that lined the path up to my front door.
Do you think it was Juan and Mario? Or Juan and someone else?
The question had been bothering me since I considered it. Truthfully, I didn't have enough evidence to point me directly toward Mario, but just by association he appeared guilty.
You need more evidence?
Oliver said, answering his own question.
Jesus, Mary and Mariah fucking Carey. I need to meditate or something.
Maybe the time didn't exactly call for it, but I couldn't help it. I laughed. The sound echoed in the car as if it had turned into a cavernous space. Oliver laughed too, an exhausted type of laugh, but a laugh all the same.
Seriously, though, I do. My head's spinning out of control.
Aren't there things you can download on your phone for that? Oliver shot me a look.
Yes, there are apps for that, but I need the real stuff. Will used to bring me to this secluded spot at the Port of Authority right behind Cargo Bay 7. It's a small offshoot of the port, and it's surrounded by tall reeds with a tiny office that's never used by anyone. You see the entire bay and feel like all of Miami is gone. And it's such a different vibe than the beach, too. Like, you can meditate for hours there.
You'll have to take me there, then. I've never been one for meditating, but I'm up for trying.
I'd like that.
Oliver closed his eyes.
I used to go there a lot after losing Derek. Sometimes I'd just read until I fell asleep. Other times I'd actually meditate. I'd feel better every single time.
Then we'll go for sure. Oliver smiled, eyes still closed.
What got you into this detective work, Beck? Into chasing down thugs and rescuing little princesses like me?
I got into it for the princesses, of course. Oliver opened his eyes and looked to me. I shot him a wink. It was a friend of mine who got me started. He had an agency and offered to sponsor my stay in the States by working for him. He taught me everything I knew, and he passed on his love for investigating to me. I was 23 when he hired me, I think. The youngest detective in all of Miami, and soon enough, I was also the one closing the most cases.
I believe that.
It was exactly what I needed in my life. Before Gio took me under his wing, I was floating around aimlessly. Fucking guys in bathroom stalls and dodgy hiking trails, just wanting to pass the time somehow. I didn't really have a purpose.
I'm glad you found it. And I'm glad your purpose is to help so many other people.
Oliver's fingers danced up and down my arm, sending warm chills down my back. I closed the distance between us and found his lips with mine. We kissed, long enough for the driveway light to click off, plunging us into the dark. An undeniable heat was building between my legs, my dick twitching in response. "Come on," I said. "Let's go inside. I need to get washed up. Can't believe I'm still wearing my kickball uniform."
I love it,
Oliver said as we got out of the car. He gave me a cheeky little slap on the arse when we got to my front door. My dick twitched even harder. Inside my place, I could barely wait to get my lips back on his. I kissed him, hard, pressing him back against the closed door. I held his head in both my hands as my tongue probed his mouth, claiming it for myself. My cock gave a hard throb between us. "All right, get comfortable. I'm going to take a quick shower." Oliver, looking only a little disappointed and very turned on, went over to the large chair next to the couch, sitting down and covering the bold stripes of blue, pink, and white. I left him there and hurried to the bathroom where I took one of the quickest showers of my life, focusing on all the important bits and hopping back out in record time. I wrapped the white towel around my waist and glanced in the mirror. For a man turned freshly 40, I had to say, I looked bloody good. My chest and shoulders were defined with muscle, and my stomach was toned in a way that almost hinted at a six-pack if I was standing exactly right under the light. My cock, hanging heavy between my legs, was clearly visible, outlined through the towel. I ran a hand through my hair, messing it up a bit, and stepped out into the hall. Oliver was sitting in the chair when I re-entered the living room. He looked so relaxed, scrolling through his phone with one leg up on the chair, one hand behind his head. He wore shades of blue, which worked to make his eyes pop like diamonds on display. I shot him a glance with a smile attached and walked toward the kitchen to grab some water. That's when I spotted something that piqued my interest, and piqued something else along with it. "Your zipper's open," I noted, my eyes dropping to the glint of gold coming from his crotch. My blood shot up in temperature.
"Oh?"
Oliver, that cheeky bastard, looked down and, with a devilish grin, slipped his hand through the opening.
"I didn't notice."
He looked up at me, lips parting ever so slightly, enough for me to imagine my tongue slipping in. I didn't want to imagine it for much longer. I went to him and bent down, grabbing his head in my hands and claiming his mouth with a kiss that rocked the very ground beneath me. I gasped, as did he. I moved a hand down to his crotch, feeling him as he stroked himself underneath the fabric of his shorts. His heat radiated off him. He squeezed his legs together, moaning into my kiss as he pushed his hips up, rubbing himself harder on my hand. The kiss broke. I moved back, Oliver still sitting on my chair, one leg up on the seat, his hand jerking slowly inside his shorts. His other hand was resting on his neck, which was growing pink from the fire that pricked at his skin from the inside. The same fire that crawled through my veins as I watched him. "Take those shorts off. I want to watch you jerk off." Oliver didn't need any more direction. He cocked his head, smiling, and unbuttoned the shorts. He pulled them off, revealing a pair of white Calvins that looked as if they were about to split apart. His tip leaked, soaking the fabric and causing a dark and delicious stain to spread. He massaged his length. It was hypnotic. I could watch him do this all night and still want more. I stood there, watching as Oliver dropped his head back and hooked his fingers under the waistband of his briefs. He pulled them over and off, his hard cock falling out and slapping against his stomach, the sound filling the room and driving me wild. How in the world did I get so fucking lucky? I had to say it. Standing there, staring at Oliver's thick and leaking cock, it did something to me. Made me crazy. Oliver answered by licking his lips and taking off his shirt. He sat back in the chair, legs spread wide, thighs looking like a proper throne. I wanted to sit on him. I wanted to take him inside me. I'd never liked bottoming before, but with Oliver, my body was practically shouting out for it. I could feel myself quivering, a pounding need making me focus on new parts of my body that I typically ignored. Oliver started to stroke, slowly. He played with his balls in one hand, and with the other, he travelled the length of his cock, inch by sexy inch. When he reached the tip, he thumbed over himself, raising his thumb and showing the clear rope of pre-cum. He then spread over himself, causing his cock to glisten. The sound of wet skin working to fan the flames in need. He did it again, but this time, once it was slick with pre-cum, he lifted it up to his lips and rubbed before putting it in his mouth and sucking. His eyes half-lidded, a devilish smirk on his face. I let out a hiss of air. Fucking hell. He worked himself for me, keeping his eyes locked on me as his strokes became faster. My dick throbbed hard underneath the towel, which was beginning to look like a small shelter for gnomes with how big of a tent I made. It caught Oliver's eye. He stopped and nodded toward my crotch, the devilish grin making itself a permanent resident on his face. I didn't need words. I opened the towel and dropped it in a puddle on the floor. My cock bounced free, jutting out from me, half-hooded and leaking from my man. Oliver's eyes widened as he followed my swinging cock, a hand returning to his. His other hand moved from his balls, slipping down between his legs. He started to grind on himself, his eyes rolling back. Lift up your legs. I want to see you play with your arse. Oliver looked at me, those big eyes of his burning like hot coals. He scooched back in the chair so that his arse was almost hanging off it. Then, in something that was pulled straight out of my wettest dream, Oliver put both arms under both legs and lifted, exposing himself to me. His hole pulsed with his breaths. He rubbed his fingers over himself, playing with his hole. Something had come over me. I needed to have him. I went to him, my cock swinging like a bat as I walked. He looked up at me with big, fawn-like eyes, the blue in them feeling like one of those infinity pools that I wanted to dive head first into. I started to drop down to my knees. Oliver still held his legs up, exposing himself. My hands glided over his. I took hold of his legs as I got onto my knees, his arse ready to eat. I went in, licking his balls first, getting him used to the sensation as my tongue flicked downward over his sensitive hole. He gasped and jolted like I'd just spanked him. "Oh, Beck, that's... Whoa. Do it again." I dragged my tongue down, back over his hole. He jerked up again, moaning this time. "Keep going, Beck. Please." Every time Oliver said please to me, it felt like getting the turbo button on a race car. It did something to me that I couldn't explain. I swirled my tongue around his tight hole before I spat down into it, getting it dripping wet. And then I stuffed my face with him, swirling and sucking and tonguing. Oliver couldn't sit still as moans were ripped from his chest. It was white-knuckling my chair as I continued to eat him out. I started having a difficult time holding his legs up with all his movement. I slipped my tongue in and he almost shot off the chair. I looked up, past his hard cock and locked eyes with a dizzy-looking Oliver. He had a couple of drops of sweat beating across his forehead. "Don't stop," was all he said, and it was all I needed. I probed again with my tongue, opening him and sending him straight to the stratosphere. His legs fell from my hands and landed on my shoulders. He squeezed his calves around my head as I came up for a breath. Fuck, Oliver. Forget about bottoming tonight. I had to have Oliver. I needed to sink into him. I could feel how ready he was, how willing he was. I could tell his body wanted it as badly as mine. "I want to fuck you." I kissed his leg, nibbling on the skin. "Yes, Beck, yes. Fuck me, please. Put it in. I want to feel you inside me." I stood, bending my knees so that I could line myself up with Oliver. My cock pulsed in the air as I held onto my base, pressing my head against Oliver's opening. I spat, rubbing the saliva over my cock. Oliver and I had already gotten tested and talked about condomless sex. I pressed myself against him, feeling his tight ring opening to receive me. He took in a deep breath as I pushed in harder, stretching him. His heat encapsulated me. It made my very neurons melt in pleasure and ecstasy. He was so soft and so fucking tight. I rocked my hips forward, teasing him with only half of me. He pushed back, pleading without any words, using only his body. I could feel him tighten around me, pulling me in deeper. I pulled out, my head coming out with a pop. Oliver groaned loudly, his back arched even more, his arse opening for me. I plunged in again, this time sinking myself into the balls. Oliver's shout filled my living room. For a second I feared I had hurt him, but the bliss-filled moan that quickly followed told me he was good. Then he told me himself.
Fuck me hard, BECKHAM.
I placed a hand on his lower back, and I started to rock into him, fucking him without abandon. Our loud grunts and animal-like sounds were competing with the sound of skin slapping against skin. His entire body felt like putty underneath me. He was holding onto the arms of the chair, his head down into the seat, his arse working my cock like a bucking bull. I leaned back and let him bounce on it, watching myself slide in and out of his hole, his arse cheeks clapping against me. "I'm going to come," I said, my voice a rocky growl.
"Do it! Give it to me!"
Oliver continued to bounce back on my cock. I slapped the pale globe, a sharp sound ringing through the air, his arse shaking with the impact. He whimpered and moaned and asked for another. My balls tightened, ready to explode. He slowed down, still keeping me inside him. I slapped his other cheek, my pink handprint showing up almost immediately. Another whimper, and then another "please." I gave it to him and then grabbed his arse, kneading the tender muscle with my fingers. His words were jumbled as he slid back and enveloped me inside him. It was enough to make me blow. I grunted like some kind of animal and let myself unload, shooting deep inside of Oliver. I could feel him coming too, his body spasming, his hole tightening around me, pulling out every last drop. I took a deep breath and leaned down. I kissed the back of Oliver's neck. We both chuckled, our bodies flooded with endorphins. I felt like my brain had been replaced by a big bowl of custard. I pulled out of Oliver. He turned and kissed me, both of us grinning like buffoons as we went to go clean up. As Oliver toweled off in the bathroom, his blue eyes catching mine and glowing underneath the bright white lights, I found myself hit with such a strong thought that bloody well almost knocked me off my feet. God, I'd do anything in the world for this man.
25. Oliver Brightly. My body was spent in the best way possible. I felt like a new person. BECKHAM had literally fucked me into a different mindset. What in the gay hell? We sat outside in his yard, enjoying the quiet night, the air from the ocean coming in fresh and cool. It wasn't a hot night by Miami standards. BECKHAM looked sexy in a pair of laid-back plaid boxers and a black t-shirt, his legs stretched out in front of him, one of his feet currently in my lap. We were talking about anything and everything. At some point, the conversation landed on where was the weirdest place either of us had sex before. BECKHAM said that his was under a pier, which actually sounded pretty romantic to me, contingent on how clean the underside of the pier was.
It was pretty clean,
BECKHAM said. Okay, well then, yeah, I guess that makes it pretty romantic.
What's your weirdest place?
I chewed my lip and thought. Honestly, I'm pretty vanilla. Besides, getting jerked off in the ocean in the middle of the night.
Extremely vanilla.
Very. I stuck out my tongue. Besides that, just the bed. And the car once, but that was so uncomfortable that it lasted like 2 minutes, tops. I don't think it counts.
It doesn't.
BECKHAM smiled. The light above his head let off a soft orange glow.
We have to work on expanding your repertoire then.
I wouldn't mind adding some new exotic locales to my sexime.
Is that a real word, or did you just make that up?
I think I just made it up. I laughed, grabbing BECKHAM's foot and giving it a squeeze. Dead ass.
Dead ass.
BECKHAM parroted, his accent making the words funnier to me. I started to laugh, BECKHAM joining in, the night unfolding as though nothing had happened prior, as if I hadn't heard the voice of my boyfriend's killer, as if he hadn't chased BECKHAM down and landed right at my doorstep. A cold shiver sliced through me. Being with Beckham always created some kind of impossible time capsule, every moment stretched into infinity, blurring out all the bullshit. And then those bubbles, those little time capsules would pop, and the outside world would come rushing in, almost knocking down my front door, saying things like, "You'll regret this." I let go of Beckham's foot and stood, stretching as I did. Beckham's yard was a large one, fenced in, with a large mango tree starting to bear fruit over in one corner, a small rocking gazebo set up in the other corner. We were currently under the tiled terrace, where he had an outdoor couch and some seating that surrounded a clean white table. Next to the couch was a rack holding various plastic containers that all appeared to have come from a move, one that Beckham never fully unpacked from. The boxes were still labeled with thick black marker: bathroom, Christmas things, kitchen. One of the boxes was open. There was a thick, navy blue book sticking out from the top. I realized, as I got closer, that it wasn't a book, but a photo album. Beckham watched me with a curious expression, not catching on to what I was looking at. I grabbed the book and pulled it out, unsettling a spiderweb in the process. The rest of the box's contents shifted and clattered.
"Oh, I haven't looked through that in years,"
Beckham said, sounding surprised.
"I forgot I even had that thing."
I sat down next to him on the couch and placed the album on my lap. "Mind if we flip through it? I love looking through old photos." Beckham didn't take long to consider it.
"Go for it."
I checked out the cover first. There was a photo tucked into the center underneath a clear sheet of plastic. It was a photo of Beckham and his parents. He must have been something like 4, standing between them and wearing the cutest little pair of overalls I'd ever seen, his hair a mess and his smile pure, matching the smiles on both his mom and dad. I opened it, the first page holding a collage of Beckham's baby photos, from him smiling peacefully as a newborn in his mom's arms, still in a hospital bed, to the ones of little Beckham having his first bath, his dad pouring a splash of water onto Beck's chubby little belly. "You were a big baby," I teased, nudging Beckham.
"I did have some rolls on me, eh?"
"Look at you there! You're like a mini sumo wrestler." It was a Polaroid of Beckham in diapers, squatting with a face that looked like he could be either furious or pooping. His pudgy cheeks looked like they were made out of dough. "You were so cute, oh my dear baby Jesus." I couldn't help but say "aw" through most of the pages. I noticed that Beckham's dad barely showed up in any of the photos, but that may have been just because he was always behind the camera. His mom, on the other hand, showed up in almost every photo. She had a big head of light brown hair that was always curled and cut perfectly, framing her bright face every time she gave it to the camera. "Look at you two," I said, stopping on a photo of Beckham and his mom roller skating in a park. They were wearing the coolest of 80s fashion, with neon wristbands and high-waisted jeans. I turned the page, and there was another photo of the same day, but this one showed Beckham going headfirst into a bush and his mom laughing in the most photogenic way possible. I flipped to the next page, and the mood suddenly shifted. There, on the center of the page, was a Polaroid. Beckham looked like a kid, but his hair was already growing those silver strands that I loved so much now. He must have been just entering his teens, but he was tall, almost as tall as his father, who stood next to him, an arm around his son's shoulder, a smile on both their faces. They looked happy. I could see the resemblance between them. They had the same eyes and the same lips. Beckham had his mom's nose, but he definitely had his dad's chin. Beckham put his hand under mine, under the cover of the album. He closed the photo album and grabbed it from my hands.
"Sorry, Ollie. I think I'm calling it for the night."
"Right, no, of course." I could tell his thoughts had scattered into the wind the second he saw that photo. There was stress in his face, a tension in his shoulders that wasn't there. Beckham placed the album back in the box. He nodded into the house. I followed him inside and to his bedroom. We crawled into bed and into each other's arms. "You okay?" I asked into the crook of Beckham's neck. I could feel him breathing against me.
"Yeah, I am. That photo was taken a week before I came out, before everything in my life changed for good."
I moved up on the bed, setting my head on his arm, looking through the darkness of his bedroom and into the light of his eyes. "Before it changed for the good. You would have been trapped if you didn't come out. Your life would have been so much worse.
I know. And I'm happy now, with you. I'm more than happy. I feel like I won the lottery 10 times over, and I know that my past led me to this, to you, so I'm okay with it.
I couldn't hold back the kiss. I didn't want to. I love you so freaking much, Beck. He kissed me again. His hand came to rest on the back of my head. His thumb drew circles, something he knew turned me into melted candy.
I love you too,
he said.
Dead ass.
I couldn't stop the snort.
3 days later.
The Florida sun was shielded by thick black clouds that sat low in the sky. Half of my block was thrown under a dark and ominous shade, the other being belted by a resilient strip of sunshine that found a break in the clouds. There would be thunder and lightning soon. There were already some bright bolts of white off in the distance, the storm coming in from the ocean after hoarding energy from the warm waters. I sat in my car, looking at my apartment like it was about to grow legs and do the cha-cha slide for me. I had slept at Beckham's place for the last 3 nights, not feeling safe in my own apartment after everything that had happened. I had spoken to the police, but they said they needed more evidence before they could go ahead with an arrest. Beckham was working hard to find that evidence, but until then, Juan was out there, and he knew that we were on to him. I felt sure that he had been the one threatening me, most likely goaded by his older brother, who I was sure still harbored his homophobic hatred toward me. He had to have been the second person that night, the one that stayed silent during the entire thing, but left his mark nonetheless. Meanwhile, Mason and Jar were running out of food at Beckham's place, so I had to make a quick stop back at mine and pick up some more. I considered just going to the pet store, but there was an entire cabinet of food for them, and it felt like a waste. I still didn't want to go in, though. So I decided to FaceTime my brother instead. He picked up on the second ring. My brother's smiling face filled up the screen. "Hey, Jojo," I said.
"Hi, Ollie."
"Where are you?" I could see a line of people behind him.
"At the movies with Fox. We're celebrating our last interview of the day."
He tilted the camera up, showing me the glowing marquee, a few drops of rain falling down onto the camera. Jonah moved under some shelter and wiped off the camera. He turned it to Fox, who gave me a wave and a friendly,
"Hey."
"How'd the interviews go?" I asked when my brother got back on the camera.
"Good. I think we settled on one detective today, finally. His name is Rocky Hudson. Cool guy, a little quiet and hard to read at first, but his resume was impressive, and he started opening up more toward the end."
"Ah, good. And how about that third fallen angel stuff? Anything new?" Just talking about it made me feel a chill crawl through my body. I hated to think that someone was out there targeting the detectives at Stonewall. I had seen all the news about the unicorn killer that had haunted the Stonewall detectives in New York, and this was beginning to seem scarily familiar. Jonah shook his head.
"Nothing. We've set up a new surveillance system around Stonewall, and we've all been keeping an eye out, but whoever was trying to kick us out seems to have backed off. For now. The third is stumping us, too. I think it's an allusion to the Holy Trinity, but I've got no idea."
"All right, well, keep me in the loop. I've asked Beckham about it, but he doesn't want me to worry too much, especially not since I've got my big licensing exam coming up."
"Are you ready for it?"
Yeah, I've been brushing up and studying a lot lately. Plus, all the practical experience I get at the clinic really helps. I'm sure I'll do fine."
"I'm sure you will, too."
Jonah shot a glance off camera.
"And then, when we go adopt a puppy, you can take care of it as an official vet."
My eyes went wide. "Oh, bitch! You better let me come to the shelter with you guys. I want to be there. I love that gooey Hallmark stuff, especially when it involves a dog finding the perfect forever home." Jonah laughed. I could hear Fox laugh off screen, too. "All right, well, what time does your movie start?"
"We've got 10 minutes. What's up?"
I didn't want to bring it up, but talking to my brother had me thinking about my parents, and I felt like if I was procrastinating, I might as well get some good advice at the same time. "I want to introduce Beck to Mom and Dad." If Jonah was surprised, he hit it well.
"Good. They've already been asking me a few questions that I've had to dodge."
"How do you think they're going to act?"
"I'm sure they'll be fine. They've always been supportive of us."
I know. And it's not like Mom and Dad are reality show parents or something. I know Mom's not going to start yelling, "He's dark-sided, get him out, dark-sided." Although that would be pretty funny.
I'm not entirely sure where that reference is from, but either way, you're right. Mom's not going to yell.
I sighed. It's from Wife Swap. Google it when you guys get home.
Do I have to use a private browser for that?
I laughed and shook my head. This is so stressful. Why does love have to be so stressful?
It doesn't. Also, I don't think it actually is. I think you're just imagining all these crazy scenarios in your head and bringing the stress along with them. You know our parents love us, and you know they're level-headed and open-minded. I don't think they'll have any issues.
You're right. You're right. And he was right. My parents were totally cool with everything we did, and I'm sure they wouldn't care about me bringing home an older man, especially since that man happened to be the one of my dreams. They'd clapped and cheered when I had come out to them using confetti cannons full of rainbow confetti, so I could see how Jonah was right. I may have been overthinking things. I'll set a dinner then, I said, making up my mind. Sometime next week, I'll introduce them. I think it's definitely time. Jonah smiled at that.
How's Beckham been, anyway? Our schedules haven't matched up at Stonewall. I've barely seen him.
He's good. There might be a big break in the case, Jojo. He went this morning to talk to a shop that said they potentially have footage of that night. They might have caught the two thugs walking past on their camera. Jonah's smile flashed brighter.
That's great news.
Yeah, it's looking good. He's actually celebrating a kickball game win tonight, too.
You didn't go to cheer him on?
Jonah said, noting my scrubs. Duty called. I lifted my arm and showed Jonah the pink scratches and teeth marks already disappearing. And Duty happened to be a 57-pound Great Dane puppy who decided my arm would make a good teething toy. Jonah started to laugh before making his expression seem remorseful. Anyways, I'm going to try and catch him and his friends at the bar. Thanks for picking up my rando FaceTime call.
Anytime.
Unless you're in the shower, or with Fox, or in the shower with Fox, then please, for the love of Tia and Tamara, don't ever pick up my FaceTime call. Jonah barked out a laugh and was about to say something, but I cut him off with a loud and extended bye and hung up the call. I loved my brother to bits. What I didn't love? Having to go up to my apartment. Fuck it, I'll just go to the pet store. I put my car in reverse and was about to pull out of my parking spot when someone caught my eye. A girl, her hair falling in bright red locks down over the spaghetti straps that clung to her shoulders, one hand waving at me and the other holding the leash of a drooling bulldog. It was Janet, Will's ex, and she seemed to be waiting for me to get out of the car. I sighed and put my car back in park. I grabbed the bags I'd brought to carry the cans of food in and stepped out of the car. Hey, Oliver, glad I caught you. Janet lived in my apartment complex and normally let her dog poop wherever he wanted without ever picking it up. Today, her bulldog was pooping right in front of my building. There wasn't a poop bag in sight. I tried not to stare pointedly at her dog's mountain of manure as I walked toward her, mainly because I would have thrown up, but also because I hated confrontation, even if it involved telling someone they were being an obnoxious walking dog turd by leaving their dog turds out to bake in the sun. Hey, Janet. I faked the fakest smile of my goddamn life. Have you seen Will? Huh? No, why? I really need to give him back his video games, but he won't pick up my calls. I shrugged. I can give them to him. Just leave them with the office manager and I'll pick them up this afternoon. Is he upset at me? Her question surprised me. What? Didn't you two break up? Yeah, but it was mutual. We agreed we wanted to stay good friends. He was clearly not into me, so whatever. But I won't lie that I consider him a really close friend. Will seemed pretty shaken when you guys broke up. He never said it was mutual. Of course it was. I figured he wasn't into me, or into girls, probably, after, like, the 10th time we tried having sex and we couldn't. I offered going to a doctor with him and... Shit, sorry, I'm talking too much. Just, tell him I've got his games. Sure? Just then, another dog rounded the corner with its owner following. This set off Janet's bulldog, who started barking and lunging, throwing its drool all over the place. I managed to dodge a few globs, as if I were in the Matrix. I didn't want to press my luck, and I hurried up the stairs while my work scrubs were still dry. That was... weird. Will hadn't talked much about Janet, but when he had talked about her, everything seemed fine. They weren't going out for long, but they had spent a ton of time together. He seemed really smitten with her, actually. If Will was having some kind of issue, did he know he could talk to me about it? I trusted him with everything, so why hadn't he trusted me? I dug into my pocket for my keys. I unlocked my door and stepped inside. Instantly, I knew something was off. All thoughts of Will and Janet and piling dog poop set aside, something was terribly wrong. There was a smell in the air, like iron. It stung at my nose. I thought that maybe Mason or Jar had an accident in the living room before we left and the sun cooked through it, making the apartment reek. Seconds later, and that theory was put to rest. Oh my God! I grasped at my chest, shock hitting me like a lightning bolt striking down on a cloudless day. My first instinct wasn't to run or to hide or to shout. I pulled out my phone and dialed Beckham's number, my entire body feeling like it was drained of all blood.
26. Beckham Noble. Sweat beaded on my forehead. I wiped it away with the small white towel I had hooked in the side of my shorts. We were sitting outside of a popular pub, a happy hour special attracting all kinds of people to the beachside sports-themed spot. We had gotten here right after our kickball game and managed to dodge the mad rush, snagging a table by the far corner of the patio, underneath a palm tree that shielded us from the setting sun. It had been a long day. Before the kickball game, I'd spent all day at the corner store that claimed they still had footage from the night of Oliver and Derek's attack. When I arrived, they spent a good hour explaining their system to me and how the videos were stored for years on the cloud. They showed me where all the cameras were set up, and they even went into an explanation of how they'd installed them. When they actually tried showing me the footage was when shit went south. They opened up the folder labelled with the same year of the attacks. There they clicked June. Once the June folder was open, they clicked on the 17th. A video for the day appeared on the screen. They clicked on the video. Clicked it again. They clicked and clicked and clicked, and nothing was playing. That was when we discovered the files were corrupt. My hopes of catching the attackers on camera had been shot. None of the other stores around this area had installed this kind of system, so whatever footage they had lasted a month at most before it was deleted. And I knew that the attackers had fled down this very road because someone had reported 2 cars speeding off minutes later, and those cars were parked right around the corner shop. It had been their getaway spot, and the 2 men must have crossed in front of the cameras to get there. This had seemed like a massive fish on the hook, and there I was, having to cut the line. The owners of the corner store promised they would try to fix the file. I figured if they couldn't, I'd ask Anya to work her techno-magic on the corrupt files and try to get something from them. Still, there was a chance we'd never get to see what was on that tape. After I got off that roller coaster, I went to my kickball game, where we ended up beating the other team and earning a spot in our city's big tournament. We'd come to the pub to celebrate. Around me sat my 4 closest friends, all of us still wearing our kickball uniforms. Sleeveless light blue tanks with white shorts, our nicknames printed on the back of each shirt, along with our numbers. I had met the guys through our kickball team, the Ball Busters, when I signed up something like 10 years ago. Since then, the core 5 of us stuck together and managed to not only keep our team going for a decade, but our friendships as well. There was Kyle Ramos, the mate I could go to at whatever time of the day, and he'd be there to offer a few helping words. Corey Mace was the jokester of the group and had zero shame in everything he did. There was one time we went on a cruise together, and Corey ended up getting everyone together on the deck for a spontaneous improv show between him and whoever wanted to participate. By the end of the night, people were asking him to make his show a nightly thing. Across from Corey was Silas Anderson, the hardest one of the group to crack, but once you did break through that prickly exterior, you'd find one of the most caring hearts to have ever beat. He had a rough go at life, but was finally beginning to find some real happiness, and we were all happy for him. For now, though, it wasn't Silas we were talking about. Tonight, I was the center of the conversation. Or rather, Oliver and I were the center of conversation. "He's a really cool kid," Kyle said. We were all wearing our light blue jerseys from the game. I had introduced Oliver to the gang a few days ago and was happy with how it went. Everyone seemed to get along, even though there was some awkwardness to overcome in the beginning. Our age difference wasn't as apparent when it was just me and him together. I could tell Oliver initially had some trouble being surrounded by men twice his age. I feared that there wouldn't be anything to talk about and that we'd all stare into the bottom of our drinks for the entire night. But, of course, Oliver found a way to crack the ice. It was Oliver Brightly, for crying out loud. He could get along with a bucket of ice and a room full of frogs if he had to. Soon enough, we were all cracking jokes and taking the piss, the night flying by. I liked him, Corey said. He leaned back, his bald head reflecting some of the light off the setting sun. And you really, really liked him. I mean, you were drooling all over the place the other night. I didn't drool anywhere, I assured him, crossing my arms and looking out to the sidewalk. It was filled with vacationing beachgoers walking, many of them carrying their umbrellas and chairs and coolers back to their cars. Oh, so that wasn't drool? I think that's even worse, buddy. Corey cocked his head before laughing. Kyle joined in, goading him. I cracked a smile and felt my cheeks getting red like I was a bloody schoolboy all over again, being teased by my classmates. I do really like him, I said when the laughing died down. Silas leaned onto the table. He had a scar across his cheek that made him look all the more aggro, which was funny, seeing as how he got it from a gardening accident and not from a pub fight, as he would like people to believe. And he likes you, right? Silas, what kind of question is that? Corey asked before I could respond. Of course Oliver likes him back. Did you see the way they were looking at each other? I wouldn't be surprised if the two had snuck off on a midnight date to Vegas and stopped to see Elvis. I'm just saying. Silas leaned back in the seat. He took a drink of his martini. It was an interesting sight, seeing the beefiest one out of us all holding up a delicate glass and sipping from the edge. I half expected him to stick a veiny pinky finger out. I've dated my share of young guys. You've met a couple of them. Yeah, and I wish we hadn't, Kyle said. Remember the one that was obsessed with that ultra music festival? I swear, I think he would have gotten a full-body tattoo consisting of EDM song titles and ecstasy pills. Exactly, Silas said, confident as though his point had been fully proven. There's a different culture nowadays. We didn't have all these fancy clubs and massive parties to go to. We didn't have the huge parades that shut down entire cities and the crazy after-parties that follow. Not to mention all the apps there are nowadays. You want a bear? Oh, download Grizzly. You want a twink? Here, download Twinkle. Maybe you want a daddy? Go get Dadder. We all looked at Silas before cracking up. Honestly, Corey said, I think you're onto something with that last one. Oliver isn't like that. I had to defend him. As funny as Silas was, I knew he was speaking from his own experience and was just looking out for my best interests. But I had to let them know that I didn't need to worry about things like that. He's really mature. He's been through it. And I think he's matured because of the things he's been through. And also, on the same token, he's so fun to be around. He's not a stick in the mud. He's not scared of experiencing new things. We're always laughing, always having a great time. I know that he doesn't want to be on any apps, and neither do I. Silas looked at me. He had a penetrating stare with a pair of emerald green eyes that resembled two jewels. You sure, BECKHAM? I'm just saying we've all been wanting someone for you as bad as you've been wanting someone for yourself. Trust me, I just don't want you getting carried away. I know you've been hurt before, Silas, and I appreciate you looking out for me, I do. But you're sure on this one, huh? Dead sure. Dead ass. He nodded at that, seeming to accept my answer as final. Corey perked up and lifted his glass in the air, some of the vodka soda spilling over and onto the table. Cheers, then, to BECKHAM and Oliver and Silas's new Dadder venture. We clinked our glasses, the group of us smiling. Thus, when two massive warheads were dropped on me simultaneously. First, my phone buzzed with a message from the corner store I talked to earlier in the day. They were able to fix the corrupted files and sent over the footage from that night. Before I could even click to open it, my phone started to buzz again, this time with a call. It was Oliver. Hello?
BECKHAM? Beck, I need you. My apartment, someone... It's bad. I can't... BECKHAM, please.
Whoa, slow down, Ollie. I felt all the eyes at the table turn to me. What happened?
Just come, please, Beck. My apartment.
I'll be right there. I hung up the phone and stood, almost tipping out of my chair. My mates knew there wasn't any time to explain. My face must have said it all. I left the pub, feeling a terrible sense of helplessness. Oliver needed me, and I was at least 20 minutes away. And that was with me not giving a fuck about speed limits. 27. Oliver Brightly.
I was shaking and in tears by the time Beckham got to me. He held me and managed to bring me down from the cliff of panic I had climbed. The cops were already inside my apartment, turning it inside out. I wondered if I should have let Beckham take a look first, but honestly, I wasn't thinking at all when I walked into my apartment and saw what was written on the wall.
Are you okay?
Beckham asked me first thing when he got to me. I nodded, barely able to answer a squeaky, "Yes." Next to me, Mason and Jar both meowed from their cat carriers, no doubt recognizing Beckham and taking as much comfort in him as I was.
What happened?
The red and blue lights of the parked police cars bounced off Beckham's face. I took a deep breath, unsure if I was able to even recount what I'd seen. I was coming home, and I unlock the door, open it. I swallow, my mouth incredibly dry. I open it, and right there on the wall there's the words, "You'll regret this," and it's written in blood. I thought it was paint at first, but no, it was blood. Beckham's face turned to my apartment. I heard him hiss a curse word.
One had said those exact words,
Beckham noted. I know, I keep replaying them. I heard him say it from my room.
Was there anything else? Was anything taken?
I shook my head. Nothing. They went in there to leave that message and the rest of... My voice cracked. Beckham pulled me in tighter. His hand went up and down my back, and it was absolutely the most comforting thing in the world at that moment. The rest of the poor pig's body, I was able to finish. This is crazy, Beck. So crazy. I thought I was going to be getting closure from this, but it's the opposite. I feel like I'm constantly back in that fucking alleyway, and it's getting worse. If it was Juan, how the hell did... My breathing turned ragged. I tried sucking in a breath that didn't feel like it was enough. I sucked in another. Not enough. Another. No, still not enough. More. No, it wasn't working. I couldn't breathe. One more time. Deep breath. So simple. Why wouldn't it work? Why couldn't I breathe? I could barely fill my lungs. It felt like scraping at the air. I can't. I was holding on to Beckham. The world was spinning. This had become so fucking real, so fucking fast.
Ollie, listen to me. Listen.
Beckham held onto my hands. I still couldn't breathe. I couldn't breathe. I can't breathe, Beck.
You can. Yes, you can. Listen to me. Follow me. Take one deep breath in through your nose. That's it. There you go. Now let it out. Perfect. Let's do it again. Just keep looking into my eyes. Ollie, I'm right here. I'm not going anywhere. Just like that.
It was working. My lungs were working again. The panic was being pushed away, not far, but far enough to allow oxygen back into my body. I didn't break my gaze from Beckham's, letting his eyes serve as a lighthouse. Another deep breath. My lungs filling up with fresh air. Thank you, I said, my voice low.
Nothing to thank me for.
In the same way I was able to find my breath, I found the questions I had been meaning to ask, the words rattling around in my brain, adding to the chaos. How did they get in? Juan, nothing's broken, nothing. And none of the neighbors noticed anything either, so there was no break-in. And I vividly remember unlocking my door when I got home. Jesus. The anxiety attack had sapped me of any strength I had left. I broke down, like a car sputtering to the side of the road. Thankfully, Beckham was there to wrap his strong arms around me. I buried my face in his chest and let it out. The years of fear, the years of trauma. Everything felt so fresh, like it had happened yesterday. Not the 6 years that separated me from Derek's murder. It felt like I was holding him only a few hours ago, watching him take his last breath. I let it all out. Beckham held on to me through the storm. After what felt like years of me trying to get it together, I separated from Beckham. He looked up at my apartment, and I knew he wanted to go in there and take a look before the cops messed around with it too much. Go, I said. I'll be fine down here. I took in a deep breath, grateful for the air.
I'll go up and take some pictures, and then I'll be right back down. You're staying at my place tonight.
Mind if these two bums come along? I pointed at Mason and Jar. Thank all my pop star gods that they were both underneath my bed when I had come home, no doubt scared off by whoever had come into my apartment. When I called them, they had come running out from under my bed, purring as they bumped into me. Holding them and stuffing my face into their fur, allergies be damned, was one of the happiest moments of my life. Beckham smiled and looked down at the hot pink carriers.
I've got some cans of tuna waiting just for them.
I wasn't about to break his heart and tell him they preferred salmon. Go up, I said, nodding toward my apartment, feeling like an entire football field separated me from it, even though the scene that was going to add to my nightmares was up the stairs and to the right. Beckham held both my hands and kissed me soft on the forehead. It wasn't a kind of kiss I had ever had before. It felt like I could trace the exact outline of his lips on my skin, even as he turned and walked up the steps, pulling out his identification from his shorts pocket. I just now noticed Beck had come here straight from the bar, still wearing his kickball uniform with his nickname printed in bold white letters on the back of his shirt. Sherlock Holmes. That one got a genuine belly laugh out of me, a sound that felt so out of place I'm pretty sure it scared even Mason and Jar. We got to Beckham's place without any more panic attacks striking. Jesus. I hadn't had many of those since the months after Derek's death. They'd struck hard and fast back then, seemingly out of nowhere. I thought I'd become immune to them, like I'd somehow conquered the panic after all that time. How silly of me. I set the pink cat carriers down on the ground, already feeling Mason purring through the carrier. Mason and Jar seemed to be as happy as I was that we were out of my apartment. They tiptoed out of their carriers first and then started to run around the living room, bumping into the table and chairs. I laughed, grateful for the comfort Beckham and his home offered.
Want some tea?
Beckham asked as he kicked off his shoes. I'm okay. Thank you, babe. I fell down on the couch, throwing my feet up and lying down with a loud sigh. I grabbed a big gray pillow and stuffed it over my face. There, I yelled.
I'll get you that tea,
Beckham said. He went into the kitchen, Mason following behind him. I took a deep breath and tried to focus on the good parts of tonight. I was alive. Mason and Jar weren't hurt. Beckham was with me. And there was a psycho freak tailing me, and somehow they had gotten into my apartment. I felt violated. Someone had entered my apartment and left a message written in blood, and for what? Beckham returned with a steaming cup of tea. I sat up on the couch and thanked him. He sat down next to me, letting me drink, a comfortable silence washing over us for the moment.
Ollie, who else has a spare key to your apartment?
So I wasn't the only one whose mind was racing, even if the silence lulled us into thinking we were both okay. Only my friend Tyra. I'd given her a copy of the key when I went to Europe so she could take care of Mason and Jar, but... Beckham didn't say anything. You can't possibly think she's responsible, right?
I don't know right now.
I set the tea down on the coffee table. No, she's not. I do know that. She's one of my best friends. There's no way. None. Besides, Juan was 1,000% involved, and I don't see her ever interacting with that thug.
The pig was from the vet's office, and Tyra worked...
No! I surprised myself by shooting up onto my feet. I looked down at Beckham. Tyra is innocent. I can't. I've known her for years. I can't go on trusting anyone in this world if she had something to do with it. It's just impossible. I didn't know what had come over me. Maybe it was the pressure of it all. Maybe this camel just had one straw too many, but something inside me snapped, and it snapped hard. Just call it off. Call it all off. My hands shook. I couldn't stop them, so I stuffed them into the pocket of my shorts. Cancel the investigation. Do whatever you have to do to back off. It's not worth it. Derek is dead. He's gone, and this isn't going to bring him back, and I don't want to lose anyone else. I can't. I locked eyes with Beckham, whose expression resembled someone who was witnessing a nuclear warhead going off in the far distance.
Ollie.
You've got to call it off. Let Juan go. He'll be caught for something else. It's fine. Just let it all go.
I can't do that, Ollie. Not when I'm so close.
What do you mean you can't do that? It should be my call. I'm calling it. This is done. This case is over. Beckham stood. He reached for me, but I stepped back. I felt like a pressure cooker, and my top was whistling with steam about to explode.
Oliver, this won't bring back Derek, but it will bring you peace. And it can stop other people from getting hurt too. I just need to finish my work, that's all.
My circuits were misfiring. All my frustration, my anger, my insecurities, they all welled up to the surface, pushing past the constant veil of positivity I had kept on for so long. So damn long. I can't do this. This was all a mistake. The words fell out of me and landed in the room like boulders.
What do you mean?
Beckham asked. The walls were feeling tight. I moved to the window, looking out at Beckham's backyard. What the hell was going on with me? Why was I self-destructing? Nothing, I said. I just need sleep. I rubbed my tired eyes. I couldn't talk to Beckham right now, not when I was flaring up with unnecessary anger. He was only trying to help me.
What was a mistake?
I turned. Beckham stood a few feet in front of me. The orange light from a nearby floor lamp cast stark shadows on his face. His beard had been growing in, the same silvery gray color as his hair, which was tousled and falling down onto his forehead.
Us. Is that what you were going to say?
My eyebrows shot up toward the heavens. What? No, that's not what I...
Because if it is, I need to know now, Oliver. You can't string me along and then mug me off in a couple of months. I'm not here to play around. I'm too old for that shit.
The shadows on Beckham's face took on a sharper edge. The warmth in his eyes flickered. Beck, I'm not stringing you along. I told you I love you, and I mean that, okay? I fucking meant it. Tears started to flow uninvited. You know the last person I told that to? Huh, Beck? The last person I said I love you to was Derek. And you want to know the last time I said it? I told it to him while I watched his life bleed out onto a dirty street. That was the last time I told someone I loved them. So when I say it to you, I really fucking mean it. More tears. Beckham was saying something, but the emotions were too strong. The riptide pulled me into the deep end. I didn't stand a chance. I couldn't hear his words past the crying. I walked past Beckham, my hands covering my face, my body racked by uncontrollable waves of sadness. Inside his bathroom, I shut and locked the door. There, I slid down onto the floor and cried, and I wondered if maybe I had been asking about our relationship, and not the case.
28. Beckham Noble. I've never felt like a bigger tit. I could hear Oliver's muffled cries through the bathroom door, and they absolutely wrecked me. Frustration boiled up inside me. Anger at myself for taking this to a place it didn't need to be, anger at the situation, at the fact that we had challenges to face regardless of how we felt about it. And that was exactly what made a relationship worth it. The fact that there would be challenges ahead and that we'd be facing them together, hand in hand. That's what made life worth it. We couldn't lose sight of that. Oliver, let me in, please. Except I had gone and let my insecurities fuck it all up. Of course, I was scared Oliver would get bored of me and move on to the newer, shinier version. It was a fear that had more to do with me than with him, and yet I still projected it directly onto him. I turned an innocent question into a lethal weapon. I may have just royally fucked everything up, all because I was terrified of losing Oliver. Please, Ollie. The cries quieted, but the door remained locked. I leaned back on the wall, rubbing at my forehead to ease some of the building tension. And this shouldn't be like this. I should be in that bathroom, holding Oliver and comforting him, not on the other side of a closed door, unable to do anything but wait. I balled my fist. This was a new level of helplessness I wasn't used to feeling. Part of me wanted to punch a hole into the wall, only to get rid of some of the pressure inside me. After what felt like an hour, the door to my bathroom creaked open. Oliver stepped out. His eyes were puffy and red, his gaze falling down to the floor. I'm sorry, Ollie. It was the first thing I needed to get off my chest. I didn't mean to go at you like that. I let my insecurities take control. If I could, I'd take that moment back. Oliver wiped at his cheeks under his chin.
What insecurities, Beck?
He looked through tear-streaked eyes. The light was off in my always, so Oliver's face was lit softly by whatever light leaked over from the living room. There was a neon green tint to the scene, coming from a small palm tree nightlight I had placed in the bathroom. Oliver never looked more familiar to me. Even with what little light there was in the hall, I felt like I was looking at my soulmate, like I could paint a picture of him with my eyes closed and come out with a photorealistic copy of Oliver's face. I'm scared of you leaving me. Scared that you'll toss me to the side like a used toy. I could see Oliver winding up to protest, but I cut him off. And you haven't done anything to make me think like that, nothing at all. You've only given me more reasons to love you. Every single day I find a new one. Whether it's the way you tilt your head when you smile, or the way you always have to tie your left shoe before your right, or how you do these weird little bird noises every time you're thinking hard about something. Every day I find something to love. And with every new thing added to the list, it's one more thing I'm scared of losing.
You won't lose me. I'm not going anywhere. I don't want to go anywhere.
I know. Logically, I know that. It's just in here. I pressed 2 hard fingers against my chest. I can't shake the fear that our age difference is going to drive you away. Just looking in the mirror, I feel reminded by it. With every new crow's foot, every new forehead crease, it's a visible reminder that there's no way of bridging the time between us.
I don't care about bridging it, Beck. I know that's impossible. What I care about is walking across every other bridge in my life with you by my side.
Oliver's hand found mine. His fingers, soft and thin, dipped between mine, locking our hands together.
And just for the record, you may see all that, but I don't. All I see is the man I want to spend the rest of my life with.
Even if I don't know the difference between an Instagram and a snapbook. It was a little bit of a light-hearted joke that still carried plenty of truth to it. Seeing Oliver on all his popular social media accounts, it made me feel self-conscious, only because it felt like such a far-away world from the one I had lived in for so long. Oliver's lips quirked into a smirk, a moment of much-needed levity during the storm.
Would it change anything if I said I'm jealous that you grew up without all that crap? I kind of wish I didn't have to even think about the number of people double-tapping on my photo, and I grew up with that shit. You know how messed up in the head that makes you?
A laugh rose up out of me. Strange, but welcome.
And that's not to say there aren't great things about all the social meds. I get to see pictures of celebrities eating sponsored ice cream while also simultaneously staying in touch with all of my friends from college, and then, all in the same 10-minute span, I could get a comment on a photo from my drunk Aunt Lorene telling me that my smile was heaven-sent and that she wishes I wrote her more.
Oliver's grin was growing.
See? Magical. But also a huge pain in my ass.
He stepped closer to me.
I like you. I want you, BECKHAM. And only you. That's not going to change for anything.
I believed him. I really fucking did. But I needed to hear it said. Maybe it was the investigator in me, but I had to ask the question. So me being 16 years your senior doesn't bother you?
Of course it doesn't bother me. I've seen how quickly time can become irrelevant, Beck. Suddenly, a 16-year age gap is shortened to nothing through some tragic accident, or sidewalk homophobic attack that leaves someone dead. I've learned the hard way that life is short for everyone, so why the hell am I going to make it harder for myself by fighting my love for you?
Those stormy blue eyes were holding a Category 5 hurricane. He meant every word he said. There wasn't a doubt in my bones.
Okay?
Oliver asked. I realized I was quiet.
I love you. Forever and always.
I love you too, Ollie. We leaned in for a kiss. It felt like we were stepping into an old dance routine, one which our bodies knew all the steps but needed a few seconds to warm up. His lips, soft and warm against mine, instantly eased the turmoil that had rocked my world hours before. His kiss was a spread of cool aloe vera over a scorched sunburn. After we shared that healing kiss, the two of us moved out of the cramped hall and into the living room. Oliver took a seat at the dining table next to the kitchen, The window was open, letting in a warm breeze from outside, rattling some of the blinds. I went to reheat Oliver's tea in the microwave.
Thank you,
Oliver said when I set the steaming cup back in front of him. I took a seat opposite him with my own mug. It was decaffeinated green tea with a dollop of honey thrown in, soothing every part of the throat as it went down.
I take back what I said about the investigation.
Oliver's words weren't surprising. I knew he had been speaking through his frayed emotions. I knew that at the end of the day, what Oliver wanted most was to find the fuckers who did this. He wanted closure, and he wanted to put Derek's killers behind bars, and I was sure as hell going to do it. That's when it hit me. Bloody hell.
What?
Oliver asked.
What is it?
Bloody fucking hell. How am I so stupid? I pushed back on the table and stood up, going for my phone, which I had put to charge on the kitchen counter.
What's going on, Beck?
Just before you called me, I was sent a video file. The corner store I tracked down had switched to a digital system the same week you and Derek were attacked. They were getting robbed left and right and figured to go all out. The videos are compressed and then stored in a server for, get this, 7 years.
1 more year and...
Yup. The video would have been deleted. But it wasn't, so I went and checked it out, but the video was corrupt. I remember reading about something like that happening in the police report, but they were never specific about what store, and the police never bothered to push harder. They didn't ask to take the tapes or do any troubleshooting. Oliver's brow arched like the London Bridge.
You're telling me, if those cops had just turned the computer on and off again, this entire thing may have been solved already?
It wasn't exactly that simple. Also, I don't know if this is even the answer we're looking for. I haven't seen the footage. I went back to the table, sitting down next to Oliver. My thumb hovered over the play button. He leaned over, both our eyes trained to the screen. The video started playing. The footage wasn't the best, but it was clear enough to see the faces of everyone who passed the front of the shop. The video started off during the middle of the day. I clicked on the fast-forward arrow and watched as the tape scrubbed forward. Plenty of people walking through the frame over the day. As night started to fall, the number of people started to lessen until the streets became empty. I played the video at normal speed when the clock in the corner said 11:40. This was around the time of the attack. If anyone had crossed down this street, then they would have been caught on film. We just had to...
There!
Oliver pointed at the screen. I paused the video as 2 men took up center frame. By now the sun had set, and the video quality only got worse, but the corner store let off enough light from inside to illuminate one of the men quite clearly. It appeared like the 2 men were both wearing the same dark sweaters Oliver had described. They were still wearing the ski masks they wore during the assault, but one of them had already taken off his gloves, the pockets of his jacket stuffed with them.
Look,
Oliver said, noticing what I had picked up on. The video wasn't clear enough to make out perfect detail, but there was no doubt that the hand on the camera was tattooed with the same letters as Juan's hand. This was it. This was exactly what we needed. Oliver swore loudly, his hand moving to cover his mouth. The realization dawned on him as well.
They can arrest him with this, right?
Oliver asked when he found the ability to create words again. With this in your testimony, he's done.
But who's that second person?
Oliver leaned in, as if he were going to fall into the screen.
Press play.
I listened. We watched the footage another dozen times, speeding it up and slowing it down, trying a few different tricks to try and get a clearer view of the second person. But nothing worked. They were shielded by shadow, one being the only one close enough to the corner store to be identified. Do you recognize the way they walk? I asked, trying to jog something in Oliver's memory. He considered it for a moment, chewing on his lip.
No, I mean, kind of. They seem oddly familiar, but I can't pinpoint it.
We stayed up for another hour. Adrenaline kept us awake as we scoured the internet for video clarifying software. I tried changing the brightness and the contrast, even tried layering the video on top of itself like one website suggested. Nothing worked. If anything, the shadows only got worse.
It has to be Juan's brother, Mario.
Oliver sounded exhausted. A yawn followed his statement. I'm not so sure. Mario's a little bigger than that.
Yeah, but this was 6 years ago. Maybe he started going to the gym more. It has to be him. We have that text of the 2 working together to fix a problem. Those 2 are a team. They followed Derek and I, and they killed him.
I didn't want to argue. I knew it still wasn't enough to lock Mario up behind bars, but I was confident that we could get one, and that could be enough. People tend to crack when they're offered plea deals. It might end up giving us the name of the Shadow Man himself. For now, though, I knew we had to get some sleep. It was already 2 a.m, and this day felt like it had lasted at least 73 hours. I closed the laptop. Oliver stretched on the couch. He looked up at me as I stood, his eyes big and bright.
"Can you carry me?"
he asked, putting out his hands and closing his eyes. Without another word, I bent down and scooped him up.
Whoa, I was joking.
Too late. I had Oliver in my arms and crossed the living room. Oliver giggled, wrapping his hands around my neck. I dropped him on my bed. He bounced on the mattress, and more laughter filled the room. Oliver reached out and grabbed my hands. He pulled me down onto the bed, the mattress sinking underneath us. I kissed him then, our faces only a feather's distance apart. I'm going to the police with what we found. One's going to jail.
I really hope so, Beck.
Oliver took a deep breath. It tickled against my lips as he let it out.
And I hope he's the one leaving those threats. Because if he's not...
Oliver didn't need to finish his sentence. He closed his eyes. I pushed in and kissed his forehead.
Derek would be so happy with tonight,
Oliver said, tears forming at the corners of his eyes. He rested his head on my shoulder. Tell me about him.
Huh?
About Derek. What was he like? Oliver stayed quiet for a moment, and then...
He was a walking rainbow. If you think I'm optimistic, Derek was 100 times more positive, and everyone around him felt that. He had that gift.
He took a deep breath of air.
He was smart, too. He helped me with so many of my classes. I probably owe my vet school acceptance to him. He was a genius. Wanted to go into the public health field. He wanted to really do some good in the world.
How'd you two meet?
At the park.
I could hear the smile on Oliver's face. We had never talked in depth about Derek, aside from the first interview I had with Oliver at Stonewall, but that was different. I wanted Oliver to share everything with me now, and I wanted Derek to be just as real to me as he was to Oliver.
I was practicing a dance routine. It was for the talent show. He was there playing soccer when he ended up kicking the ball and launching it straight toward my balls.
Oliver laughed at the painful memory. I drank the sound up.
He came over to apologize. The rest was history.
Oliver choked back a sob.
A really short history.
But it was a history that burned really fucking bright.
It did. It really did.
I stared up at the ceiling, holding Oliver against my chest. It was a silence that didn't need to be filled with words. My fingers made soft swirls in Oliver's hair, tracing lines over the back of his head. I could feel his warm breath against my skin.
That night, when I lost him, it seared into my memory, more so than all the good memories we shared. It's terrible. So fucking terrible.
You just have to hold on to the good ones. Those are what made the relationship between you two so beautiful. All those good memories you two shared. Hold on to them.
I try. But you know what's really fucked up? I can barely remember how he smelled, but I can clearly remember how his blood on my hands smelled.
Oliver's body trembled. I held him a little tighter.
And the ride to the hospital? I remember that like a movie. Then getting to the hospital and all the chaos that happened there. I realized then how alone I'd become. Jonah raced to the hospital, but it felt different without Derek being there. Will was out of town that night. I remember trying to call him. Tyra wasn't picking up any of my calls, neither were my other friends, Milan, Kylie. Even my parents were asleep and didn't wake up to my calls. Not that I blame them either, it was late at night, but yeah. It was such a hard night at the hospital. Knowing I'd be leaving without Derek.
Oliver cried then. Even his tears sounded spent. This is coming to an end, Ollie, I promise. We're going to close this chapter of your past.
I really hope so.
He steadied himself and pushed off me, so he sat up on the bed.
I want to enjoy the rest of this book.
He looked down at me, his blue eyes still glistening with tears, his lips still quivering. Me too, Ollie. And I want you to know, you won't ever be alone again, okay? He mustered a smile. It was that moment that told me all I needed to know. We were going to get through this, and we would be stronger for it once we got to the other side. 29. Oliver Brightly. 1 week later. The smell of frying bacon filled the room, drifting in from the open bedroom door. I rolled over in my empty bed and stretched under the covers, my toes breaking out from the bottom to be greeted by some cold air. I felt exhausted, and my body was sore. Beckham and I had spent the entirety of last night rolling around in the sheets. We had come home from a dinner date where we both had about a bottle of wine for each of us. Needless to say, I was trying out a whole new set of stunts last night. I grinned, something that didn't always happen in the mornings. On the floor was a pair of light pink Calvin Klein briefs. I leaned over and grabbed them, sliding them on and having another stretch before I got out of bed. The clock on my nightstand said it was 8 in the morning. I could hear the TV on in the living room. That was Beckham's doing, who disliked being inside a silent house for too long. I didn't mind it as much as I did at first. Now I was getting used to having the white noise of CPAP commercials and old reruns of Sister Sister in the background. My feet were cold as the floor switched from rug to faux wood. Mason, who had been lounging in the hallway, stood up with a coo and a purr and followed me into the kitchen, where a half-naked and devilishly handsome British man was making me breakfast. I stepped behind him, wrapping my arms around his waist. Morning,
Beckham said. I could hear the smile on his face. I answered with a trail of soft kisses on Beckham's strong back. I took a step back, admiring all of Beckham. He wore green boxers that hung low enough for me to see his ass. My mind replayed all the positions we had tangled ourselves into last night. My dick twitched in my briefs in response, even though I'd already come twice less than 12 hours ago. "What's for breakfast?" I asked, trying to get my mind off sex.
Sunny-side-up eggs, buttered toast, and nice greasy slabs of bacon.
Shit, that's sex. Beckham laughed as he transferred some sizzling strips of bacon onto a paper towel-covered plate. So much for not thinking about sex.
Still thinking about last night?
He asked. Last night? You mean 2 hours ago? More laughter. Everything felt good, like there was a silver haze in the air, an aura that lifted my spirits and kept a smile on my face. I started to set the table for us, bringing out the jug of fresh orange juice and placing cups and utensils in the spots where Beckham and I normally sat. As I did that, I couldn't help but steal glances at the delicious-looking ass Beckham was teasing me with as he worked on transferring the eggs to a plate. We had celebrated hard last night, and for good reason. Juan was finally behind bars. After we went to the police with the tape, they went into swift action. At first, they had some trouble finding Juan, but finally, after a week of searching, they were able to arrest him yesterday. He admitted to the assault and to the stabbing. They had him on tape saying it, plus the tape Beckham had uncovered. He couldn't slither out of it. The monster who'd taken Derek's life was locked up. I had never gotten a more restful sleep, even if it was only 2 hours' worth. And there was more to it. When the cops had gone to arrest Juan, they found Mario there as well, and they both resisted the arrest. Mario, who already had a warrant out for him, shot at the police as they led them on a high-speed and nearly lethal chase through the streets of Miami Beach. Thankfully, no one got hurt, and the two assholes were cuffed and thrown into the back of a cop car. And the fact that there hadn't been any threats on my life since made me feel safer than I had in a while. It finally felt like I could put it all behind me and focus on what was ahead. Beckham brought a plate of sizzling bacon and a big bowl of scrambled eggs and placed them on the center of the table. "It smells amazing, babe."
"Thank you,"
Beck said, turning to grab something else off the counter. I took it as my chance to cop a feel and slap Beck's ass. He jumped and gave me a little wiggle, inviting another slap. And I gave it to him. I chuckled and turned to pour myself a glass of orange juice. Suddenly, I was pressed to the counter by Beckham's weight as he came up behind me, grabbing my hips. I giggled like a schoolgirl the second his lips brushed against my neck. "Oh, I said, feeling him getting hard against me. Is this on the breakfast menu, too? I rubbed my ass back on him. Beckham's hands moved from my hips and slipped underneath my underwear. He grabbed me in his hands and stroked. I dropped my head back and shut my eyes as he continued to plant kisses on my neck, my cheek, my ear. All the while, he continued to stroke, tightening his grip, rubbing his thumb over my leaking slit. Come here, you. I turned around and wrapped my hands around the back of his neck. I leaned up and kissed him, our tongues already experts with the steps of this fiery dance. He throbbed between us. It shot a pulse down my back. The trail of heat seared through me, tightening my balls, making me moan into the kiss. I wanted to moan onto something else, though. I broke the kiss and looked into Beckham's eyes, the golden flecks gleaming against the field of green. I couldn't think of a more beautiful sight. He throbbed again, his thick cock pushing against me. I slowly dropped to my knees, licking my lips on the way, my mouth already watering in anticipation. Beckham's boxers looked like they were trying to escape him. I decided to be a good Samaritan and help them. I pulled the waistband over Beckham's cock and dropped the boxers to the ground. He stood there in all his manly glory, towering above me, his cock gently pulsing in the air, a clear drop of pre-cum already oozing from the tip. I grabbed him and held him in both my hands, and I kissed the head, softly. Beckham groaned above me, but I didn't pick up my pace. I slowly dragged my tongue over his wet tip. His knees buckled, his fingers knotted in my hair. I still kept my pace slow. I lifted his cock up and kissed my way down his shaft. I kissed his sack, licking his balls before kissing my way back up.
That's it. Suck me off, Ollie.
All teasing ceased. I sucked Beckham into my mouth. His loud moan rang through me, feeding me. His salty taste filled my mouth. I looked up at him and ran my fingers through his soft pubes as I blew him. The sounds of my wet lips traveling up and down mixed with the grunts that were coming out of Beck. I took him all the way down, like a sword swallower. I went down on his cock until my nose was tickled by his hair. I had to quickly resurface for air only so I could dive back down, feeling his cock hit the back of my throat.
Fuck, Oliver, I can't. I need to have you.
I knew exactly how Beckham wanted to have me, and I wanted it just as bad. I stopped deep-throating him, leaving his hard cock soaking wet and gleaming under the morning sunlight. My body craved him like an addict looking for their next hit. My cells thrummed with desire. I stood up, our cocks crossing as I leaned up to kiss Beckham, giving him a taste of himself. Moments later I was turned around, and Beckham had his cock pressed against my ass. I pushed back, my hole twitching. I felt empty, the fire inside me burning through everything and turning it to ash. "Put it in," I said, my voice husky with need. I held onto the pale yellow counter and bent over. Beckham spread my ass apart and spit, and he hit the mother-tucking bullseye. I moaned as I felt the warm trail of wetness drip down my ass, down my balls. Beckham opened me with his cock, sliding up and down my ass. I said the magic words, "Please, Beckham, fuck me." He didn't waste another second. He aligned himself with me and thrust, sliding into me with one smooth motion, sending me rocketing straight to space. "Oh, fuck," I cried out. He met no resistance as he started to rock into me, fucking my brains out onto the kitchen counter. "Fuck, fuck, fuck." My words were drowned out by the sound of Beckham's body slamming against mine. We didn't have to warm into this, my body already needy from the night before when I'd ridden Beckham like a bucking bull. This morning was no different. He was thick, and his cock was long. He hit every orgasmic spot possible. I was leaking like a broken faucet onto the tiled floor. With every hard thrust, Beckham milked my swollen prostate, sending a bolt of stars dazzling across my vision. "Give it to me, Beck! Yes! Yes!" I started to cum, unable to stop the floodgates from opening. Loud splats sounded as my cum hit the kitchen floor. My body, from head to toe, went completely haywire. I shouted a garble of words as my cock erupted, both of my hands still holding tight to the counter, Beckham still pounding me into infinity. Beckham's orgasm hit like a freight train. His sounds turned primal as he fucked into me deep. He stopped thrusting, instead pumping inside me. His fingers dug into my hips as he emptied his balls into me, giving me exactly what my body had been crying out for. I could feel him inside me, shooting his load, his cock jerking with each shot. When the tidal wave subsided, we both took a breath and let out bliss-filled laughs. Beckham pulled out of me with a pop. I could feel some of his cum dripping down my leg. I turned and kissed him through the drunken smile. His hand gripped the back of my neck.
"Fuck, I fucking love you,"
he said in a low growl, his breath dancing against my lips. My heart fluttered like an epileptic butterfly. We cleaned up after our kitchen romp. I made sure to give the floors a little wipe down, and Beckham made sure to watch me as I crouched, still butt-ass naked and somehow still horny. But our breakfast was calling. We finished cleaning and sat down to eat the delicious spread Beck had prepared for us. It wasn't a terrible setup, if I were being honest. He served me a tasty plate in the mornings, and I served him my tight ass in return. A win-win situation. We ate and talked about nothing in particular, time still shooting by in a flash like it always did when Beckham was around. As we washed the dishes, I glanced at the clock and realized we were already pushing into the afternoon. Our breakfast had turned into a brunch. "Shit," I said.
"Huh?"
"I've got to do some work before we go to dinner." Just mentioning dinner shot my nerves right up to the ceiling. My shoulders tensed, even though my body still felt like a big bowl of cherry-red Jell-O, the best kind. Beckham didn't seem bothered at all.
"Go get it done. I'll handle the dishes."
I finished drying up a cup and set it back in the cabinet. "Thanks, babe." I went in from the side and wrapped my arms around him for a warm hug, kissing him tenderly on the arm. "I love you." I looked up into his glowing green and gold eyes. "And I'm sure my parents are going to love you too."
"I really hope so,"
Beck said, trying to veil it as a joke with a laugh. I could tell he was being real, though. "They will. Just remember, my mom loves to talk about Dance Moms and Big Brother, and she hates injustice. My dad loves beer and watching hockey, and he hates climate change. Got it?" Beckham laughed, this one sounding much more genuine than the last.
"Got it."
Beckham planted a kiss on my forehead.
"Go get your work done."
I left Beckham in the kitchen and disappeared into the bedroom. Instead of opening up the book bag for my notes, I went to the computer and opened up my email. A couple of new messages sat at the top, highlighted in bold: Jonah, Fox, Andrew Barker, Holly. I ignored all of those and opened the most recent message, the sender's name D. Klein. The subject of the email read, would love to have you perform at an event I'm throwing. A smile grew on my face as I read the reply. Beckham had no idea what was in store for him, and I freaking loved it. Jesus, Mary, and Holy Mother Katy Perry, life is so damn good right now, nothing better ruin this. I swear to Christina Applegate. 30.
Beckham Noble. The sun clung to the sky above us, throwing its last rays of sunshine before it disappeared for the night. A strong and sweet scent of blooming flowers filled the air as we walked the cobblestoned path up to Oliver's parents' house. On either side of us was a row of immaculately cared-for colourful flowers, a yard of lush green grass stretching out beyond it. The house was the biggest one on the block, with a massive front yard and a balcony for each of the bedrooms on the second floor, two of them being on the front of the house. I began feeling slightly intimidated. I hadn't met the parents in... well, bloody hell, I couldn't even remember. Oliver's hand squeezed mine as we came to a stop at the front door. He looked dashing, with a fresh new haircut, wearing a light blue polo and grey pants, the shirt only serving to make his eyes pop like gems. I opted for a little less colour, wearing a grey button-up shirt and a new pair of dark jeans. Oliver had given me a rundown, told me how his father was an art surgeon and could come off a little distant at first but should slowly warm up, and that his mum normally loved everyone she met, and that she'd be the one to break the ice if any formed. And still, I felt nervous. I hoped Oliver couldn't feel how clammy my palms were getting. This was such a huge step in our relationship. If it went south and I didn't get along with his parents, then we could be facing a very big roadblock. Oliver turned to me before he pressed the doorbell.
Just be yourself. It'll all be fine, NBD.
MBD?
No big deal.
Oliver smiled as he planted a kiss. The doorbell rang. We didn't wait long for the lock to click and the door to swing open. Oliver's mum stood in the doorway, smiling wide as she took Oliver in for a tight hug. I could see Oliver in her face. They had the same nose and the same light hair. His mum's a little more blonde than Oliver. They shared the same positive energy, too. I sensed that right off the bat as she let go of Oliver and turned to me, the smile still taking up most of her face, causing her glasses to lift up.
You must be the famous BECKHAM. So great to meet you. I'm Emma.
Out of courtesy, I offered a hand to shake, but she swatted it away and gave me the same hug she'd given Oliver. Behind her was Oliver's dad, his face much more set and stern than Emma's, his forehead wrinkled before he smiled, his lips tight. He had Oliver's sky-blue eyes, but his features were darker, his hair almost jet black. Emma stepped to the side. Oliver introduced us. Nice to meet you, BECKHAM. I'm Eduardo. It's a pleasure, Eduardo. I shook hands with him. He didn't go in for a hug like Emma. I felt him sizing me up with the handshake.
Come, get inside, you two. It's so hot out there,
Emma said. I stepped into the air-conditioned home, scared of slipping on the thick ice that would hopefully soon be broken. This is a stunning home, I said as Emma walked us through the foyer. Everything was white leather and clean glass and shining crystals. The vaulted ceiling added an almost cavernous effect to the already large foyer and even bigger living room. There were stunning paintings hanging on the walls, all perfectly curated, and yet still feeling like spontaneous purchases. Everything about the house felt natural and expensive, but still approachable. The tan couches in the living room were worn by constant use, and no one was checking shoes at the door. The kitchen took my breath away. It was something out of a television show. A beautiful dark blue and white backsplash above the light grey marble counter, with brushed copper hardware and all-white cabinetry. A wide window looked out to the picturesque backyard, a sliver of setting sunlight breaking through the window and shining on the large marble island. This is... wow. I looked around. My jaw dropped.
Thank you,
Emma said, beaming as she looked around the kitchen, her hands to her chest.
You should have seen it before the renovation. Are you into design shows? Oh, I love the House Hunter stuff. How about Dance Moms? You watch that?
I heard Oliver laugh as he and his dad walked past us, holding barbecue tools. Turned out, Emma and I had a lot more in common than an appreciation for great kitchen design. She also loved watching Love Island, the UK version, which I had an affinity for as far as trashy reality TV shows went. We chatted about the Islanders on the most current season as I helped Emma get ready in the kitchen. She tried swatting away my help at first, but soon gave up when she realised how persistent I could be. We were laughing up a storm as we carried out the salad bowls to the dinner table. Eduardo stood by the table, talking to Oliver. He spotted me and stopped his conversation. I didn't stop talking to Emma, but I could see Eduardo walking toward me, an extra beer in his hand. Hey, BECKHAM. I turned. Eduardo and I were about the same height, his eyes locked on mine. Want a chat? He lifted the beer to me, a peace offering of sorts. I accepted it and smiled. Of course. Emma excused herself to go grab the salad dressings. Eduardo walked us over to the pool. I could feel Oliver's eyes pinned to us like a hawk watching its next meal. The sun had completely set, so the yard was illuminated by the soft, warm glow of the outdoor lights set up around the yard. The pool was illuminated too, from lights that kept changing colours, slowly turning from blue to red to purple. Oliver's a good kid. Eduardo looked out to the yard. He's made me so proud. As a father, that's really all you can ask for. I did my best, and he took the baton and ran with it. Just ran with it. He took a drink of his beer. I mirrored him. One thing about Oliver is that he always chased what would make him happy. And he always had impeccable judgment, so we let him run. Eduardo looked to me. He's found you, and I can see you're exactly who he's been chasing after for all those years. He's genuinely happy with you. I can hear it in his voice. And I've never been happier. Everything changed for me when he stepped into my life. Eduardo studied me. I could feel the scrutiny, I started to feel a defensive wall come up. I didn't exactly have a great history with dads. Do you? Do I what? Love him. More than I love the air I breathe. Would you ever hurt him? I'd hurt myself before I'd ever even think of hurting him, sir. I don't know what had me saying, sir. An awkward energy filled the air. I believe that. He looked back out to the yard. I drank the cold beer. A warm wind rustled through the air, shaking some of the thick leaves in a nearby palm tree. I know our relationship may seem more unconventional than most. I can see what others see from the outside, but I promise you, Eduardo, we're in love. Deep. I want to live my life for your son, and I won't let anything ever hurt him. He's safe with me. I could see the corner of Eduardo's lips twitch into a smile. That makes me glad to hear, BECKHAM. I just want what's best for my son. He's felt the ultimate heartbreak. I just want the rest of his life to be the best it could possibly be. And it will be. He looked to me, and this time it wasn't a ghost of a smile, but an actual cheek-moving grin. All right, enough of this grilling, let's get to the food. Eduardo clapped a hand on my back. There would still be some work to do between us, but whatever ice had been making me slip since I got here seemed to have melted away. I walked back to the table with pep in my step, feeling like everything was lining up. Things were working out the way they should. We sat at the dining table, the four of us all filling up our plates and digging in. Everything tasted excellent, from the perfectly cooked mutton chops to the flavor-packed potato salad to the spiced rice that had my mouth watering with every spoonful. It was a great dinner, and the conversation was just as good. The little awkwardness simmered away by the time we ate the main courses. Laughter filled the spacious dining room as we all started to share different stories, starting with Eduardo telling a story of how Oliver and Jonah had snuck in their first pet. The conversation bounced around from there, but it never stalled. I felt at ease, like I'd been sitting among people I'd known for years. I looked around, seeing smiling faces and caring eyes, and I felt like I was at home. Like I'd finally found a home. After all the searching, after being kicked out of my own home, trying to make it on my own, crossing entire oceans in search of something, I never really found what I'd been searching for. Not until now. This was it. My heart felt full, brimming over with emotion. At one point I had to excuse myself to the bathroom because I felt a swell of emotion coming through me. Sure enough, I closed the bathroom door and tears started to flow as if on cue. I patted my face dry and went to rejoin the table. My phone started to buzz then. I pulled it out of my pocket and glanced at the screen. It was Anya. I unlocked the phone, standing in the hallway, and read the message. Stay tuned. I think I've found something. My pulse quickened. I shot a quick reply and went back to rejoin the table, my mind starting to race. I hadn't told Oliver, but I didn't think this case was closed now that Juan and his brother were locked up. Juan admitted to the stabbing, but Mario still denied having any part in it. Juan also denied having anything to do with the threats Oliver had received. If he admitted to the killing, then I didn't think the threats would be an issue to cop up to. Meanwhile, Mario said he had an alibi, that he was with his friends at the time of the attack. It was suspicious, since he had been so adamant on not remembering anything when I interviewed him, but all of a sudden knew exactly where he was on the night of the attack. Still, I didn't feel like we had everything figured out, and that unsettled me. So I asked Anya to do a little more digging, not only into Juan and Mario, but also into Greg's life. I wondered if maybe there was something I missed. I rejoined the table and fell into the conversation, setting aside thoughts of the case. At least until my phone buzzed a second time, while Emma recounted the story of Oliver finding out Santa wasn't real. Apparently he had dug through her purse and found a receipt listing every single item he had on his list.
So I panicked and I said, "Oh, honey, no, this isn't Mom's purse. This must be Santa's. He must have gotten it confused when he came to pick up the list."
The entire table cracked up at that quickly and terribly crafted lie. Oliver broke through the loud laughter.
And so for another entire year, I kept asking why Santa never had any of his purses with him in all the drawings and movies. So, Mom, what did you tell me? I said he keeps them all in the big sack he carries with him.
More laughter rang out around the table.
So there I was, thinking Santa was hoarding all his Chanels and Louis in that big red sack he carried with him everywhere. I thought that was so ingenious and stupid at the same time.
My phone buzzed again, yanking my thoughts to the case. What had Anya found? I excused myself from the table and walked down the hall, but I didn't step into the bathroom. Before I could read the text, Oliver was at my side.
You okay?
He looked genuinely concerned.
Wasn't anything we cooked, right?
Another buzz drew both our eyes down at the phone.
Anya?
Oliver asked, reading the name on the screen. Oliver.
What's going on? Oh God, did Juan escape?
No, nothing like that. Breathe. I could see this running away from Oliver. His pupils were blown, his eyebrows raised. I just asked her to look into Greg a little more, that's all. I want to make sure all the bases are covered.
So, you don't think it's Mario then?
I don't know, I answered truthfully.
So you're saying someone else is out there? Someone who could still want me dead?
Oliver. He took a deep breath.
It's okay. It's going to be okay.
He spoke more to himself than to me.
What did Anya find out?
He asked me, still a little pale in the face but not shaking. Let's see. I unlocked the phone, unsure of what the hell we were about to read. 31. Oliver Brightly.
Nothing, I said. She found nothing. I read the text message. Anya said that Greg's digital tracks were spotty but still pointing toward innocent. I could feel my blood pressure rising like a freaking geyser. BECKHAM tried to talk me down, but this was intense. Not only did I have my parents a few rooms away from us, but now I had to deal with the idea that this 6-year saga wasn't actually over. I had been feeling so lifted, so free. Maybe it was dumb to let myself feel that way, knowing that Mario was still fighting any charges and not admitting to anything. But still, I let myself float along on the lazy river of blissfulness and naivete. And you know what? It was really damn nice. Like, really nice. Now, the lazy river I'd been floating on turned into a whitewater rapid, infested with hungry piranha. Jesus, I said, running a hand through my hair. It's going to be okay, right? BECKHAM grabbed my elbows.
It's going to be fine.
He kissed me.
Now let's get back to your parents before they start thinking things.
Good point. I stole one more kiss from BECKHAM before we turned and went back down the hall, passing by photos of my family on the way. There was a sequence of school photos of both my brother and me. I smiled the same in all the photos, even though I looked different in almost every one. From braces one year, to a wispy mustache another, to a terrible bowl cut that wasn't doing anyone any favors. I've clearly had some awkward phases, I noted. BECKHAM looked at all the photos as we passed. I loved that about him, how interested he was in knowing every single facet of my life. Like he needed all the details to paint the full picture.
You should see my awkward phases,
he said. Oh? Were they as bad as this? I stopped in front of a particularly bad school photo. I was a sophomore in high school and had gotten a terrible sunburn from PE class the day before. So not only was I beet red for the photo, but I also had gone slightly cross-eyed because a sneeze was imminent.
Okay, that is kind of bad,
BECKHAM said with a laugh. And you want to know the biggest tragedy of them all?
What?
No one asked me to retake it. They all let me walk off that stage with a pre-sneeze school photo. I shook my head and covered my face with a hand. Monsters. All of them. We laughed our way back to the dining room, where my parents had already started to clean up the table. BECKHAM and I offered our help, but they told us to go grab seats outside and that they'd bring the dessert right out. I could sense BECKHAM about to put up a fight, but I grabbed his hand and gave him a look. It was pointless. We left them to clean up and walked out into the warm night. A cricket jumped across our path as we walked to the seats surrounding the stone fire pit. Thankfully, it wasn't on tonight because I could feel myself already getting a little sweaty. So, are you having a good night? I asked as we took our seats. I'd been so nervous about this night for what felt like months now. It relieved me to see how well he and my mom got along, but I never doubted that would happen for a second. It was my dad who worried me. He had two sides to his Gemini self. The warm, goofy dad side I saw on the regular, and the hard-faced and all-business heart surgeon most everyone else saw. Tonight, I could feel my dad had his guard up. I sensed he wasn't as open as my mom, and that made me nervous.
It's been going great.
Beckham gave a genuine smile.
Nervous at first, I won't lie, but all of that's gone. Your mum and dad have been nothing but welcoming. I feel like I'm at home.
That really warmed my heart. I reached across and grabbed his hand. Good, because you should. This is as much your home now as it is mine. He's right, you know. The voice surprised both of us. My mom walked up holding 2 cups of cookie dough ice cream with hearty dollops of whipped cream on top, sprinkled with fresh chocolate chips.
Oh, you are too good to me, Emma.
Beckham grabbed his bowl, and I was almost sure I spotted some drool. I grabbed mine, thanking my mom. Dad came out right after, handing a bowl to my mom before sitting down with his.
Thank you both. I've had such a wonderful night.
Beckham looked to my parents, the 4 of us smiling, a bond being formed over ice cream and family. A cricket sang loudly nearby. Oh, and you've been wonderful company, my mom said, taking a big scoop of ice cream. Really? You have? She tried talking through the ice cream, covering her mouth with a laugh when it was too much. The night went by in a flash. Before I knew it, Beckham and I were standing back at the front door, hand in hand, both my parents standing in the doorway with smiles on their faces. It comforted me to see them so happy. It really did feel like every single piece of my life was falling perfectly into place. Have a great night, you two. Drive safe. Will do, I said, hugging my mom and dad before stepping aside. Beckham said his goodbyes, my mom giving him a warm embrace. My dad surprised me. He didn't settle for the handshake. He went in for a hug, too. When they separated, my dad took Beckham's hand.
You're a good man, Beckham. The perfect one for my Oliver.
I could feel tears streak into my eyes.
Thank you, Eduardo. Please.
My dad said.
Call me Ed.
That made me turn around so I could shield my tears from everyone else. Bye, I shouted, waving as I walked down to the driveway, happy tears starting to slide down my cheeks. I stopped next to my car, Beckham joining me. We had driven here separately since I had planned on making a quick detour so I could feed Mason and Jar. Beckham had also been pretty adamant on getting me out of his house for about an hour. He said he had a surprise for me, but didn't want to spoil any more of it. In the driveway, Beckham grabbed my hand, a toothy grin on his face.
That was such a great night.
My dad doesn't tell everyone to call him Ed. That's a big sign.
I felt like it was.
I kissed my man, feeling nothing but love inside me. I couldn't wait to feed my kitties and then find out what in the Fab Five of surprises was he planning for me. Was it a totally redone living space inspired by Bobby, or maybe an entirely redone closet by Tan? An avocado sandwich with avocado butter spread inspired by Anthony? Whatever the surprise was, I couldn't wait for it. All right, I'll see you in an hour, I said, kissing him again and then getting into my car. Before I could reverse, there was a knock on my window.
Text me when you're on your way so I can make sure I'm ready.
Okay, will do. I tried not to show how giddy I was, but I was pretty sure the giggle that escaped me gave it away. I pulled out of the driveway and drove back to my apartment, feeling like the entire road was a cloud, like I'd somehow found the secret path into paradise and was currently setting up permanent shop. This all felt so good. I forgot all about what Beckham and I talked about in my parents' hallway. All I could focus on was how good I felt, how good life felt. I wanted to savor every one of these seconds. I reached my apartment and parked in my regular spot. It was dark out, but there were plenty of streetlights shining down on the sidewalk and up the stairs to my apartment. I climbed the stairs, taking 2 at a time. The faster I cuddled the cats and retopped their bowls, the faster I'd get to Beckham and his surprise. The key slipped into the lock. I twisted and turned, stepping into my dark apartment. The light switch that worked was across the room. I could hear Mason and Jar running toward me through the dark, but my eyes still hadn't adjusted enough to see them. I shuffled my feet as I crossed the room, not wanting to step on them by accident. One of them must have bumped into the bedroom door. I heard it creak open. I'm coming, guys, I'm coming. I reached the light switch. I went to flick it on. What the? The light switch wouldn't flick. I couldn't even press it down. It felt different, too, the texture rough, not smooth. I leaned in, trying to see through the pitch dark. Thick, dark duct tape covered the switch. Realization hit me like a bucket of ice water. I stumbled backward, my blood turning to frost. I turned and started toward my door, but froze in my tracks. A shadow stood in front of the door. Someone stood in front of the door. No, please. I stepped backward, my legs beginning to shake. I could barely see anything. The shadow started moving toward me, their steps slow, deliberate. And the mask. I could see it as they stepped into a sliver of outside light that broke in through the curtain. They were wearing a ski mask. The same one from that night. I turned and ran, feeling the fight or flight instinct grab me by the neck. I ran and immediately banged against something, hitting my knee and feeling it completely pop out of place. The pain seared hot and bright, like a burning brand was jammed straight into the socket of my kneecap. I shouted and cried out as my leg gave out and I collapsed onto the ground. Even though stars infiltrated my vision, the darkness still didn't let me see who was coming toward me. I flipped onto my stomach and started to crawl. The pain in my leg was blinding, but my will to survive was stronger. I couldn't give up. Not now. Not for Derek, not for BECKHAM, not for myself. I crawled and I cried, and I heard the footsteps getting closer behind me. If I didn't feel so delusional, I could have sworn I heard someone else's cries join mine. It couldn't possibly be the masked figure crying behind me. It had to be the echoes of my desperation. If I could just make it to my bedroom, I could barricade myself in there. I could open the window and shout for help. Someone would have to hear. Someone would come to the rescue. All I had to do was crawl to safety. I could do it. I didn't even make it into the hallway before I felt a sharp hit against the back of my head. The darkness swallowed me whole.
32. BECKHAM Noble. Rose petals covered my bed, a thick trail of them leading in from the hallway and into the room. I set about 30 candles around the room, all waiting to be lit. The sweet scent of lavender filtered into the room through a small diffuser set on my nightstand. It was a little over the top, but that was exactly the feeling I was going for. It was how Oliver made me feel on a daily basis, like my entire life had been one big romantic movie, leading up to the best meet-cute of all time, connecting two perfect souls. Ever since I'd met Oliver, it felt like I'd been walking across a path of ruby-red rose petals, and I wanted to bring that to life for him. I knew he'd most likely end up dying of laughter, and I wanted him to laugh. I wanted tonight to be about just us two, and the happiness we brought each other, especially considering how well dinner with his parents had gone. I was nervous that I'd planned all of this for the night after a potentially disastrous dinner. But there had been no disaster in sight. It felt like I'd been welcomed into the family, and that made me one happy lad. I was especially nervous about meeting Oliver's father. I knew that if we didn't get along, things would be difficult between Oliver and me. But again, there was nothing to fear. After some time to get to know each other, I think we'd found that the two of us could become good friends, feeling none of the initial awkwardness from our first handshake. I followed the trail of petals out of my bedroom, making sure not to disrupt it by tiptoeing down the edges. In my hallway, I had replaced any photo I had hanging with one of Oliver and me. Underneath each frame was a plaque with a small saying and the date the photo had been taken. When I said I went over the top, I had meant it. I chuckled, stopping in front of my favourite photo of the bunch. The two of us were centre in the frame, Oliver on my shoulders, the two of us offering huge smiles. Behind us, the wall art perfectly lined up, making it seem like we were surrounded by a rainbow. The sun, high in the sky, shone down like a spotlight on us. The plaque underneath the photo read, "You're a special one." Our first date. It seemed like so bloody long ago, like I'd been with Oliver for years and years, all of them being the best years of my life. But it hadn't been years, and yet we'd experienced a lifetime's worth of memories already. I smiled as I worked on getting the rest of my place ready. In my living room, I had placed 5 big bouquets of pink and white lilies, all of them blooming, the entire living room filled with their candy-sweet scent. I remember Oliver telling me they were his favourite flowers, and I could see why. The lights were on the dimmest setting possible before I started bumping into furniture. I glanced at my watch. I hadn't realised, but it was already past the hour I had told Oliver I needed to set up his surprise. Still, maybe Oliver decided to shower and freshen up at his place. I busied myself with getting the cotton candy grapes and the bubbling rosé ready. I filled up a steel bucket with ice and dug the bottle of expensive rosé into the centre, setting the grapes on the sides of the bottle. Oh, I had almost forgotten. I grabbed my phone and connected to the sound system. I'd spent hours crafting the perfect playlist, and I'd be damned if I forgot to play the bloody thing. Soft jazz started playing through the speaker. A woman sang, sultry and hypnotic, making me sway a little back and forth. Shit! That was when I realised. I almost forgot to set up the backyard. I opened the cabinet where the rose petals were hiding and grabbed them. Outside I left a trail of them, leading up to the couches where I had left sleeping bags and pillows and mosquito repellent, along with a bowl of chocolate bars, marshmallows and graham crackers. Oliver was going to lose it when I told him I wanted to sleep under the stars with him and camp out in the backyard. He loved this kind of stuff. The things that I once thought I'd been too old to do, to enjoy. But of course that was a lie. There wasn't such a thing. I could enjoy whatever the damn well I pleased, and Oliver had been the one to teach me that. He lived with a permanent joy, his kid-like sense of wonder having never left him, and it made me feel the same way too, like his joy and positivity had rubbed off on me. And here I was, standing in my backyard and smiling like a goof, thinking about the unforgettable night that was ahead of us. I checked my watch again. Oliver should be getting here soon. He normally texted me when he was on his way, but maybe this time he skipped that. I started to head back inside when something caught my eye. The corner of a thick, dark blue book. It stuck out from a plastic box, one that had been mostly untouched until Oliver spotted the photo album. I hadn't looked through those photos in... I couldn't even remember the last time had been. I thought I'd be okay flipping through it with Oliver. I thought I wouldn't be bothered. But the second we landed on that one photo, all bets were off. My emotions grabbed control of the reins, bucking like a wild bronco. I needed to cut that trip down memory lane short because the photo had set me on a spiral. I reached for the book. The box's contents rustled and rearranged as I tugged the photo album out. A deep breath filled my lungs. The photo album was heavy in my hands, and it should be. It held a ton of photos. This wasn't the only photo album from my childhood either. My mum loved to make these. There had to be at least 20 more somewhere locked up in storage. This was the only one I had taken with me, the one I kept with me everywhere I went like some kind of fragile anchor to the past. Back when the innocence of the world seemed infinite, like there was so much good and potential in the future that nothing could ever go wrong. Oh, little did I know. I walked to the small round table and pulled out a chair. The night air kissed my skin the same way it did the palm trees, which gently rustled above me. I opened the album, somehow managing to open it to the same damn photo I had shut it on days ago. My dad and I were smiling back at me. His arm was around me, his cheeky grin resembling mine. If I remembered correctly, this had been taken the day of my dad's birthday, only days before I was to be kicked out of the house. Of course, that wasn't reflected in the photo. There was only happiness and love. Sure, we had other issues growing up, and his love of the bottle wasn't always easy, but one thing I could say was that he always loved us, me and my mum. His drinking never affected his ability to provide or his ability to love. It was me coming out that did that. Dad. I spoke out loud, into the night, into the past. Why? Why'd you mess everything up? I felt stupid. I went to close the book, but something stopped me. Maybe closing it was the stupid move. I needed you, Dad. When I needed you and Mum the most, I was pushed out. We could have fixed things, could have had a family. The words I spoke echoed in my head. I dwelled on what could, and that was my mistake. I'm good now, Dad. I'm the best I've ever been. I found someone, and he makes my world bright. I was living in sepia, and he comes in with a blast of Technicolor. I wonder, did you feel like that with your love? With Arnold? I felt an irrational swell of anger rise inside me. I would have liked to meet him. I would have loved to have been part of your life. The anger gripped my chest. It was aimed toward me. I should have picked up your call. Maybe you would have told me. Maybe I would have listened. I took a deep breath, trying to cut those chains of resentment toward my actions. Look at me. I'm here talking to an old photo like a fool, thinking someone is listening right now. If you are listening, Dad, if you're somewhere out there, holding hands with Arnold up in the sky, dancing across a rainbow, then I want you to know I forgive you. I do. For everything. I can't hold on to this anger, this resentment. I can't hold on to it any longer. Everything happened in my life for a reason, and that all led me to this, to being with Oliver and to having a great career and to living a good life. So, I forgive you. A tear fell down and splashed onto the glossy covering over the yellowing page. And I wish you were here to see this. My doorbell rang. Oliver did always have perfect timing. I closed the photo album, feeling like something in my spirit had been fixed after years of being neglected. I couldn't really explain it, except that I felt good. Beyond good. I gave my place one quick look over, making sure everything was set up. I forgot to light the candles, but I'd distract Oliver with some rosé first, and then sneak off to add the finishing touches to the room. In the mirror next to the door, I made sure I had nothing in my teeth, and that my hair wasn't doing anything unruly. I opened the door, my smile instantly shifting into a confused slant. Will, what are you doing here? 33. BECKHAM Noble. Will stood in front of me, his face flushed pink and his pupils blown. He looked frantic. Instantly I knew something was terribly wrong. What happened?
Have you seen Oliver? Please tell me he's here.
I shook my head. Will dropped his into his hands.
Shit.
Will, what's going on? I need an answer. Frustration bubbled in me like grime from a sewage grate.
It's Ollie. I think someone's taken him.
It felt like I'd been shot in the chest with a shotgun.
I went to his apartment just now to pick something up. He told me he'd be home for 10 minutes, so I rushed from my place to his. I got there, and his car was parked outside, but I could see the lights in his place are off, and I went upstairs and I knocked, and the door opened by itself. He'd never leave the door open like that.
Where were Mason and Ja?
I don't know. I stepped inside and called out Oliver's name, but when no one answered, I turned and left. I knew something was wrong. I called the police and they were going to send a cop to check the place out, but I knew I had to come to you. I had to let you know.
Right. Thank you, Will. My vision tunneled. I had to focus on my breathing. This was a nightmare coming to life. And you tried calling him?
Over and over again. He doesn't pick up. That's not like him.
No, not at all.
Please, BECKHAM, you've got to find him.
I turned to grab my keys and wallet off the shelf. Every second wasted was time I could spend searching for Oliver. Will stepped out of my way as I locked up my place, all thoughts of rose-petal surprises left behind the door. I'm going to his place, I said to Will, who looked like he was on the verge of tears. Panic resided in his almost jet-black eyes. You can come with me. It could help having two pairs of eyes searching for clues. Not to mention, I want to keep an eye on you. Oliver was adamant about me not suspecting Tyra, and I could imagine he would feel the same way about me suspecting Will. Still, something felt off, and I didn't become a detective to piss around.
That's a good idea.
He nodded and started walking down the path to my driveway. Something caught my eye. I looked down at the hem of Will's black pants. A tuft of orange cat hair clung to him like a stowaway. It was big, too.
I'm going to meet you there,
he said, stopping next to his car, the red paint on the Toyota chipping away from the sun. The floodlight above my garage door cast long shadows on the pavement.
I have to go back to my place first. I ran out so quick I can't remember if I left the stove on.
If there weren't any red flags on the field already, he just dumped a bucket of them. Will, you said you didn't see Mason or Ja, correct? He nodded, saying,
I didn't see them anywhere.
But you went inside Oliver's apartment, right? Another nod. His eyebrows came together, a crevice forming down the center.
Why?
You have a ball of cat hair stuck to your leg. I pointed down at the leg where the orange hair gleamed under the white of the floodlight. Will kicked it off. He looked up at me and shrugged.
I must have picked it up as I was leaving.
I measured up the man standing in front of me. Oliver had considered him a best friend for years, even traveling with him across the world on holiday. If it weren't for Will, Oliver and I may not have even ever met. He never gave me any reason to either like or dislike him. He always treated me fine, and always seemed to have Oliver's back. Maybe a little too much? I didn't have a chance to answer. Will, seeming to remember his stove, unlocked his car and got into it in a hurry. Before the window was down, he was already pulling out of the driveway. He yelled out of the car, "I'll meet you at his." His car let out a puff of exhaust as he drove down the street. You won't take the piss out of me, mate. Something felt entirely wrong about Will, and I wasn't going to let him out of my sight. I got into my car and sped out of my garage. I had already memorized Will's license plate, a trick I'd gained after years of reading plates, and I knew exactly what crusty car he drove. I spotted the red Toyota 2 streetlights away from my house. I slipped into surveillance mode. The night was young and there were plenty of people out in Miami Beach, meaning there were plenty of cars for me to hide behind as I tailed Will. There were a couple of risks involved with this. One, I could end up losing my chance of finding something in Oliver's apartment, since I was using my time to track Will. Another risk was Will spotting me, recognizing that I was following him. This could anger him, and if tonight were all some kind of innocent mix-up and Oliver was really out getting a midnight pedicure somewhere, then maybe Oliver could end up being angry at me too. He was pissed when I'd even suggested that Tyra could be involved. I didn't want to see how he'd react to finding out I followed his best friend without more evidence than a gut feeling and a thick knot of cat hair. And yet, even with those risks weighed, I couldn't let Will out of my sights, not yet. I grabbed my phone. Will stopped at a red light 3 cars up from me. All around us were nightclubs with their neon signs lighting up Ocean Avenue. Music thumped from the 2-story nightclubs, vibrating against my windows. There were lines of people, all dressed to the nines, all waiting to get in to dance the night away. The phone call connected to my car. Anya's voice competed with the music from outside. "Sup, Beckham?" "Anya, I need you to do me a huge favor. Are you by a computer?" "I'm always by the computer. Am I by a computer?" I could hear her typing something in the background. "Bitch, I am the computer." That got a chuckle out of me. "All right, Miss Hard Drive. Can you look up a name for me? I have their license plate, too." "Sure. Shoot." I repeated the plate number and Will's full name, the light turning green. "Give me ever William Stevenson, goes by Will. Lives on 74th and Kendall Drive, has 2 parents, both alive and both loaded as fuck. They have money. A ton of it. The dad's an investor and the mom's a top realtor." The money hadn't found its way down to William. He took a turn, moving away from the beach. He drove past the highway entrance, which I thought he'd take to get home. Instead, he kept driving, going in the opposite direction. "Anything else?" The streets were emptying of people as we got farther from the beach. The partygoers were replaced by dodgy-looking guys still wearing shades, even though the street lamp they were standing under wasn't working. The neighborhood continued to get more and more questionable, and it happened quickly. "I'm looking— Oh, no, wait, false alarm." William made another turn. We were deep into downtown Miami now, still moving away from the beach. "I don't know, Beck. This guy's squeaky clean. All he's got is a 6-year-old speeding ticket and a couple of— How old? 6 years. He got it on— He was ticketed on the 17th of July at 12:46 a.m. My pulse exploded. "Anya, where'd he get this ticket?" Anya clicked a few more keys on the other side of the phone. By now the streets were nearly empty. Large warehouses and auto shops bordered the dark street we drove down. There were 2 cars between me and William. "He got the ticket on 4th and Bird." "Fucking hell." "What?" I gripped the steering wheel so hard my knuckles turned paper pale. "That's 2 streets down from where Oliver and Derek were attacked. That was the same time, 10 minutes after the attack. Jesus Christ. Will, he was the second masked assailant. It must have connected with one through Mario, and then those 2 fucking monsters went out to ruin a life. But why? Why had he done it? And tonight— Fuck, I wish I could turn back time, honest, so I could strangle the fucker in my doorway. He hurt Oliver. My Oliver, and he had come to my front door looking like a distressed sewer rat, thinking it would make him seem more innocent in the long run. It must have thought it would keep the target off him, keep him living in the shadows. But no. Not tonight, not this time. He managed to keep his ends clean for 6 years. He stayed in Oliver's orbit, watching him for all those years, and it was all going to come to an end tonight. Both of the cars in front of me decided to switch lanes at the same time, like a fucked-up choreographed dance. The two buffers between Will and I moved to the side, I drove directly underneath a flashing streetlight, and I looked straight ahead, connecting directly with Will's eyes in the mirror. All hell broke loose. He slammed on the gas, his Toyota burning rubber as the wheels desperately tried to grab traction. Shit, call you back. I hung up with Anya and gave chase, driving to the cloud of dark smoke Will left behind him as he tore down the other quiet street. The sound of both our engines battling echoed off the tall warehouse walls. Wind hammered against the windshield. I didn't have a professional race car, but my BMW wasn't a pony either. I began catching up to Will. His car struggled as he pushed it to its limits, rocketing past a red light. What in the fucking world was he thinking? The stakes must have been astronomically high for him to be trying to get away from me like this. The road, a pothole-covered mess, wasn't kind to my wheels. It felt like I was in a washing machine as I raced down the street, my car's accelerometer reading 85. This was dangerous. This was stupid. But this was Oliver who needed my help. I'd dive into an active volcano if I was told it would be the only way to save him. Will started slowing before taking a sudden turn, his wheels screeching in protest. I followed, my car almost tilted on its side. I kept control and brought the floating wheels back onto the ground, my car giving a sharp jolt. And then another jolt. Another... Fuck! The red light on my dashboard flashed, telling me my run flat had been engaged. The potholes must have shredded a hole into my wheel. Fuck! William wasn't that far ahead of me. Even with my run flat, I still had a shot of outpacing him. I pressed down on the gas, both hands on the steering wheel as the street started to open up. I could see the Miami Bay to my left as we pulled out of the industrial zone. Here the street was no longer empty. Honks filled the air. William dodged and swerved through cars, threading the needle extremely close as he drove between two huge shipping trucks. I almost lost him. If he kept going straight, I would have lost him. He didn't, though. It took a sharp right. I swerved and lurched onto the road he cut onto, almost getting sideswiped by another car, their bright white headlights filling my vision and painting the inside of my car. The road we turned onto was empty. Straight ahead was a narrow bridge, yellow lights warning of a coming ship. Yellow lights that went completely ignored. The bridge began to lift, William not altering his course. He drove straight ahead, accelerating. I couldn't believe my eyes. Did he really think he was going to make that jump? Was he going to stop at the last second? I started to slow, my jaw gaping. William sped up as the bridge split apart. The bay's water glittered underneath, dark and rippled by the oncoming boat. No, he can't. He didn't stop. He drove onto the slanted bridge, turning it into a ramp. The red Toyota became airborne, lifting up toward the sky before dipping back down, landing on the other side of the bridge with a loud bang. The bridge, completely parallel now, stood as a wall, no longer a ramp. I was stuck on the other side of it, completely shocked and at a loss for what to do next. Oliver. My mouth was as dry as a terribly bland live-action remake of Aladdin. My eyes blinked open, but my bedroom was so dark I could barely see anything. And why was I bumping around so much? Oh my Carrie Brad God, was this an earthquake? Should I be getting up and hiding under a doorway or something? I slammed hard against something, my shoulder taking most of the impact. It was as if the jolt rebooted my memory. Kidnapped. Hostage. Knocked out. Holy shit. I wasn't waking up from a nap, and I wasn't in my room. This was a trunk, and whoever the hell had control of the wheel was driving like an absolute maniac. Help! I tried to shout, but it was useless. No one would hear me past the sock stuffed in my mouth. The car took a sharp turn, and I crumpled back against the corner of the trunk. My hands and feet were tied. Fear. It filled me like a toxic plume of gas, taking up every ounce of space it could. Something poked me in my thigh. I realized I could feel the shape of my phone against me. I gave out a relieved sound, muffled by the sock as well as the loud and unnerving sound of a car breaking apart all around me. Everything rattled and clattered and screeched, and there was an overpowering smell of smoke and exhaust fumes in the air. But if I could reach my phone, if I could somehow call for help, then maybe I could get out of this. My stomach lurched then. It was that same feeling of swinging high at the playground. We were in the air,
suspended for a brief time in a weightless existence. And then we hit the ground. I slammed upward, my head hitting the trunk. Lights out. 34. Beckham Noble. This was worst case personified. I sat in my car, staring at the bridge as though I was staring down the Grim Reaper. He swung his scythe, the very air splitting open and in half, exactly how my life would do if anything were to happen to Oliver. Fuck! I pounded a fist against the wheel. The boat slowly crossed in front of me, the long yacht bobbing up and down. I couldn't tell which way William had gone on the other side of the bridge. He could have gone south toward 8th Street, or he could have swung back around and gone north, back toward the beach, or he could have kept going, driving into the rich Coral Gables neighborhood. I threw my car into reverse and spun it around. Frustration and anger poisoned my thoughts. I could barely see straight, much less think straight. Where could William be going? And was he going toward Oliver? Was Oliver already in the car? That thought made me want to vomit. To think that Oliver was being thrown around like a rag doll while that maniac ripped his way down the Miami streets. Fuck! I drove down the road, pulling back onto the busier street. I couldn't allow this to get the best of me. I had to stay sharp. It would be the only way I'd find Oliver in time. The highway entrance was to my left. I cut across 3 lanes of traffic and jumped on. I pressed down on the gas and took off, driving toward William's apartment using the address Anya had found. He mentioned having to stop there for something, and I wondered if he was telling the truth. If he was going to do something tonight, then he might need to get home to gather his valuables if he wanted to go on the run. The speed limit signs blurred past. My run flat was struggling, but I had no choice except to push it to the limit. I'd fix whatever damage was done to my car later. All that mattered now was getting to Oliver. And first, that meant finding William. The highway stretched ahead of me, the lights of my car shining bright, illuminating the exit signs. I had at least another 10 minutes to go before I had to get off. I pushed down on the gas even harder. That's when my phone started to ring. Shit! I kept one hand on the wheel and slowed down, only by a little. My heart almost collapsed when I read the name on the screen. Oliver! Beckham? Beck, can you hear me? His voice filled my car. Oliver's voice, he was alive. Yes, where are you? I'm coming for you, okay? I don't know, Beck. His voice came as a raspy whisper, his throat constricted with fear. Everything around me's green. I was blindfolded and... Oh, no. Ollie, what's around you? What's going on? Something blared over the phone. A horn. Will... The phone rustled as it was snatched from Oliver's hand. I heard a shout and then a sharp sting of static before the call dropped. Oliver was alive. And I knew exactly where he was. Will used to bring me to this secluded spot at the Port of Authority, right behind Cargo Bay 7. I slowed, exiting off the highway at the first chance I could. There I took the streets down, cutting through late-night traffic that grew heavier the closer I got to the beach. But I wasn't going to the beach. I turned left, my tire surely about to give out any second. I hoped and prayed it would last, just until I got to Oliver. It wouldn't be much longer. I see the port of Miami up ahead, one of the cruise ships having just pulled in to drop off its sleepy passengers. It must have gotten delayed for some reason coming in late at night, using its horn as it docked. A horn that blared out a loud and unmistakable sound. I knew he'd be at the port. As I pulled up to the security gate, I got a flashback to Oliver talking to me about meditation, and how Will showed him the secluded spot at the port by Cargo Bay 7. This had to be it. Oliver had to be here. But first, I had to get through the guard. Hello, sir. Reason for your visit tonight? I'm pursuing a kidnapping suspect. I wasn't going to hold any punches. I showed the guard my ID as he leaned out of his booth, scanning my ID, concern in his eyes. A kidnapping suspect? Here? Yes. He's a young man driving a beat-up red Toyota. I have reason to believe he's here and he's holding hostage. The man, probably no older than Oliver, looked nervous about allowing me past the gates and into the port. You're not an official police officer, though. Listen, mate, I need to get through. This is life or death. Call the cops and speak to whoever official you bloody hell want to, but you have to let me in. I need to speak to my manager about... Oh, for fuck's sake. I couldn't waste any more time speaking to managers or security guards. Let the guy call the police. I'll deal with that later. I stepped down on the gas and my car's wheels spun in place before I rocketed forward, breaking through the flimsy wire gate.
The guard shouted loud behind me, but I kept driving, my eyes peeled for cargo bay 7. 3, 5, 6, 7. I slammed on the brakes and skidded to a stop. There were stacks and stacks of large cargo containers. There were red ones and blue ones, black ones and white ones, checkered ones and yellow ones, all of them stacked on top of the other, like totems designed for a modern god. With all those colours, there was only one green one. It was at the bottom of the farthest stack next to a docked cargo ship. I ran. Gravel kicked up behind me. I couldn't tell if the sirens I heard in the distance were moving closer or getting farther away. I turned, almost falling over with the momentum. "Oliver!" I reached the front of the cargo container. To my right, I could see a path that must have led to the meditation spot Oliver had told me about. The path was hidden by overgrown bushes and led away from the cargo containers. "Oliver!" I pounded hard on the metallic wall. "Oliver!" No one replied. No one answered. Please be alive, please be alive. A crowbar rested a few feet away from me. I rushed to grab it, the cold steel pressed against my palms as I gripped it and steadied my stance. There was a lock placed on the bottom of the door. I swung the crowbar down with every ounce of force I could muster, envisioning Will's head as the lock. It cracked open. I kicked it away and bent to grab the handle. I pushed upward and the door followed. "Oliver!" My heart plummeted. I ran to Oliver's crumpled-up shape. It was curled up in the center of the container. The heat and humidity inside the container was intense. All around us were stacks and stacks of unlabeled containers. "Ollie? Ollie, I'm here. You're okay." He wasn't waking up. I grabbed his wrist and felt for a pulse. My heart started to beat again once I verified Oliver's was beating too. He was tied by some cheap rope. I tore it in half, shredding the bonds and dropping them to the floor. "Come on, baby, you're okay. Come on. He's so cute when he's sleeping, isn't he?" The voice flooded my vision with red. I turned my head, a shape being silhouetted at the entrance of the cargo container. Red and white lights were shining bright behind him, adding a dreamlike effect to the man who'd brought all my worst nightmares to life. "Will?" "I didn't think you'd figure me out. I guess going to your house was my fatal mistake, huh?" He stepped into the container, his face no longer shrouded in shadow. A twisting smirk crossed the monster's face. He had a bloody lip and crusted blood on his nose. "Good job, Oliver. Now I'll finish what you started." I stood, hating that I had to let go of Oliver, but not wanting to be caught at a disadvantage if Will did anything. "Why? Oliver was your best friend." I asked the question point blank. "How can you do this?" "Exactly because he's my best friend. I did this all because of him. Because I loved him more than I've loved anyone, anything in my entire pathetic existence on this piece of shit earth." Oliver coughed at my feet. I dropped back down onto my knees again, grabbing his hand as he stretched it out for me, but I kept my eyes on Will. "You did this because you love him? You killed Derek because you loved him?" Will waved his hands in the air. "Hold up, I didn't kill anyone. That was a mistake. It was a shitty mistake, and it fucked everything up." My eyebrows drew together. "I was stabbing an innocent boy a mistake." "I didn't stab him. I didn't. It was Juan. We weren't supposed to hurt them, just scare them. I wanted Oliver to be scared. I wanted him to break up with Derek and forget about ever dating anyone again. I wanted to stay as his number one." You killed me." It was Oliver. He held himself up on two shaking hands, looking directly at Will. "You killed me when you killed Derek. I didn't fucking kill him, okay?" That's when things became exponentially worse. William reached into the pocket of his dark black pants and pulled out a gun. I instinctively stood and stepped in front of Oliver, who was beginning to silently cry. "Put that down, Will. No one else has to die tonight." "No. See, you're wrong." Will looked as frantic as he did when he'd knocked on my door. "We aren't getting out of this alive. We can't. You fucked up my plan." "And what the bloody hell was your plan? To abduct your best friend and keep him locked up in here like a pet?" Will huffed. No, there'd be no keeping." He held the gun aimed at my chest with one hand, digging into his pocket with the other. He took out a piece of paper and tossed it to me. "That's Oliver's suicide note.
I felt like it'd be the only way I could put an end to this all. No one would have Oliver, and I wouldn't have to be in love over someone I could never have. Why, Will?
Oliver's voice cracked. He was standing. He stepped to my side. I put a hand out, trying to move him behind me, trying to shield him from the gun, but Oliver didn't budge.
Because I loved you, Oliver, and I couldn't have you. You want to know what happened when I even mentioned my feelings about you to my mom? She cut me off. One day to the next, she shut down my accounts. My dad didn't help. I was alone, and then you found Derek 2 days later, and I was plunged into nothingness. My parents hated me. You were bored of me. I had feelings for a man, and I had no idea what to do about it. I tried dealing with it, dealing with the pain, but I could never go to sleep. Never. Not even with the medication. I just couldn't.
Will took a step closer. I wondered where the elder police were, and why weren't they storming this place? Had the guard not called them?
So I was leaving your apartment one day when I crossed paths with Mario and Juan. I got to talking to Juan. I found out he had a sketchy past. I saw him again, and then another time. By the fourth time, I asked him for help with something. We plotted an attack, one that would leave the two of you scared out of your minds. I thought you'd run to me for help. I thought you'd stop dating guys, and I'd be happy with that. But Juan, he got carried away. I didn't even know he had a knife on him.
Oliver wiped some fresh blood off a cut on his chin.
Jesus, Will, why not just talk to me? Why not just come out to me? I couldn't. I'm not gay. I didn't need to come out. And when my parents cut me off, I thought you'd do the same. What about the threats? Those were all you?
Will nodded, the gun in his hand shaking slightly. I looked around the large container, but there was nothing except unlabeled boxes around us.
I thought you'd be scared off the hunt. I didn't want to kill anyone. I just knew you wouldn't stop searching, and I didn't want you to find me. How did you get into the clinic? Into my apartment? I grabbed Tyra's keys when she wasn't paying attention. I had them duplicated and then replaced them. She never figured out a thing. I used Find My Friend on my phone to track you, make sure you were out of the house.
I heard Oliver take in a sharp breath.
And now, with Juan in jail, I knew it was only a matter of time before he gave me up. He just needed to recognize me, and the game would be up. I thought the only way to quiet things was staging a suicide.
My stomach rocked, but I had to keep my focus. I trained my gaze on the gun. If I ducked and ran toward him, but that would risk Oliver getting shot.
I love you, Oliver. I just can't keep seeing you love someone else.
Will had fallen into a twisted love for Oliver. His own shadowy tendrils curled around the image of love he crafted in his head, distorting it, turning it into this creature that needed to be fed with blood.
So why not take us out before the investigation picked up steam?
Oliver asked.
Why wait until now? Because it's hard, okay? Killing someone? Especially someone who I've known since we were kids? Fuck, I wasn't the one holding the knife that night, and Jesus, I just wanted to scare you two, break you two up. I wanted you to come back to spending time with me, being with me, just hanging with me. I didn't mean... But it happened. We can't change that.
Let him go. My throat was tight, like it was in a boa constrictor's grip. Let him go, and we can change what happens to you. We can work out a deal. You don't have to do this. There's still a chance that I can fix it. Will paused. He cocked his head, his gaze bouncing between Oliver and me. The wheels spun visibly in his chaos-filled head. He was weighing things out. Things can change, I pressed. You can find happiness, and so can Oliver. Just put the gun down, we can make things better.
No, nothing's ever going to be better.
Things went from worse to worst in the blink of an eye. I had, for a split second, thought maybe Will was beginning to regret his decision. Instead of putting the gun down, though, he lifted it and aimed it directly at me. With one eye snapped shut, he didn't wait a second longer. William pulled the trigger. What happened next was complete chaos. The deafening roar of a gun blast shredded through the space, amplified by the shipping container. A vicious buzz filled my ears. It was the only thing I could hear. But the main point, I could hear. I'm alive. I'm still standing, I'm not bleeding. He had missed. The bullet whizzed by me, tearing into the shipping container behind me, one that must have contained buckets of flammable fluids, because seconds later, a loud boom pounded against the ringing in my ears, followed by a singeing heat that scorched the back of my neck and caused me to drop to my knees. Fire spread at a blistering rate. Before I could even get back onto my feet, it felt like we had been surrounded. Oliver coughed into his hands. Will was lying motionless on the ground. "Come on," I said urgently, grabbing onto Oliver's wrists. I ran, pulling us towards the exit. The fire licked at us from all sides. "Wait!" Oliver stopped, both of us coughing against the ash. Will lying motionless at his feet. I could feel the fresh air from the bay battling against the smoke plumes that were filling the container. Oliver bent down and grabbed onto Will, but he had been knocked out cold. Something must have exploded from the container and hit his head. I coughed and knelt down next to Oliver. "We need to pull." And we did. We dragged him towards the exit, the heat causing blisters to form on my exposed skin. He was dead weight, though, and the smoke made it even harder to carry him. I could barely see the way out. And then the door started to slide down. Our only escape path was seconds from being cut off. We would cook in here. "Oliver!" There was no time. I let go of Will and grabbed Oliver, yanking him hard, throwing us both on the ground. The momentum was exactly what I needed. I wrapped Oliver in my arms as I rolled, just barely making it under the door before it fell shut. Dirt, ash, and tears filled my eyes. I got up, helping Oliver onto his feet. The flames were growing stronger and stronger. I looked at Oliver, seeing a combination of grief and relief and shock reflected back at me. "We need to get out of here. That could blow." "Will." "Are you okay? Anything hurt?" "I can't. No, I'm okay. I'm good. Hurry, let's go." Oliver's voice cracked as he spoke. There was no time to waste. I wanted to get us as far from here as possible. We ran, hard and fast, running so that we could put as much distance between us and the fire as we could. My car, still parked where I left it, was now surrounded by a fleet of police cars, a cloud of dust just settling into the air. "Stop! Stop right there!" The loud shout brought us both to a freeze. "Hands up!" I complied, lifting my hands into the air, understanding how this all looked without an explanation. Oliver listened too, but his legs seemed to have called it quits. He dropped to his knees, crying. It tore my heart in half. I went down with him, the police fanning out around us. Seconds later, the loud blare of fire trucks echoed off the towers of cargo containers surrounding us. I put an arm around Oliver and held him. He trembled against me. "It's okay. It's all right. I've got you, Ollie." "It was so close to being over. I thought that was it. I thought we were done. Oh, God." Oliver wailed into my shoulder. An officer was standing by, giving us space without taking her eyes off us. The sound of fire crackling and containers popping filled the air. "It is over, Ollie, it is." I kissed the top of his head, not caring about the ash that made my mouth bitter. He cried, letting it all out, releasing the 6 years of demons he had held inside him, letting them go, drifting up with the clouds of dark smoke that were thinning and greying. The firefighters were able to contain the fire, but couldn't save Will. Paramedics tested Oliver for any signs of a concussion or any other injuries, but found nothing. The police then took us to the station, and after an hour of interviewing us separately and then together, they let us go, finally closing the case that had brought Oliver to my offices in the first place. From the police station, we went and gathered Mason and Jar from under Oliver's bed and headed to my place, the two cats purring louder than I'd ever heard them. We got home as the sun crested the horizon. Birds chirped their morning songs. Without saying much, the two of us shed all our clothes, showered quickly, and climbed into bed, letting the sun fill the room as we lay together, sleep slowly overcoming us both. Epilogue. 2 months later. Oliver. The stretch limo drove us down Ocean Avenue. A tall row of palm trees surrounded us on either side of the tinted windows. The sun was setting, and the party crowd was coming out. I reached over a dapper-looking BECKHAM and grabbed the open bottle of champagne sitting in a bucket of ice. I refilled both of our glasses and set the champagne bottle back. BECKHAM adjusted his bow tie and looked out the window, a smile on his handsome face. I leaned up and stole a kiss before I drank the champagne. "I still don't know where you're taking me," BECKHAM said, smiling.
The blue and purple lights of the limo interior played with the green and gold of his eyes. I stole another kiss from him. I couldn't help it. You'll see. I leaned back in my seat. Music played through the speakers, a booty-popping rap song filling the car. Oh, snap. Okay. I set the flute of champagne down into the cup hold and got up. Beckham laughed as I started to twerk as best I could in a moving limo, trying to make sure my shirt stayed tucked in. But I managed. I shook and twerked and made it clap, using the seat on the side to hold me up while I put on a show for Beckham. He got into it. He slapped at my butt and cheered as I dropped it down onto the limo floor, slowly coming back up and rubbing my ass against Beckham's bulge. His gray slacks left absolutely nothing to the imagination. Instead of asking the driver if he could roll up the partition, I sat back in my seat. The limo made a turn onto a familiar road. Beckham looked out and seemed to realize where we were headed.
Are we going to—
Shh. I placed a finger on his lips. He playfully nipped at me. I rubbed his lips and he sucked my finger into his mouth. I giggled, feeling a shock of pleasure as his tongue swirled around me before I took my finger back. How are you feeling? I asked, leaning in and taking a playful bite of Beckham's lips. You know, with the— I shot a pointed glance down between Beckham's legs.
It's interesting.
Interesting, huh? My hand traveled down the front of his shirt, over the trail of buttons down to his crotch. He gave a pulse into my grip.
Very interesting,
Beckham said. He squeezed his legs together. The limo pulled up to our destination. I drank the last of my champagne and waited for Beckham's boner to subside before we stepped out of the limo. Thankfully, it didn't take long because the driver had kindly opened the door for us, and I hated making people wait, even for boners. We stepped out of the limo. Ahead of us, the path leading up to Stonewall Investigations had been transformed. There were twinkling white lights that lit up the stone pathway toward the now silver door, a decal placed over the door creating a convincing illusion. Above the door was a banner with big rainbow letters that read, Stonewall's First Prom 2019.
You're taking a piss,
Beckham said, looking from the sign to me, to the limo, and back to the sign. Come on, everyone should be inside by now. I grabbed the goofy-looking Beckham by the hand and pulled him down the path, the lights guiding our way toward the silver door. Big colorful balloons bounced against each other, tied down to the door handles.
This is crazy.
Beckham laughed as I opened the door. The reception area had been transformed as well. Holly's desk was covered with a silky black tablecloth, a sign pointing us to the courtyard. I could hear music playing from down the hall.
Who else is—
Beckham's question was answered when we opened the door and stepped out into the courtyard. I had texted everyone to get ready and yell surprise. And they didn't disappoint. Surprise! The gang yelled. I know it's not your birthday or anything, but still, I like surprises, I said, looking at a stunned Beckham. He laughed as I grabbed his face in my hands and planted a big kiss. It's your first prom, and a new Stonewall tradition. The first to come and greet us were Jonah and Fox, both handing us ice-cool bottles of Corona.
I can't believe you planned this all, Ollie,
Jonah said, looking around at the gathered crowd. The courtyard had been turned into a party zone with a small dance floor and a DJ booth next to a bar stand. There were disco balls and smoke machines and even a photo station with all kinds of crazy props. I'm so happy you did plan this. It was Andrew. He came up behind me and hugged me. I missed out on prom too, so now I can get really drunk, throw up into a red Solo cup, and dance the night away with the love of my life. He turned to Declan and gave him a kiss. Sound good?
A Solo cup?
Declan asked. We all laughed. Beckham pulling me into his side, a wave of comfort washing over me. Ever since I'd faced death the night Derek died, I'd stupidly assumed I'd been immune to that kind of fear again. I wasn't immune to it. The fear violently haunted me for weeks after our harrowing escape. I'd woken up almost every night, sweating and crying about the walls being on fire. But Beckham would always be there to hold me, a comfort that I needed more than anything else. He anchored me and helped me pull myself out of the fear. He helped me, and in turn, I went and found help for myself. After many excellent therapy sessions, I was able to have a full night's rest again. Losing Will was also a savage blow. Not losing the Will who had done all those terrible things, but the Will who I had known as a little boy. The one who would always trade his best Pokemon with me just because he felt I needed them. The boy who'd save all his allowance so that he could buy a big shareable bag of Skittles even though he hated them and would have preferred chocolate any day of the week. But he bought that bag because he knew I loved them. And then I'd surprise him with a box of Hershey's, and we'd stay up way past our bedtimes watching dumb TV and silly infomercials. That was the Will I so dearly missed. I had to reconcile with the fact that the Will I knew died many years ago. Soon I began feeling more and more like myself. By the time I had to take my certification so I could graduate vet school, I felt like I was back at 100%. Or at least as close to 100 as I'd get. After everything I'd been through, I didn't expect miracles. "Rocky!" Andrew called. Rocky Hudson pushed off the wall and walked over to us. He was the newest detective to join Stonewall. He was tall and chiseled with a mysterious air and striking blue eyes, and his dark hair was always so perfectly styled. Speaking of style, the guy had it in spades. He wore a designer sports jacket over a plain white shirt, the first few buttons left open. A silver and blue Rolex glinted on his wrist. Honestly, I wasn't a huge fan of the guy. I didn't even think he'd show up. BECKHAM had told me that none of the other detectives were able to really get to know him, but that all of them couldn't deny how good he was at his job. He offered an unimpressed smile as he shook our hands.
Great party.
It's actually a full-on prom, an event. But yeah, okay, it's a party. Thanks for coming, I said, smiling as best I could, even though my inner petty Patty was screeching at the top of her lungs to be heard.
Of course.
Rocky was just telling me about a trip he took overseas. Where was it? I could tell Andrew was trying hard to break the ice, but with Rocky, that wasn't ice. That was permafrost.
Europe.
See? Permafrost.
All righty then.
Declan clapped his hands.
Andrew, let's go get a drink. Anyone want anything?
I lifted my beer, still untouched. BECKHAM did the same. Declan and Andrew left, and Rocky took no time at all to leave behind them, going back to his post against the wall.
Thank you for this, Ollie. Really.
It's the least I can do, Beck.
The least? Then what's the most?
I winked at him. You'll get to see that later. He laughed, pulling me in for a kiss. It felt electric. My blood thrummed with Beckham's name, my heart singing his song, my pulse dancing to his beat. He was my one, and I would do anything for him. When we separated, I looked out to the crowd. Everyone was there, and everyone looked so good. When I'd organized this, I'd half expected everyone to half-ass it. I thought an adult prom would be hard to sell. I thought maybe Andrew and Jonah would show up to support, but that would be it. Instead, the Stonewall courtyard was packed. All the detectives from the Miami branch were there, and they had brought dates. Andrew looked like $1,000,000 in a classy navy suit with a light pink pocket square sticking out, matching the light pink shirt Declan wore. Jonah and Fox were both hanging out by the snack table, chatting and laughing about some inside joke. Holly and her partner Triss were hanging out with Shiro and his new boyfriend, while Penny and her wife played a game of Jenga with Malik and his wife Danica. It filled my heart with an overwhelming sense of peace. This was all how things were supposed to unravel. As scary as life had gotten, there really had been a light at the end of all the trauma. The light shone bright every time I looked into Beckham's eyes. "Let's dance," I said.
No, I'm okay."
I cocked my head, smiling. Just one dance. Beckham never put up a fight with me.
All right, one dance.
He held my hand as we weaved through the crowd, heading toward the empty dance floor. The second we stepped onto the floor, the DJ switched up the song from a Nicki Minaj hit to a slow dance tune, the energy perceptibly shifting toward us. Beckham looked at me, terror in his eyes. I grabbed his hands, confidence in my steps, and I started to dance, slowly. I could tell he was nervous at first, all his movements stiffer than a robot cosplaying as a human. He started to loosen up, though, his gaze honing in on me, the rest of Stonewall disappearing. We danced soft circles around the floor, our bodies pressed together, one of my hands on his shoulder, the other in his hand. He twirled me, surprising even himself when I was pulled back in. I giggled into his chest, smelling his sweet scent, a mixture of woodsy cologne and musky man. Intoxicating. The music slowed and the dance slowed with it. When it was all over, I looked around to realize that a crowd had formed to watch us, and they all started to clap. I blushed, waving it all off. Beckham looked slightly mortified, but also wore a grin that stretched from ear to ear. A loud voice cut through the speakers. "Wow! Thank you for that beautiful recreation of Beauty and the Silver-Haired Daddy. Disney would be so proud of you two queers. Only if it's Pride Month, though, so be considerate of the corporations, please." We all looked to the DJ booth, a mixture of shock turning into a chorus of laughter. "Yes, bitches, it's me, Decline, your fabulous and occasionally alcoholic drag queen host for tonight's Promtivities. I was just sucking off the DJ for the past hour and a half, so sorry if I'm a little late. Well, technically I was here. I came, all right, geez." Decline moved around the booth, pointing over her shoulder at the blushing DJ. And so did he. She rubbed the corner of her painted bright blue lip, all of us cracking up. I couldn't be happier with how the night was playing out. And it wasn't even just this night, but the past couple of months, too. Everything felt almost too good to be true. Like it couldn't possibly be real. Like I'd wake up any second and be back to square one. Back to before I even went to London, before I'd met Beckham. Except it was all true. Every single part of it, the good and the bad. The slow dances and the drag queens, the friends and the family. The unbreakable love that connected us. None of it was a lie.
Beckham. God, I couldn't fucking wait to get Oliver back home behind closed doors. Don't get me wrong, I'd had one of the funnest nights of my entire life after the surprise prom he had organised at Stonewall. It was one of the sweetest gestures and totally Oliver, reflecting how big his heart was and how genuine of a soul he had. The music still thumped in my head, and the drag queen had me in stitches by the end of the night. She even performed a couple of numbers that had her dropping to the floor like a rag doll and then picking herself back up again and jumping straight into a dance routine, not missing a single word to the song that played. It had been a spectacular night, and it was about to get better. I fumbled with the keys as Oliver held me from behind, his hands gliding up and down my chest. The key slid into the lock of my door. I pushed it open, a fresh blast of air escaping out into the night. Oliver's hands were lower now, rubbing over my crotch as he kissed my back. Like I said, the night was about to get better. My entire body vibrated with desire. We stepped into my living room and shut the door. Mason and Jarbuff came to greet us, but quickly turned around and fled back to their perches once clothes started flying off. "Fuck," I said in a hiss, sucking in Oliver's breath as he kissed me, both of our clothes lying in a heap on the floor. We were completely naked, our hard cocks pressed together as I walked us toward the couch. "How's it feel?" Oliver asked. Now that we weren't in earshot of a stranger, I could be more honest. Like I've had something stuck in my arse for the past 3 hours. I licked my lips as I pushed Oliver down onto the couch. And I fucking loved it.
"Oh, yeah?"
Oliver, the cheeky little bastard, spit in his hand and started to stroke himself off, slow and wet. The plug in my arse filled me up. I reached around and moved it around in a swirl, feeling it push against me. Oliver continued to stroke, a drunken haze floating through his sky-blue eyes.
"Turn around for me."
I loved this side of Oliver. It had been coming out more and more recently, an assertiveness to ask for what he wanted and the confidence to get it. I turned for him and bent over, showing my arse. He leaned forward and grabbed the rim of the silicone plug. He started to move it, in and out. I heard him spit, feeling the wetness lather me up. Soon the plug was sliding in and out, my entire body feeling like I'd been placed on a tightrope above the Grand Canyon. "Fuck, that's it, baby. Play with my arse." The words fell at me like gravel. Oliver was taking me to new heights. "That's it." I started pushing back, feeling the plug sliding in and out of me. Oliver moaned, pulling the plug completely out of me, making me gasp loud and cry out for more. More than the plug. I cried out for Oliver. Fuck me, Oliver. More spit. I bent over, putting my hands down on the coffee table. I couldn't wait to get to the bed. I had to have Oliver here and now. It was a desire that spanned eons and couldn't wait any longer. Oliver pressed himself against my hole, the pressure different from the plug. It was softer, warmer. I needed to feel the rest of him. I had to feel him slide into me. Do it, Ollie. Fuck me. He needed no more encouragement. He thrust, his dick sinking into me, flooding my vision with ecstasy-fueled explosions. I cried out, harder and louder. My words mumbled and merged. Oliver fucked me, hard, holding nothing back, slamming into me with the sole goal to make us one being. Sit down, I said between thrusts. Oliver pulled out of me, making me spasm with pleasure and hungry need. A hunger I was about to feed. Oliver sat down on the couch, legs spread and cock hard, standing up and glistening wet. I smiled, spitting on my fingers and rubbing it over my hole, getting myself soaked up before I climbed onto Oliver, straddling him on the couch. My hard dick rubbed against his chest, smearing a trail of pre-cum across the pale flushed skin. Oliver craned his head down and flicked his tongue across my slit, driving me wild. I reached around and grabbed Oliver's hard length in my hand. I lined him up with my hole and sat back, slowly, taking him in, inch by inch, relishing in the feeling of him stretching me open, filling me up. I sat all the way down, impaling myself on him. My balls were tight against me, my cock bouncing as I started to fuck Oliver, sliding up and down, both of us sounding like animals. I had both hands on the couch, on either side of Oliver's head. Oh, God, Beck, that feels so good. Oh, God. Yeah, you like fucking me? Yes, I do. Our lips met in a lust-filled kiss as Oliver thrust up into me, fucking me harder. He hit me deep, pushing against my swollen peace spot, sending a new set of explosions across my vision. Sweat beaded on my forehead, dripped down my lip. Keep going, I said. I'm so fucking close. Yeah, do it. Blow your load all over my chest, Beck. Fuck, keep fucking me. My hole clenched around him. My cock twitched in the air, cum starting to shoot. Oh, Beck, you're gonna make me come. Neither of us could get any more words out. Our bodies let loose, our orgasms ripping through us with the force of an earthquake strong enough to tear California from the States. I could barely see straight, the orgasm lasting longer than any other, my entire body convulsing as I continued to shoot. Oliver looked up at me, drenched in cum, some of it dripping off his chin, more dripping from his eyebrow. He laughed, breaking down into a red-cheeked fit. I followed suit. I laughed too, leaning down and kissing him through chuckles, licking up some of my mess, feeling him grow soft inside me. We laughed and we kissed, and we took our time before getting in the shower. We enjoyed each other in our flushed and brain-fogged states. It felt pure. It felt right. I love you, Ollie. I looked into those glowing blue eyes of his, feeling a connection unlike any other. Bloody fucking hell, Ollie. I really love you. I really love you, too. I believed his every word. It felt like a true blessing to have someone I could unconditionally believe, to have someone who I could trust with my entire being. That was Oliver. And I would never let him go. You're a special one, I said, the glow of our love shining through me. My only one. I kissed my soulmate then, excited to see what the future had planned for us now that the past wouldn't come to haunt us any longer. Deadass? Oliver asked with a cheeky grin. Deadass, I repeated, both of us laughing as we got up from the couch and went to the shower, Oliver playfully slapping my arse along the way. This concludes Lie With Me by Max Walker. Narrated by Greg Boudreau. Copyright 2019 by Max Walker. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Max Walker and was produced in the year 2020 by Tantor Media Incorporated. a division of Recorded Books which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.